How goes? We got another 5-faction tournament today. We're playing the bottom of my list in terms of capabilities, or less so capabilities, more so just knowing how to play the faction. Grand Cathay has elevated slightly with our performance the other day. So no Grand Cathay today, though. I'm sure they'll be back soon enough. And instead, some factions I've basically never played. Dwarves, Khorne, Lizardmen, Demons of Chaos, and Vampire Coast. All of them, I feel like I don't really know how to play many of their play styles, many of their matchups. So we'll be doing some good learning today. Red Olgor, absolutely not, indeed. Screw Red Olgor, man. But Lord Croak, maybe. Hard maybe on Croak. We have a tournament set up that'll be starting in about a second. Much excitement indeed. And it seems like everyone's more or less ready and checked in. We'll give it a second for any last minute dudes. Seems like there ain't though. So we can begin. We can begin as soon as the next minute goes by. I'll give it 1 minute and then we shall start. Tic-tac-toe. Oh god, all the memes. Every single meme. You guys are crazy. Alright. I'm excited though. This should be a good one. We also have another replay to cover. Another multiplayer replay. Very exciting. Oh, Nelly. Alright. Anything signed up? Let's make sure they're checked in. Let's go. All right. Oh my gosh. Your Barmy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Remember, if you're a member, you can highlight one of your messages. Like once a month or something. It's pretty hype. All right. Generating the bracket. At Goblins, round 1 has begun. And we're up against Navigator. Oh god, okay, yo. I've been queuing up into a lot of top tier players recently. Anyone else? Anyone else notice that? I feel like I've been like in first round. This is like the 3rd, 4th time in a row that we've run into somebody super scary. Whatever, I'm sure it's fine. Just win, right? Easy peasy. You're just playing the underdog factions against Navigator. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So extreme gets 1 free Swiss point because of the buy round. And then we can get this party started. Here we go. Alrighty. Whoop. Gotta change this thing real quick. There we go. Oh! Actually, wait. I should change the setting. And then settings. I go to my sound settings. And I think it's... Yeah, there we go. Alright. Hey, Karafte, what's up? Can't believe you made my game into a video. I just posted it. There's a few things I want to do with the video series. I gotta like get my intro down better. There's a few things I gotta work on, but yeah, I think it's like halfway there. I'll definitely be posting more videos. Very excited for that. All right. So Navigator is 2 Nurgle, 2 Demons of Chaos, 1 Tzeentch. Very chaotic. I see. What's the map? The map is Proving Grounds. Okay. Here we go. Lizards is not bad into Nurgle Demons of Chaos Zinch. Lizardman's actually quite good, but I imagine he'll ban him. God dang, 5 memberships. Thank you so much again. I kind of glossed over that because I was busy managing stuff, but yeah. Foot Luther. The Dreadfoot Luther. Okay, let's see. So the bottom 5 are my factions. Korn, probably not. Although Korn versus Nurgle's hilarious. Demons of Chaos for myself? Lizardman's probably the highest. He bans Korn and Demons of Chaos. Oh my gosh. This is a perfect time to play Lizardmen then, right? Unless they have a terrible matchup against Demons of Chaos, but I can ban that. I'll play Lizardmen. Let's do it. Now, do I take Croak? Do I take Croak against Navigator? Throw in the first round of the tournament? Classic. Probably not. So we'll have to see. How much is Croak? So Croak costs 1400 baseline. You can take Supreme Shield of the old ones on him though. Okay, 2 Demons of Chaos and Zinch. Am I playing against Demons of Chaos or am I playing against Zinch? He doesn't want to play Nurgle versus Lizardman, makes sense. I'll play versus Demons of Chaos. What's the worst that can happen? Demons of Chaos are pretty chumpy. We're on proving grounds. Very forested map. Interesting. Yo, Croak is like the ultimate anti-Demons of Chaos guy, right? You have Deliverance of Itza. God, even Deliverance of Itza 3 only does 60 damage. God. Let's see. You know, Deliverance of Itza 1 is like the most cost effective. It is kind of a small area. Will Navigator dodge all of my shots? Supreme Shield of the old ones is pretty cool though. Greater Arcane Conduit. Okay, so Croak is 1800. Oh god. All right. Genuine Engine of the Gods. You would like that, wouldn't you, chat? Let's see here. So Demons of Chaos, they do have a spooky air game. They can definitely spam the Furies. They can get Changebringers out. Changebringers are... they're okay. I would say I'm not particularly terrified about Changebringers. It's probably Fiends, actually. Out of everything, I think Fiends are the most scary thing here because they kind of mulch everything. Lots of forests, which is pretty good for them. They do have Strider. Demons of Chaos, Slanesh incoming. Just lesser Demons of Chaos. Man, these toads though, the Slann Mage Priest, so many spells. It's kind of fun. But if I'm running Croak, do I really need them? Do I run Croak? Anyone know if Ripterdactyls crush Furies? I feel like they don't crump Furies. And they also die to Pavane. Which seems like a terrible idea. I could just... okay, well, let's see. I can definitely do this. I could take... ooh, actually. Okay, there you go. Okay. Alrighty. I got some shenanigans, guys. You know it's good when I'm whipping out the shenanigans. Is this good? Swiftness of Itzel. It's just a speed buff. It technically has a radius effect, though. I think it's a tiny explosion. Weird. Is any of this good? Let's hear. Nah. Whatever. I don't know if this is good. This is definitely a weirdo build, but you know, what's the worst that can happen? We get absolutely dumpstered. Happens all the time. Ooh, do I want this? Oh man, how do I kill fiends? Okay, I guess I have decent options versus fiends. What is this? Okay, sure. Sure, yeah, that's okay. This is not too bad. I'm gonna die, guys. I'm gonna super die. Unless I have like some forbidden tech. Unless I can manage some crazy forbidden tech. Just whip it out. Get lots of work in. I foresee some issues. Some very big issues. I feel like Demons of Chaos have a lot of answers. I really only have one unit here that I think is actually good. Everything else is mayhaps a little bit sus. But okay, you know what? This is not bad. Wow, and that's all my money. Holy moly. Oh boy. Alright, is this what I want? Man, Lizardmen's a weird faction, aren't they? The armies kind of build themselves though. In before I just go the Shredder of Lestria build. We know that's bad against Demons of Chaos though, because they have them Furies, which is kind of rough. High Magic Toad. Just a question. Yeah, Tempest is nice. But I don't think it kills Furies well enough. Why does it take so long to play a battle? Because building armies without preset builds is difficult. Our Ripperdactyls will blot out the sun. Absolutely not. Their dead bodies will blot out the ground. Here we go. Yeah, Croak spells don't friendly fire. That's definitely a big plus. But yeah, here's the thing. Lizardmen have one unit that absolutely crushes the rest. The one unit hard carrying Lizardmen. Do you guys know what it is? Place your bets now. Keep a unit in your head. It's the Chameleon Skink. Now this is probably the most obvious thing I could have gone for. Everybody knows I love Chameleon Skinks, but Croak and Krokgar? Absolutely not. Stealth Croak too, he won't even know what hit him. Anyways, Basildon's fairly tanky. I imagine that guy will not die too quickly. That should be a solid plus. Yo, what happened to my FPS? What happened to my game? Okay, there we go. Jeez Louise, okay. Let's see where we are. My settings all botched or something? I think this map might just be laggy. Whatever. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Here we go. But yeah, Chameleon Skinks is an Intensity Classic. So I would expect him to have something against him. Hellforge Bellows. Caress the Darkling Prince. He has Pavane. Totally fine by me. That cannon piece over there, though. A little spooky. I don't know if I like that. He's gonna want to rampage me, that's for sure. But I got Crocky G. I got Crocky G over here. Now, assuming he can get the Hand of the Gods off, this thing should just die, right? This thing should just die. Pretty good damage. Pretty good damage overall. He only has a second shot though. He's gonna dodge the first volley. Makes sense. Krokgar with a wild abandon. Doesn't want to get shot to death. So let's be a little careful with him. But yeah, this thing doesn't have a lot of range. It should be pretty easily brutalized here. The Stylodon can most definitely just bully these skinks on the flank for a little bit. And now begins the kite. As for my units, I have Temple Guard. They should do pretty well. Not against the cannon, but against everything else, it should be fairly decent. Those cannon shots are pretty brutal. It is already a little low though, so it's a plus. It's a plus. There's our first deliverance of the Itza. All right, so get some to move forward. Hey, let's go. Deliver some more Itza. Just keep delivering. We'll see how that pans out. Supreme shield of the old ones. Okay, there you go. So they got deleted. Absolutely. The Darkling Prince is going over to the flank, whatever. Who cares about that, right? And that's going to be the end of most of his blues for a starter. Now, he does have a Blood Shrine of Khorne. A little spooky, not the end of the world, nothing too crazy. Just go ahead and bully that. Unfortunately, his cannon did rout off my forces there, but it's also not shooting my guys, so I think we're fairly comfy there. There's another Itza delivered. Deliver the Itza. Oh yeah, we can cancel Pavane with Cold-Blooded. I forgot about that. That's pretty funny. Itza's been delivered. Is it good? I don't know. We'll have to see. Hey, Hand of the Gods here should be pretty jokes. And there's my my little chameleons popping off. That's always pretty nice. Okay, there we go. There's our shot. Pretty good damage. And then once that thing's dead, then I'm sitting pretty comfy. Croak is on the job. He should be able to take it out. The artillery piece there. And then now we can just start spamming skinks to secure this point. Over yonder. Looks like my chameleons are doing okay. He did kill off my my poor dude over there. My Bastiladon, but he is losing a lot of forces now. He's on the run. He's absolutely on the run. The Hellforge Bellows looks like they're going down. Very nice. So that's going to be a solid pick for me. The Darkling Prince, though, obviously a little spooky. We'll see. Croak's pretty tanky, though. I don't think Croak's gonna die, right? He's Croak. He's the Lord Croak himself. Just keep running while Gar finishes off that super annoying piece over there. Croak can flee to these guys. Okay, yeah, and there's a very spooky force, right? So now he has the Heartseekers. He's gonna Pavane me, okay. But here's the thing. Croak can definitely save Gar if this is done correctly. So first things first, we're gonna give him the ward save. Alright, then we're gonna bring in the skirmishers. Value-wise, it's actually not too bad. And then we're gonna deliver some Itza. Now, is he gonna notice it? Okay, yeah, he's gonna notice it. Gar gets routed. Hey, pretty good damage still, though. That's not too bad. Now he's going for Croak. Totally fine. God dang, his thing lived, though. His little cannon piece lived. That's a little unfortunate. Gar's probably gonna get massacred here. I get this point at least, but Temple Guard are in a rough position. He did lose his Eternal Entourage. I think Crocky G's probably gonna live. So in the end, it's mostly fine. I trade out Croak for the Eternal Entourage, and the loss of Gar is definitely the worst part here. That Darkling Prince pretty spooky. Skirmishers are doing their best. Gar does live though, which is a plus. And his lord takes a little bit of damage. So in the end, it's not the end of the world, you know. We still have our Cold One Cav here. And he did summon a very, very expensive piece. He did summon an incredibly expensive piece there. Changebringers now, though. Crazy. Even with the skirmishers. Okay. Big spender over here. Is whipping out the boys. At least it means he probably can't summon the Cav to stop my dudes here from popping off. As long as I shut down the Changebringers, I'm totally fine. Gar is gonna have to come back though. His Hellforge Bellows looks like it will be crumbling away. He will be losing a unit of pinks, which is nice. Thank goodness for Chameleon Skinks. That's all I can say. Thank goodness for chameleon skinks. What the crap? Okay, Krokgar. You are in retirement duty for the rest of the battle. We did kill off his big old piece there. He summons in a couple Furies. Who cares? I got a triple cap. Honestly, I'm not too worried. This is fairly manageable as long as my skirmishers keep crushing it. And it appears they will. Should be very difficult for him to kill off my skirms. He's triple capped and he's relying heavily on his air units. That should be pretty rough for him. So I just got to carry out this win. Thank goodness for that Krokgar survival. Thank goodness for that one. Now, can he recapture points? He's going to try and get value with the Changebringers. I do have a bunch of skirmishers. He gets another Pavane, though, which is super annoying. He summons some doggos. What that means he's really out of infantry now, right? Croak already got his value off and doesn't matter too much. Changebringers don't have that much ammunition either. I think if I just keep spamming my super elite cavalry, they should be able to pop off here, right? I have a lot of cavalry, and the triple cap's going to be very difficult for him. He doesn't have a lot of anything on the ground. He has a lot in the air, but not a lot in the ground. Okay, Changebringers were kind of spooky. It's the D summon on them that's scaring me the most. And the fairly low ammunition on these chameleon skinks is also pretty bad. Okay, this one still has a little bit of ammo, so they can just fight that. There you go. There's another rampage. Can't really deal with that. I'm just gonna have to eat it. If I get any damage on the Changebringers, though, it's nice. It means that I really have to worry about the D summon as much. They should just, you know, they just kind of, most of it will be gone. Formulating my thoughts difficult. Hey, Darkling Prince also taking a little bit of heat. That's good. I did get my partial D summon. And do I bring in Gelt Bomb's Terror or whatever it's called? Glet Bomb's Terror. He did net me. That's pretty brutal. Oh, he's losing his lord though. Oh, that's pretty bad. Oh boy. You don't want to lose your lord. Oh, he's dead. Hell yeah. All right, here we go. We're bringing in the terror. It's time. It's time for Mr. Chonky. It's not like he really has that much here to it's not like he really has that much to stop this guy, right? Dang, his blood shrine's even dissipating. Crazy, man. Crazy. All right. So if I just kind of play this value-wise and just kind of slow trade, I'll be fine. Losing his lord is so huge because now he doesn't have a source of terror and his Changebringers are having a rough day. They're starting to crumble. Okay, yeah, he has a couple doggos. There's not much I can do about that. Yeah, I have a couple units, but like, what's he gonna do versus Dino though, right? This guy's sick. Mr. Big Dino's incoming, so he's here to support all this infantry, basically. God, thank God for Krokgar. Krokgar living, holy crap. What a pleasantry. And now, yeah, he only has the 1 point. I have all the time in the world to just slowly win this. A lot of his mobility's flying. I still don't know why he doesn't have Fiends of Slanesh. I feel like Slanesh Fiends would have ruined me pretty hard, but I don't know. I guess he's just feeling pretty comfy here. Hard to tell. He may be able to re-secure some of these points. His Furies do get in there. But the big Dino is powerful. What do I do about these doggos though? Maybe some red crested. Like I said, I have a lot of time to just sit back and chill. I don't have to play this super aggressively and lose out on value. That could result in disaster. You can see he is actually starting to pull back on value. So I must be careful. I could spam more skirmishers. Could spam a hella more skirmishers. That would not be too bad. Okay, pretty good volley over there. You know what? Yeah, skirmishers are not bad. I'm just gonna get more Chameleon Skinks. Now he does re-triple cap me, which is really bad. Honestly, the big dino, don't know how I feel about it, because he doesn't actually have that many targets he can face right now. And he's spamming blues. Interesting, interesting. Now it's gonna fight pretty well, right? But okay, I don't know how I feel about that. At least I have a bunch of skinks that can recapture one of these points. Big Dino can probably get this one before the blues show up here. That should not be a big deal. He does get a route there though. All right, Big Dino. This one's on you. This one's on you. Come on, let's recapture one of these points at least. Okay, there we go. And let's get another skink cohort over there. Big Dino's doing okay. Should be able to stop him fairly well. And then we move our chameleon skinks here. Okay. All right. All right. A little sus. A little sus. Chameleon skinks are decent fighters. They should be fine. Let's see here. His Nurglings over here. I can just out-kite them. That's not a big issue. What is a big issue is that I don't think I'll be able to hold this point for long. Okay, he does lose all of his Furies though. But I think I'm just going to disengage from these blues. Because naturally they are incredibly painful to have to fight against. And instead I'm just going to go for the flank points. Could be a little bit better, I'm not going to lie. Him triple capping me is not that good. Especially since I haven't been able to recapture any of these points. You're kidding me. Come on, little skinkies. Yeah, it feels like the moment I ran out of cavalry, things started going real south. Good Fury maneuvering. Keeping them from getting shot up. That was actually very nicely played. Okay. Come on, you darn Big Dino. I'm gonna take the point at least. There we go. All right, so 1 point is secured. If I can take this one down now, then I'll be fine. It's gonna be a little bit of a slow cap. Krokgar is gonna need to get there. Oh god. Yo, where's my cav, man? His doggo summons. I ran out of cav. Let's see. Do I have any cav summons? Okay, it's decent. Yeah, this dino was not that good of a choice, I feel. I feel like I should have just desummoned my cav and just got them in as soon as possible. Now he's probably gonna win on his late game composition. I think it was just better. I think his late game composition was just better. I'm still gonna scrap it out though, because you never know. Lizardmen are pretty good at recapturing. But I'm really starting to run out of time now, right? Okay, there you go. There you go. There's one capture point. You shouldn't be able to retake that one. I'm gonna need to start going for this one. That's the only play I can make. All right, cavalry, get in there, boys. Oh no. I had him, man. I had him. I totally had him. Yeah, I don't think I'm taking this back unless we get some real chonkiness going on. You know. Oh, come on. Yeah, nah, it's over. God dang. God dang. Honestly, I feel like if I knew Lizardmen slightly better, took a lot more cavalry, I could have won that. The infantry versus the flesh hounds was the brutality. Dang, look at that. Okay, Lord Croak was kind of a meme. He didn't really do that much. Kind of died early. I feel like, yeah, Lord Croak was a meme. The Feral Basildon was a meme. Let's see here. Chameleon Skinks did fine. Yeah, Geltblom's terror was brutality. Ah. All right. I think we totally win that on a rematch, though. Honestly, the skirmishers are so brutal. All right. GG. Kislev, Beastman, Slanesh win. At some point I want to do like a big, you know, play all the factions that I'm super used to. But I feel like I don't really learn that much when I do that. I'm just kind of doing what I already know. What's up, Mr. Keen? Yeah, I'm finally playing Corn today. It'll be crazy. We're testing how close you can bring your lord to death. Oh man. Yeah, I really thought Crocker was just gonna full die there. Very surprised he didn't. That was the only thing that helped me out. But yeah, okay, so Croak and the Bastiladon, very underwhelming. Coldwind Spear Riders were amazing. I feel like if he had Fiends, he could have dominated me though. But Fleshhounds did well enough. What I really needed was just like a little bit more cav, right? Just like a few more cav units and he'd be so screwed, man. He'd be so screwed. Anyway, such is life with the super close games. It means that there will be a multitude of ways that you could have won. Is Core not a good faction right now? No. This list is in order of how knowledgeable I am with the factions, not how good they perform. So Core just happens to be a faction I've never really played much of. Hey Balsy, what's up? What would you change out of your army if you could after playing that? Yeah, I would cut the memes. I would probably go for a I think Krokar is fine. You can totally make do with just like a basic, you know, basic Skink Priest. Chris's Might Night wins, kind of a meme. Harmonic Convergence doesn't really help you that much because there's no close cavalry fights. But Wind Blast absolutely handles situations. Because you mostly want to kill blues and such, right? So just take like a super cheap Wind Blaster instead. Take a whack load of cavalry. Cut this bad boy. Take a million Skink Cohort. And then as long as they're getting supported by the cav, I think you absolutely win it. Is it Hand the Gods insane for Krokar? It's pretty good. Like it's a nice value play for sure. Just Hand of the Gods, it costs, okay, yeah. So you would put them on a cold one or a horned one. Take your pick. But it doesn't like delete units like it used to. Especially against Chariots. So Chariots used to get multi-hit by these abilities. Instead, they only get single hit now. Sally pick for the Changebringers. I have enough range units here. I don't think Salamanders do too much unless they outrange blues, which they probably... I think it's close. I think they could probably bully the blues a bit. I'd be a bit worried about rampages though. Anyways, I think we both kind of played unoptimally that round though. We totally played unoptimally. Hopefully he wins his matches though. Going 3-1 means that maybe you don't make it to semifinals. The classic. Don't non-javelin skinks suck? They're here for capture weight. So this is actually the cheapest, some of the cheapest, fastest capture weight in the game. They have 5 capture weight. So if you take these guys, they got 46 speed. They can just jump on a point and steal it basically immediately. As soon as you get a value lead with your skinks, you can just spam these guys and you're good. The thing that shocks you is how Norska's roster, despite being small, is still decent. Honestly, Norska gets bullied by a lot of factions. I think any faction with strong kite annihilates Norska. So like, you know, they're decent, but the smallness is their weakness. They have a huge hole in their roster where they can't really deal with that kite. But Marauder Horsemen help a lot. Marauder Horsemen will make your roster good. Any faction that can field Marauder Horsemasters and Horsemen is totally fine because that's 6 skirmishers, a lot of speed, pretty good range. Is great. How's my Nurgle game? Actually, not bad. I won a tournament with Nurgle a while ago. Red Cresteds are good for a front line. Yeah, but not in that situation. I was running Red Cresteds into Demons there, you know, just because I needed a unit to fill the gold. But, yeah, I thought their ITP would do well. Nah, they still route to Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds, Fleshhounds and all cavalry crush skinks. So if you want them to do well, they have to be supported by cavalry. And I kind of just ran out that battle. How unfortunate. The cavalry was sick though, dude. Lizardmen cav. Cold One Riders and Cold One Spear Riders. I'm probably taking 6 of them every game. So good. Temple Guard was a little disappointing. He got good focus fire on it with his cannon. Should have been more careful there. Also, yeah, Red Cresteds have pretty rough stats. Pretty rough stats. Not the greatest leadership. Honestly, I don't know how much of a fan I am of them. You only really want them for that armor piercing. They do have poison. But yeah, they'll still die pretty hard. They kill decently fast. Not that fast. 26 melee attack, 27 weapon strength, armor piercing. Let's see if I can find a good comparison. Yeah, if you think red crested skinks kill fast, can I introduce you to marauders with great weapons? Okay, yeah, they have frenzy, which is plus 10 melee attack. But if you factor in like the bonuses from this, the marauder great weapon's actually quite comparable. Red crested skinks actually don't have that much more than marauder great weapons. They're also very similarly priced, which makes sense. Now they do move faster, which is nice. But yeah, you know, no one's drooling over marauders these days, right? Ain't nobody. What's the best chaff for capture weight and cost? Yeah, it is the Lizardmen. Lizardmen skink cohort are up there. Let's see here. For capture weight and cost, the zombies are really good. You basically want something that isn't expendable or extremely cheap. So zombies are really good. They have a lot of capture weight. You have orc boys who are decently speed boosted. Yeah, orc boys are okay. I remember. Oh yeah, no. Okay, this unit though, Empire Spearmen. So Empire Spearmen have slightly less capture weight than zombies, dollar per dollar spent. But they got 30 speed. They got great leadership. Empire Spearmen they're probably the best. Although Chameleon Skinks are very similar, aren't they? The problem is they have more speed, less leadership. So there's your trade-off. All right, so round is done. So we're gonna have to drop this guy from the tournament. There we go. And then you gotta make sure this guy has the right amount of points. Yeah, so his Swiss points need to be adjusted, and then we're good. Okay, so we adjust that. Yeah, when you drop an opponent on Total Tavern, it gives the other person +1 Swiss point, even if the match has already been decided. A little bit of an annoying bug, but we can make do. All right, announcements tourney at Goblins. Round 2. Will Navigator win enough games for us to make it to the finals? His faction lineup isn't the spookiest, so I feel like he'll probably lose some games, but there's always some RNG that can hard carry. We're up against Martin. God dang. Yo, I keep matching into these crazy players round 1. Can't complain though. It's good practice. Who's top bracket? He's top bracket. All right. So his factions are Empire Greenskins, Chaos Beastmen, Slanesh. Interesting. How was the games on this fine evening? We've only played one. It was a very close one. Lizardmen into Demons of Chaos. I think Lizardmen, I gotta remember to take more cav on them. Their infantry, they're not like Empire Spears. Man, Empire Spears, man. I love Empire. I almost want to play like, you know, Antiquity Strong factions tomorrow. Top 5 factions. But I also really want to play some Warcraft. Maybe I'll do that after this stream. I'll do a second stream with some Warcraft 3 action. I hit 1366 MMR, which actually places me at the highest MMR of all the players. It's pretty high. You have an out-of-the-box idea to balance high elves. Let their flying units have capture weight in domination mode. That'd be real weird, and I don't think it would help them out that much. It's a buff, but like, it's real. I don't know. That's like being like, I don't know. It feels like it doesn't really, like, it doesn't make them any more good to play in battle, right? Right now they're struggling in fights. You know, like, you can technically balance factions by giving them more starting tickets, let's say, which is a bit more of an extreme option, right? But like, it doesn't actually change how the battles play out, other than people have to melee them more, and high elves are pretty bad at melee. Yeah, I don't know, man. All right, so he bans Coast and Demons of Chaos. He's Empire Greenskins, Chaos, Beastmen, Slanesh. You know, I'll play Lizardmen. I'll play Lizardmen again. Why not? Let's stick it to the man. Clearly, I gotta get more Lizard practice. We're on Imperial Road. Okay. So, Lizardmen versus Empire Greenskins, Chaos, Beastmen, Slanesh. I don't have to play versus Beastmen or Slanesh, though I think Lizardmen actually have a decent time there. The lack of spears, the lack of cheap spears, more accurately, does hurt them, but if he goes like Empire, Beastmen, Slanesh, I'll play against Beastmen or Slanesh. If he goes Empire, Greenskins, Chaos, I'll probably play against like Greenskins. Can't be that bad, right? Playing a non-challenge tournament. This is a challenge. I'm playing my weakest faction. Slanesh, Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos. I'll play Beastmen. Lizardmen versus Beastmen. Alright, so we're going to apply what we have learned to defeat the forces of the Beastmen. They can't possibly be that difficult to take down, right? Beastmen are fairly manageable, I would say. I think the Minotaur single entities are probably their scariest. It's probably the scariest part. The Shredder of Lustria. I want to go Shredder of Lustria builds, but the goal with this list is like, it's how well I know the factions, right? Being a Lizardman Shredder one trick doesn't feel, it doesn't sit right with me, you know? Alright, so let's see. Beastmen, what do they really suffer against? Okay, this is kind of hilarious, but oh man, actually that's kind of hilarious. Okay, I have to do this then. Let's see here. Okay, so I can't take any of those. Actually, wait a second. Wait just a darn second. Okay, this should be a very fun build then. Okay, I got I got some shenanigans, guys. Will it work? We will have to see. Ooh, okay, wait. No, I have... I have some extreme shenanigans. Okay. This ain't no normal shenanigans, guys. This is shenanigans to the max. I gotta be... If I can't win with this build, what am I even doing, right? Oh, crap. No, I can't do that. Crap. Alright, well, okay. Minor shenanigans, then. Only minor shenanigans. I guess I might as well take this guy, then. We'll get some of this down. We'll take that ability. Double salamander. Okay, that would be... Double salamander is kind of crazy. I must admit. Okay, so I don't need that guy, then. And all I really need... Actually, you know... Is this a good unit? Such an old unit, but maybe it's still good, you know. Let's try it, and then I can take me some of these. Oh yeah, this lizardman build is worthy. This lizardman build is worthy for sure. Yeah, Doomballs are a little annoying, but I think this build crushes it, man. Now, Centaurs definitely kill my cavalry really well. There's no getting around that. Honestly, Lizardman Manti just feels a lot weaker. Feels so much weaker than Empire Manti. The Cav Max feels weaker than Kislev Cav Max. What is the play style here? I could go insane on the single entities, but let's not for now. Okay, this is hilarious, though. Okay, probably not, though, right? Probably not. Do I even need infantry? We're going no infantry lizardman. Every build I go just ends up being a no infantry build, doesn't it? Let's see here. The thing is, lizardmen are interesting in that they have basically like similar tools to the Norscan mammoths, in that they have giant monsters that can clear infantry like no one's business. Bastillodon spam. That's actually pretty jokes. Very tempted for that. You know what? This is an okay build. I think it's totally fine. It checks all the boxes. Should be good enough. It's Beastmen versus Lizardmen. How hard can it be? Yeah, Gelt's Terror. Balthazar Gelt's Terror. All right, here we go. The Shredder of Lustria build is hilarious, but I just can't go it all the time. I gotta learn their intricacies. It seems like Lizardmen, the main thing is their infantry have to have some sort of support. Now this time around, I'm gonna go for the Pterodon business. And I brought the Thunderous one because I think it's you know, it's very underused. It has a ranged attack from the ground. It has a ground kind of shotgun or machine gun range attack. 8 shots per volley. Lots of damage. Has Judgment of Uxmak. I got a Tempest Caster. So this is obviously an air dominance build. These don't count as 360-degree skirmishers, by the way. Just pretty jokes. And he brought double Wargore. Okay. Spicy indeed. Double gore. I also have a feral. I have a feral Saurian. That part's pretty funny too. All right, so we'll start with this. Run, Yadaran Centaurs, run. This land is too dangerous for you. Interesting build, I must say. This is going to be a Pterodon feast, though. What a nasty Vanguard, though. He does have quite a few dudes here. Not a lot of ranged, however. Definitely not a lot of range. So I don't know how that'll actually pan out for him. Okay. There's one rock drop. There's two. I can get another one over here. Gonna min-max some rock drops. Okay, we got one route. That's pretty cool. There's another one. Brutality. Indeed. And then I just gotta escort his guys off, right? Should be fairly straightforward. Yeah, there's another route. Okay. I have a rock drop on this guy. Okay. Should be able to just rock drop them. Escorting is gonna be super important here to min-max our ammunition. Ooh, that's a pretty good rock drop over there. Does trigger their passive, unfortunately, but not much we can do with that. Now, the question is, does he have harpies? Look, if the guy doesn't have harpies, he's just dead, right? I don't know what else to say. No harpies is pretty brutal. Oh, okay, he's going for the Lord Snipe. Makes sense, makes sense. So we're gonna have to keep these guys alive. Lordy over here having a bit of a rough day. Thankfully, rock drop's good. Rock drop's pretty decent. There's one over there. Ooh, and he lives. And he lives. Good God, kind of terrifying. All right, yeah, this thing's no shredder, right? But anyways, its missile attacks are pretty good. I should be able to chase off the rest of his fools. Lord over here, he's still alive. Value lead is definitely ours. And then as long as these Centaurs never make it back onto the battlefield, I should be totally fine. And so begins the kitening. I may be able to just kill his lord here if I'm lucky. That would be the best case scenario. Some of his guys might actually rally, unfortunate. I'm kind of hoping he brings in harpies though, because I do have Tempest. We'll have to see how this pans out. Gore hooves we'll have to deal with. Just has a couple, oh, Razor Gore herd. Okay, they're not that scary. Yeah, unfortunately, some of his guys do rally. Did I use all my rock drops? Oh, this one hasn't yet. Okay. I'll keep him on hotkey 3. So he might be able to actually get some work done. He might think that the rock drops are done here, when in reality, I have more. There you go. Get rock dropped. Oh my gosh. Rock drop into the hammer of cavalry. Absolute brutality. And now I just bring in the mobility, right? Honestly, Cav Max Lizardman, pretty funny. Cav Max Lizardman is definitely up my alley in terms of builds that I enjoy playing. He does have some Minotaurs here that we'll have to bully, but otherwise he's in pretty rough shape. Let's be real. We have used all of our rock drops now. We routed off his Centaurs here. His lord is looking pretty rough. Let's get some infantry here. Yeah, he's getting bullied. Yeah, this is the Lizardman Cav Max, isn't it? This is a fat Lizardman Cav Max. Oh god, yo, Thunderous one is an old school cool for sure. Like, you know, everyone loves the Shredder of Lustria, but it is really expensive. By going for the Thunderous one, I can go way harder on the Air Force. And cavalry on the ground and all that. And that just seems powerful, doesn't it? It just seems extraordinarily powerful. Because, like, you don't need a Shredder of Lustria all the time, you know? Sometimes you can make do with just a couple pterodons in the sky. It's all you really need. That Tempest, that might have hurt my dudes more than it hurt him. Whatever, I'm sure it's fine. He's basically army wiped now, right? And then I just bring in more Cav to finish the job. The moment his lord is dead, it's over. The moment he dies, it's over. Look at this thing. Already got 1300 value, almost 1400. Amazing. There's the capture. And there's his lord dead. And without his lord, he's pretty screwed. And this thing's just thundering away. Yo, the thunderous one, so hype. So hype, man. Dude, thunderous one. This is what people used to bring into Beastmen, by the way. When I say it's an old school pick, this was before the Shredder of Lustria. This was like a decade ago, man. Millennia ago. Alright, yeah, this is Cav charge. It's gonna be pretty brutal. Anyways, the moment I resummon all my Pterodons, he's just dead. Because I think the guy didn't bring Harpies. Against the guy who loves Kite. Honestly, kind of surprised that we didn't see like a lot more Harpies. Because like this is kind of my thing, right? You know, at this point, if you're not preparing for Anticity Kite, it's kind of on you, right? Or maybe he thought I was gonna infantry max. Like, I don't know. He had double Wargore, but like it didn't really feel like he was ready for a Shredder either. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about his build. Maybe he was just ready for a more traditional Lizardman build. The value diff, yeah, the value diff is pretty crazy. Anyways, yeah, here comes the mass. The mass of dudes. You can see Skinks pretty bad on the brace. Darn Skinks, man. Skinks, I really respect Skinks a lot less now that I've seen Empire Knights. Wow, he actually killed it though. Oh my gosh, he actually killed the thing. That's kind of crazy. Did not expect that. Let's not turn this one into a throw too. Yep. Alley-oop. Ooh, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. I love how these guys still get terror routed, by the way. When you're chasing a unit that is big and spooky, yeah, you do absolutely still terror route. Which can be very bad. There's another one. God, the no Harpies, man. He actually didn't bring Harpies, the mad lad. So I can actually probably just heal this bad boy up, right? I don't think there's a world where he chases it off. Not with these guys here. Yeah, and he's back. Oh boy. That's gonna be brutal. He should be triple cap soon. Air Force One to Slan, we are in hot pursuit. Yo, the Pterodons, so these guys, I love them so much because they desummon at exactly the midpoint of the battle. A lot of other skirmishers, you don't typically get a resummon on them. But these guys, boy oh boy, do they get that sick, easy resummon. And nobody prepares for them, I guess. Pretty good. Rock drops. Rock drops did great. Chameleon Stalkers are kind of just YOLO'd. Yeah, any matchup without Furies, okay? Just give me any matchup without Furies, and I'll do great with these guys. I thought Orange Skinks were awful. How did they do this fight? Pretty awful, yeah. I don't know. The Chameleon Stalkers can be okay, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very tempted to just be like, you know what? Screw Lizardman Infantry. They've been really underwhelming, and it feels like they're costing more than they're worth, right? I have to spend so much defending them. Like, what are they doing? What's the Lizardman Infantry even doing? Answer me that, chat. None of my infantry have done well today. All my cav and monsters have been doing fine. Yeah, I don't know, man. power crept since Warhammer 2 until you realize pterodons have been untouched for the last like millennia. Turan's hosting an SFT today. Oh well, I gotta play that then, right? Ooh, he's hosting an SFT at 5. Literally right as my tournament finishes. Turan, you naughty dog. You naughty dog. This guy wants me to stream a bit longer, doesn't he? Well, I guess I must. Play New Mechabellum? I want to, but I've been sinking my teeth into Warcraft 3 recently. Yeah, look, here's the thing, right? Not all lizards are good at ripping and tearing, right? You know, these are less Komodo dragon, more wall salamander. Also, yeah, I feel like these guys, they perform really well the more micro you have, because rock drop optimization is their big thing. Would love to see you play that. Yo, one day, one day. Anyways, Turan's hosting. So we're doing a double tourney. Hell yeah. Carnos doesn't seem bad versus Cav or single entity monsters. Yeah, Carnosaurs are fine. How's your Warcraft 3 arc been going? Yo, I am doing... I'm top of the MMR race right now. I'm at 13... what was it? 1350-ish right now. And I'm still winning a lot of games. Now, I think I will probably start to peak at around 1400-ish unless I start learning more strategies. I've been doing a lot of Farseer Headhunter, which is just Grubby's noob build, essentially. But Farseer Headhunter, it comes down to just like, can you micro well, right? No Saurus? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking, you know what? Screw it. Lizardman infantry sucks so much. If there's one thing Warhammer has taught me, don't take the units that suck. Like, what are they gonna do to counter your Cav? Bring spears against a Feral Dreadsaurian? What, you want to bring range units first, Cav? That might actually work, yeah. So just go pure Cav. Could just take a bunch of horned ones. Maybe. Have you used Saurus shields yet? They're okay. So these guys, they cost 800. The closest thing you can compare them to are Plague Bearers. They're basically Plague Bearers. You know, lots of HP, slow and grindy. Lots of weapon strength, but otherwise the stats are fairly low. They're very slow too at 31 speed. That part's kind of brutal. Well, anything that's bad is overpriced. You can make anything viable if you make it cost nothing, right? Interchangeable. Anyways, Saurus. They're okay. They're fine, right? You know, it's a unit. It's a unit, but like, Lizardmen don't really main tide that well, as far as I can see, anyways. And it's not even like they need to main tide for capture weight. Lizardmen have great capture weight. So like, what's the point of this infantry? I guess the point of the infantry is to like fight against the enemy infantry, but they're not that good at it. They're very slow. They can get outmaneuvered. They absolutely don't complement my build either. I'm honestly thinking 6 Pterodon Tempest Caster and then like 2 horned ones. I'm actually considering such insanity because the Pterodons mulch infantry. Those rock drops can rout off infantry units for 600 and you desummon to get 300 back. Like, it's so cost effective, these guys. Fire Leech Bowlers are great. So I have more than enough anti-infantry. If I'm really worried, Feral Dreadsaurian in reserve will mop the floor. And these guys kill single entities too. Now, it'll come down to their anti-air, but like, yeah, I think it's fine. How much capture weight do Croxagores have? It's 5 capture weight for all non-expendable infantry. Is this just a Lizardmen stream? No, we're doing the bottom 5. So I could play Corn today. I could play Dwarves. That's pretty hype. Saurus can screen skirmishers, but they'll never catch them. Yeah. Saurus will grind in melee, but they'll never find a fight. It's the curse. It's the curse of the Saurus. Yeah, screening with 800 gold. And there's nothing to protect, right? So the only time you would want infantry is you want to protect your backline. So the only time I think you would take Saurus is if you're kind of going for like the Charix style. Oh, I'm mixing up Charix and Caravdir the other way now. But yeah, if you go for Salamander hunting packs and you are able to defend them, Humble Tie is not bad. Yeah, if you take these guys and you can defend them, then you run the infantry and they just kind of, you know, this can be a win condition. If I play Lizardmen again, maybe I'll try this style. DOC is Demons of Chaos. Great content, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Colossadon Hunters, are they good? Far too squishy. In the current meta, everyone's taking direct damage abilities. I guess they have 10 entities, though. So that does make them a little bit more hardy against spells. 6,000 HP means that they are Pegasus Knights, though, right? So let's just compare these guys to your classic Petonians. Now, here's the thing. We've seen Charix. We've seen Charix actually run the dreaded Royal Pegasus Knights. And if he can run Royal Pegasus Knights, maybe I can run Colossadon Hunters. Colossadon Hunters have more damage, but fewer entities. Less melee attack. They don't have perfect vigor. Are these guys just way worse? They have frenzy. Okay, the frenzy helps. No shields, no armor. God, it's an even squishier Pegasus Knight. You're kidding me. No blessing of the lady. The only thing they got going for them is Toad Rage, which is a really nice damage buff, but god dang, they are squish. I can't believe that we found something that's a bigger glass cannon than Royal Pegasus Knights. Okay, Toad Rage is okay, but like, god, that's such a glass cannon. 1350 is good for Warcraft 3. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's very exciting. And yeah, corn. We'll get some corn action today. 3 more matches until the next round. Some people have to drop out, so my odds of making it to semifinals has increased mildly. Looks like B6 has 2 wins. Charix is at 1. Hell yeah. If I match into Charix next round, I'm set for life, right? So Charix actually lost to B6 round 1. A few upsets is really good for us. A few upsets helps us out a lot. Navigator's been winning too, which means my opponent points are high. I'm in 5th place currently. If I win another match, we're set. We're so set. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna instantly make it to semis. And then we play Turan's tournament with, I don't know. I'll do a poll. Out of the bottom tier factions, or I go Sweat Lord and I play like Kislev. Probably not though. I gotta practice. Practice makes perfect. All right, we don't fear the losses. We embrace them and we learn. Anyway, Zone has to drop out too. Oishikun's probably gonna be on the 2-win streak though, which will... Oh, Oishikun lost to Nachofer? God dang, okay. Maybe we do make it to semis today. Yo, a finished Demons of Chaos with all the demon updates. Oh my gosh. Yo, maybe I should play Demons of Chaos. Play Demons of Chaos in the tournament. I could play Khorne in the tournament. That would be a good way to, you know, see if I know how to play them or not. Yeah, how do you even play Khorne? Obviously, you don't take infantry, right? Obviously, you don't take infantry. Yo, if I were to play Khorne, you know how I play, right? I would totally just go like... I would probably just go like Minotaur Blood Beast max. 3 Wrathmongers, right? And then like 4 horse skirmishers and just have like no infantry. The thing is, Khorne infantry is actually good. But like, come on, man. Look at this. Look at the Unga Bunga, man. Oh my gosh, it's so hype. You could totally go Moby max. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Wrathmongers. Yo, it'd be hype. It'd be pretty hype. Any chances for more XCOM streams? I want to play more XCOM too. Right now, though, I really need to experiment to try and find a format that works on this channel. Because if I don't, then bills get harder to pay. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna focus on that. My weekends are really busy now too. My weekdays are more free. So like maybe if I feel like doing more streams post mainstream, I can do some XCOM. God, there's so much to do. I think right now though, a lot of my time's being eaten up by Warcraft 3. I've just been having so much fun with it. Have you ever seen Frostpunk? I have indeed. Frostpunk 1 was great. Never played 2 though. I think some people said 2 wasn't as good, but they put in they had like an update recently that makes it more like 1. I don't know. So much to do, so little time. It's really weird being a streamer and let's see here. It's really weird being a streamer and feeling like you don't have enough time to play games. Oh, God. I guess work is work in the end. Although, I will say I am getting my fill of Warhammer, that's for sure. I've been having a great time with Warhammer. Now, Oishi-kun did get the win against Zone, which means Oishi is now at 1 Swiss point. They did lose earlier. The next round begins. Next round begins. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what people do against this Khorne build. I think the scariest thing is like Kite, obviously, but maybe it's fast enough to just catch and bully Kite. Big question mark on that one. Alrighty, here we go. Dang, the heart spam. Oh my gosh, you guys. You guys. Alright, so Oishi has the correct number of Swiss points now. So we're going to advance the Swiss and message everybody that the next round is beginning. The Goblins, round 3. And I'm up against Extreme Demigod. Okay. Yo, yo. Alright. I haven't seen them around before, so I think we ended up getting matched down, which is actually not what we need. It's actually not what we need. So I'm like way below a lot of people now. I have a good amount of opponent points, but yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up to Navigator, B6, Maximillionaire, and the like. We'll see. If Navigator wins his next match, who is he playing against? Turan. He probably will. Then I'll have a good chance of making it to semis. I think we'll be okay, though. Susness increasing. Faux show. Let's see, what are my factions? All right, there they are. the map is going to be Edge of the Darkwood. Yo, you guys want to watch me play Corn this one? Extreme Demigods factions are Dark Elves X5. Hell yeah, man. Alright. Okay, so you are Dark Elves. My 3 are... I think I'm the one picking 3, right? Because... Okay, so I think I just give my 3 then. Let's see here. Yeah, it's bottom bracket that chooses. Okay. So against Dark Elves, I think Khorne is a good one. The Kite is actually not as great versus Khorne as other factions, I think. Dwarves is hilarious. I should practice my Dwarves into Dark Elves. Lizardmen into Dark Elves is a little sus. But I think I would get more practice playing Demons of Chaos into Dark Elves. So Khorne, Dwarves, Demons of Chaos. No Lizardmen this match. Karavthir. Thank you very much for the 2 months. Didn't Wrathmongers lose 6 speed? That doesn't mean they're weak. Weaker doesn't mean weak. Was this about a fire alarm going off as your reason? There's no fire alarm going off here right now. At least it shouldn't be. The Dowie! He picks Dowie, eh? Alright. Here we go. Oh, is that just a highlighted message? I can't tell if it's highlighted or you became a member. I think it's just highlighted. No, it says member X2. I don't know, man. Regardless, thank you for being a member in general. It's your fire alarm. Get out of there, man. Get out of there. All right. So, Dwarves versus Dark Elves. An oldie. This one's an old fun matchup. Depends on, yeah, you know, you should at least check to make sure it's a false alarm. At least check. But yeah, so Dwarves versus Dark Elves. I think the matchup is not bad for Dwarves. I think there's a lot of things that Dark Elves can do, which are very scary. But in general, I think this is fairly comfortable for the Dowie. It should be fairly comfortable. You fear Slayers, Copters, and Quarrelers. Yeah, there's a lot to be afraid of. There is a lot that you must fear. Dwarves are absolutely no joke. But how do I spend my money? This seems fine. This seems, yeah, this seems totally fine, actually. Because, like, Dwarves have gotten a lot of buffs. Dark Elves have really fallen off. They fell off a cliff, man. They are not what they used to be. And that will put them at a mighty, mighty disadvantage indeed. Do I want this unit? You know, if he goes for the 6 minutes no... He goes for the 6 minutes no rush strat. You know, it could be a little annoying. I gotta make sure I have some tools for that. It's probably fine though. Or yeah, it's probably fine. Or nah, I should take at least one of these. All right, there we go. Good enough build. I'm not worried, man. It's just Dark Elves. Chill. Dark elves indeed. Bring the terracotta sentinel. I'm playing Dowie. Alright. Will we see a fast for a dwarf build? Actually, yes. So I took a bunch of rangers. Because the only thing I really fear is like Shade Kite. In general, dwarves win the melee fight if they want to. And for me, my reserves is made out of miners with blasting charges and doomseekers. And they shred infantry. That's kind of the big difference between before and now. So in theory, I should just be able to take a rather stupendous amount of ranged infantry and not really care. I wish it was a kite build. Anyways. Should I just ready up like this? Should I just... Alright. Anyways, you know what? Ready, good luck, have fun! Yeah, so... He has 10 units. I have 15. He's as good as dead. How do you feel about Murderous Prowess being an activated ability? Honestly, it's kind of fine where it is right now. It kind of makes it interesting. I think it would be, it would make things a lot more boring. The fact that it's like, you know, it's like the Dark Elves are getting excited, right? They're getting excited to use to get into the fight. Okay, this doesn't matter. Yeah, you know, they're getting excited to get into the fight. It kind of makes sense. Also, if he brings in chariots, that's why I have the gyro bomber. Malachi can also snipe chariots, which is nice. You know what if I bait him out? You think I can like one-shot his thingamajig? Oh god, okay, so there's his shades. So he did bring a shade core. Good to see, good to see. I gotta get all my ranged in line first though. Alright, here we go. It's much more important that I get a good volley off rather than capture points right now. I think that is far more important. Okay, there we go. Alright, Blood Rack Shrine, come at me, bro. He's gotta know that I have a stupendous amount of range units. Dodges with the Blood Rack. Pretty good, honestly. Okay, alright, Mr. Opponent. So I see you are Spice. Now where your shades at, man? I know you got shades here. You just spotted me. Which means that they're over here. Alright. You know what? This is time for a gyro bomber action. So at least I got a pretty decent return fire on him. My guys are shielded. His shades are not. It's ranged v ranged. My range is far superior than his though. And Malachi can poke at that Medusa. That part is for much sure. He doesn't have a lot of dudes. Doesn't have a lot of infantry in general. So if I just kind of hokey poke, we'll be fine. These guys heal. So his magic's actually a little lackluster in this particular circumstance. You can see how annoying the shades can be. Their pull away strats are very spooky indeed. But the gyrocopters can spot them. So it's not like I don't have options there. His Dark Riders on the flank are no issue. Let's scoot these guys up. His magic shouldn't be too bad. And remember, we do outrange him. Do I bring in the Brotherhood of Grimnir? I feel like they'll just get murdered, right? I should totally just get my Slayers in here. Now, where are your shades at, man? I know you got shades. Yeah, they are. All right. So, yeah, the Gyrocopter is cool because they can bait out his fire and let me shoot at him. Another lost Winds of Magic cast over there is pretty bad for him. As long as we dodge with this, my range units will continue to get value. There's the first unit of Harpies. Doesn't matter because I have a million ranged. We definitely focus fire these Dark Shards to death. And yeah, now we just get more miners in there. Harpies again massacred. Okay. And honestly, the Bugmans are like the absolute destroyers of his army. Bugmans are one of the absolute most annoying units that he will have to face because they're healing. The end. Because they're healing. So they don't really lose a lot of entities or anything. I'm just gonna suicide these miners, and they don't really have much of a purpose outside of this. I just gotta be a little wary with my dudes. There you go. We blast them into oblivion. We target fire over here. Nice. My range unit's doing great. And a couple of witch elves will be no issue for sure. We don't worry about witch elves when we have bomb drops like these. Oh my goodness, the brutality. Pretty good. Still got to be a little careful with these guys. Got to spread them out carefully. Should be able to push him back over here. And we bring in the Doom Seekers. Malachi's getting a lot of work in. And then, yeah, I've bought myself a little bit more space here. That's nice. Witch Elf shouldn't be able to do much. Not with the gyrocopters on him. He does have a cav summon, though. But as it stands, he doesn't have enough cavalry, right? He doesn't have enough cavalry to really get work done. My little regenerating boys doing great. I will have more miners in a second. And we're just kind of playing this Napoleonic style. Just wide lines of ranged infantry. Shooting away. Good dodges, though, on that Medusa. He's definitely a strong player. He doesn't know what he's doing. Okay, so first things first, we just gotta kill these witch elves, and we gotta harry these cavalry units. Witch elves get deleted, so I guess that's one way to deal with them. Yeah, they're absolutely dead now. Okay, so let's just target fire his shades then. This miner can screen. Gyrocopter's doing a good job slowing him down. And then if I park here and just drop bombs on him, he should be a dead man. Medusa will go down. There you go. There's a bomb drop. Ooh, that's a brutal one. Okay, so they're just dead. Goodbye, cavalry unit. You served well for the cause, but not well enough. And now I can just spam slayers, right? He's really starting to run out of units now. You can see the value trading is not going his way, to say the least. Value trading is going pretty atrociously because I bought an anti-kite build, right? Like, I think Dark Elves are kind of forced to have to go for this kind of range business. And then when Dwarves just take too many range units of their own, you just kind of get screwed. Those were some amazing bomb drops, by the way. They worked out really well. And the Bugmans healing, man, so good. So good. All right, so they're massacred now. Now, I think my opponent definitely could have won against an even slightly lesser player. The thing is that this was a very popular matchup in Warhammer 2. My years of experience paying off. But no, I've played this matchup, this particular style, in Conquest probably at least 20 times. And not only that, this also happens to be one of my favorite matchups. At least one of my favorite matchups from the era. So needless to say, my opponent kind of hard countered himself in this. He kind of ended up getting hard countered in this particular case. This is exactly what I love to do. I love playing these range fights. It's also kind of similar to the dwarf mirror matchup. A lot of ranged positioning and jockeying. His harpies here should just get murdered. Nice. And at this point, the battle's pretty done. Yeah, I have like a 4K lead. I have like a 4K lead, man. Maintenance people are going crazy on the fire alarm. Dang. That sounds annoying. Almost as annoying as getting massacred by a dwarven range build that just hard counters your kite. I'm pretty sure he's out of units too. Brutal. Couple Corsairs, not a big deal. I almost have my entire force here summoned on in. If I just position my dudes here, he should never be able to get past them. Rangers are doing a good job covering that situation. And then the bomber one. Yo, gyro bombers are so fun. Oh my goodness, I love them. Oh, he gets a good volley though. I lose 2. He'll pay for that one. Oh, he'll pay for that one. Man, that's only 2 bomb drops and they almost rout. I think if I charge them, that might actually do it. His lord's gone too, so don't have to worry about her. The Brotherhood of Grimnir, they're back. I didn't even realize they died. Whoopsie daisies. Or did I summon them in? I think I summoned in the Doom Seekers, not the Brotherhood. Brotherhood's really hard to kill, so I'd be surprised if they just up and died. I feel like Bugmen should be even better in Conquest. I think they're just good in general. Conquest does let you make maximum usage of their regeneration though. Although I will say in this case they're doing not bad. Like these guys are heal capped. No, they're still regenning. But yeah, 5 regenning Bugmans. Brutality is now completely and utterly out of units. He has nothing left. And I have almost everything. I'm 3 Slayers down. I can desummon these Rangers. Desummon the Rangers just to get the ammunition reload. Guess the Gyrocopter's gonna die, but it's fine. Harpies don't really do too well against Slayers. You guys know Harpies are actually... They have a lot of weapon strength, but they're mostly a melee defense type unit. So they do lose there, despite my Slayers being anti-large. And that's gonna be GG. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Honestly, that brings me back. Dwarves, man. Dwarves, such a menace. GG. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so Martin gets a Swiss point. How would you improve rune magic? I don't know, buff it by like ×2, except for the slowing ability. And yeah, it's just buff it, man. just make the numbers bigger and it'll always be more interesting, and tune it more towards like spell resist. I feel like that'd be cool. But like, I don't know, or like rune magic, maybe you can put it on your units. So like maybe make it super long cooldown, but you give the rune to the unit of infantry that you want, right? So like you can give a unit plus like, you know, 60 armor for like the whole battle, basically. That would be interesting, and it would make it very different from normal magic. Anyways, yeah, the Bugman's dominated. Oh, the Rangers dominated too. Yeah, you can't. This is one of the problems, right? So you run into hard counters a lot when you're playing as Dark Elves here. This build is really good versus a lot of Dark Elf builds, and it's only really bad. It's only slightly bad versus like a full rush. Whereas Dark Elves, if the Dwarves bring the right build, you just get hard countered. I think the Doom Seekers specifically. I think the Doom Seekers make this way worse. Also, Gyro Bombers are amazing. I love my mobile skirmishers, man. I love them. Base campaign setup. Yeah, actual campaign army. Would love to see a campaign buff to Bugmans. Give them horrible regeneration. They revive dead dwarves with the smell of beer. Okay, but that's not loreful, right? It's not loreful. Would Quarrelers work instead of Rangers in this type of playstyle? No. At least against a proficient enough Dark Elf player. Rangers have stock, so you can't spot them. And this is really important to make sure they don't get outflanked by the shades. Because if you have 4 units of shades focusing 1 ranger, the ranger is just dead. They're just gone. So you can't really afford to have you can't afford to have that happen. And to prevent that, you use stealth to your advantage. Use your gyro bombers to spot his units. Would be too crazy if dwarf campaign runes were available as unit upgrades in multiplayer. It would be spicy. I think that's a really easy way for CA to make it unbalanced. Because then if you could put runes on anything, like it'd be hard to make it where everyone isn't just taking the best rune. But it'd be cool. I'm sure you could make it work. Honestly, I would love it, but do I trust CA to implement it right? I don't know. What corn units would you rely on against the lizardmen? I don't know this. I think the scariest thing is getting kited by the lizardmen, though. Their infantry kite is so annoying. Like chameleon skinks, you need something with like 90 speed to catch them properly. Yeah. I guess you could take Hellforge Bellows. You know, this build's not bad. So you take Hellforge Bellows to kind of wear down the kite a little bit, and the rest is just a lot of mobility. You have 40 speed, which is Slanesh tier. No, okay, not quite Slanesh tier. I guess no one's Slanesh tier, but you know, Wrathmongers is still pretty spoody. And then you just use the Blood Beasts and your Minotaurs to run them down. Should be good enough. Anyways, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of campaign stuff they can slap into multiplayer to spice things up. But first off, they gotta... First things first. They have to make it... They have to make, like, the underused units usable. They have to make a lot of these never used units usable, because there's so much potential that's already easily added, right? Like the Slaughter Brute in multiplayer. God dang, that'd be interesting. Imagine people running Beasts of Nurgle again. Imagine people using Chosen more often outside of just Turan. Yeah, there's, you know, imagine people using High Elves in general. They could add a whole faction to multiplayer. I guess Charix wins with them. Charix stands by the fact that High Elves are strong. How are their stats right now, anyways? Stats. High Elves have a 42% win rate. If High Elves are strong, people don't know how to play them. Guess they realize vampire accounts have a higher win rate than Slanesh and Beastmen now. Are we winning? Pretty well. Now, vampire accounts is weird though, because there's only one guy that plays them a lot, and he like only plays them. That being Maximillionaire. Maxi loves vampire accounts, man. That's the only thing he does. And a little bit of other stuff too. He's still a really good player, but boy does he love counts. And he's really inflating the win rate right now. He's really inflating that win rate. I don't think they need to be nerfed though. They're definitely really strong. But like, I don't want to I want Assy to nerf them just because one player is doing really well with them. Like, no one else is really able to pick up vampire accounts. I think he's just good. Dragon Princes. Oh yeah. Some Dragon Prince action once again. Be good. So let's say at the highest level, are High Elves good? I still don't think so. I don't think Charix will play High Elves versus like the actual top tier factions at the highest level. I think he can do well with High Elves, okay? Like, but at best, I would say A- tier on High Elves at the best level. But I think if it was Charix's High Elves against Charix's Wood Elves are gonna win it. I think if it's High Elves versus a lot of these factions, I think a Khorne's very kiteable, but like, let's say like a Warriors of Chaos. Like, I don't think Charix's High Elves is beating my Warriors of Chaos. Yes, that is a challenge. But I don't think, like, you know, if we played like a best of 5, I think maybe I lose one of those games. Because he can surprise me. But like, I think the more we play it, the more Warriors of Chaos favorite it gets. Like, they just don't have the tools. You know? At best, they just have the one kite build. Like, and like, yeah, okay, the Altharian micro is good, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think they're like good. We'll see though. We'll see. When Turan has his next grand finals, you know, if Charix wins with High Elves in the grand finals, so be it. If only tier 5 cav units had AP. They can also just have ludicrous damage and it's okay too. Ludicrous charge bonus and melee attack. I'll take that. Although I guess it doesn't really help that much first infantry. Yeah, I think AP is just kind of important. Although Kislev cavalry doesn't have AP and they're pretty spooky. You just have to give them glorious charge. Give more elite cavalry glorious charge. That's the solution to everything. I'm joking. Dragon action. They've been buffed so many times. Yeah, nah. I don't even see Charix use dragons. Wanted to see Charix play Bretonia so bad last stream. Yo, his Bretonia is crazy. He's a good one. He's a very scary player. Love to see Hawk Riders get a buff. Yeah, lots of units. Lots of units. Another faction being stronger doesn't really change them being strong. Just that they're not the top tier army. I don't think that's his comment. Okay, alright. So, like, I think, well, okay, if Charix is saying High Elves is not garbage, I think he's on to something. I think at the highest level, High Elves, they have some good matchups. I think he said he wouldn't play High Elves against Beastmen, though. So that does say something, but I think High Elves have a good matchup into Khorne. They might have a good matchup into Demons of Chaos, the Dark Elves. He didn't say he liked the Grand Cathay matchup. He won it because he caught me off guard. Greenskins, I would say, is probably pretty bad. Yeah. They could beat Norska, though, which is a surprise. They can probably beat Nurgle. Definitely they can beat Skaven. Maybe even Ogre Kingdoms. Probably not Slaanesh, Doom Kings. Maybe Tzeentch. They might even be good versus counts. I would say High Elves. Better than you'd expect. Better than you'd expect. Probably not garbage at the highest level. I think at the mid tier for sure. Yeah, you know, I'd be willing to agree then. If the statement is High Elves are not garbage, I think that's definitely true. I think there's a lot of factions that are way worse. I think that is correct. I concede. Round 4. At the mid tier, yeah, at a mid tier for sure, they're really weak. But yeah, they got some teeth. All right, we're up against Oishi. If we win here, that means that he's not making it to semis, which means I probably am. Navigators against Charix. Navigator has 3 Swiss points. Sick. Yeah, if I win this, we're probably okay. It's gonna be a little close, I'm not gonna lie. Knocking out Oishi, though, is a solid way to secure map position. He doesn't have the most opponent points, though, and losing to me will make it even worse. But this is the best shot we have, right? Jacker, Skins, Navigator, and Maximillionaire. We'll see. If I don't make it, I can still cast the finals, though. Should be fun. Who's the better lord for high elves? Eltharion is the best lord for high elves right now. I think he's like the only guy you should ever take. If dragons could do breath attacks from the ground, they would be better. I think they can, just not in melee. I may be incorrect, but no, it wouldn't really make them that much better. Dragons right now have some of the biggest hitboxes in the game, and they're kind of squishy. So, and their animations are really bad. That's probably the worst part about dragons. They have a hard time actually escaping. If you give them a lot more mass, I think that would be good. But they're not really an infantry clear tool. I don't know. Big single entities that are expensive generally have to kill infantry at a decent pace. Otherwise, you lose to Mantide, which is a pretty popular playstyle right now. Yeah, you could make their breath attacks better, or you could increase their mass, and I think that would tackle some of the bigger issues with dragons. Wood elf dragons are viable, right? It depends on your definition of viable. Maybe barely viable. Maybe barely viable. Also, yo, who's Oishi playing? I should check. Wood elves, dark elves, vampire counts. Kislev greenskins, whipping out the big boys. I'll ban his wood elves. That just seems painful. And I'll ban his Kislev. And then I just have to beat counts. That's pretty easy. Because it's what? Dark elves or greenskins otherwise? Easiest fight of my life, honestly. Honestly, it's pretty chill. Alright, and the map is Itza. Alright, now who's yeah, so Navigator's playing against Charix. If Navigator loses that, then I think we're done for making it to semis. Because Charix is going to be above us because he beat Navigator. Navigator's going to be above us because he beat me. And then easily I can imagine other people having enough Swiss points. If Charix loses, though, very high chance I make it to semis. Here's the thing, though. We're betting against Charix. That's pretty bad. Also, yes, most single entity monsters are bad against infantry. You want ones with good animations. So we're talking your Jabberslights, your Mammoths, your Frostworms of the Kislev variety. And then you also gotta not be a bullet sponge. So dragon animations are pretty stable, which means that archer units that are shooting at them will generally hit if the dragon's just chilling in melee. There's a lot of, you know, attack animations in this game, like Frostworms. And they're really low to the ground, too. That'll help them dodge attacks, just accidentally. So, yeah. They would need a lot more HP, otherwise they get shot up. It's kind of like Demon Princes. Demon Princes suffer from this the most. They don't even move when they attack, man. And they don't got the mass to escape, so they just die. They just die. Although I will say, undead dragons do pretty well. Mostly because they hit like trucks, man, when you got the vampire count lords on them. They hit like absolute trucks. And I think it also just happens to be that most people are going to bring tools for corpse carts. And when you have people bringing in tools for corpse carts, you know, like single entities or archers, I guess the dragon doesn't do that well against them, but I don't know. It just seems to do better there. Maybe it's because counts are so good at shutting down range units that the dragons do well. Maybe it's that. I think it's a zombie summon. That's pretty nice. Demon princes do seem rather horrible. Yeah. Okay, so he's playing vampire counts. So dwarves versus counts is maybe okay. Corn versus counts should be pretty funny. And demons of chaos versus counts is also not bad. You know what? Maybe this one will be hype. I need to practice versus vampire counts. Looks like Oishi's learning the ways of Maximillionaire. Favorite faction besides dwarves and lizards? Like everything above them on this list. I don't like dwarves and lizards. Oh, what are my factions? My bad. I thought you were asking favorites. Yeah, it's Corn, Lizards, Demons of Chaos, Vampire Coast, and Dowie. My bad. I can't read. Classic-icity. Classic City strikes again. Alright, give it to me, Oishi. What you got? What do you think about monstrous infantry? What are they good for? Mass for big single entity monsters. So the Kislev build where I run double Frostworm that just runs over infantry. Crypt Horrors will stop it in its place immediately. Monstrous infantry are most good for that, but they're also fairly good at killing armored infantry that would otherwise kill all your chaff. So you can kind of use the monstrous infantry to shadow them. There's a few monstrous infantry that are dedicated anti-large. You got options. Yeah, Corn versus Count sounds fun. I don't think that's the one he's gonna give to me unless he has a build he wants to test out. What will Oishi go for? Do Chaos Dwarves have an edge over dwarves in the current meta? Ooh. I think they don't, because Chaos Dwarves do really bad into factions with cannons. They rely really heavily on their trains to win games, and their trains just die to artillery. Demons of Chaos! Oh boy! Alright. So this, I believe, is a really good matchup for Demons of Chaos. The problem is I don't know what I am doing. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see here. Okay. I definitely want to take these. So it's vampire counts. Can't be that bad. It cannot be that bad. We dominate the air fight here, okay? Is Marcus a crappy lord? He's actually very good. One of the best, one of the best. Far from it, actually. Almost as far from it as possible. I don't know what brought you to such conclusions. But yeah, no, he's kind of crazy, man. Alright, anyways, this should be extraordinarily difficult. This should be extraordinarily difficult for the vampire counts. You mean cavalry? Sorry. Do war lions count as monstrous infantry? War lions are closer to cavalry. Yeah. They're more like anti-infantry cavalry. You torn between learning this game and or Stellaris? I'm sure both are fine. Call me biased, but if I had to choose, Warhammer is pretty fun. You haven't played this game for over a month now, or Seekers finally fixed? Yeah, Seekers are a little... They're still banned. They're still banned! They're not OP now, but they're still overtuned. And I think people are still kind of sick of seeing people spam Seekers as Slanesh in an already strong faction. So a lot of people have settled for just letting them be banned still. So how do I want to do my army? I guess I can do this. Okay, yeah. What's this? Command modern operations? What's that? Let's see. Also, yo, the other great thing is you can go with the Marquis of Masochism here with an Exalted Keeper of Secrets. There's actually 2 ways you can play this matchup. Both are hilarious. Both are absolutely hilarious. This should be a terrible matchup for vampire counts, but I don't know. Maybe Oishi has maybe he's been cooking up a storm and he has the works. He's just gonna massacre me with some crazy unknown build that I could not possibly have considered. And then I'll be like, dang, Oishi's a god. I can't believe it. He actually beat us. What if he goes Cav Max, you know? What if he goes Cav Max vampire counts? Then what? Then I'm a dead man. Okay, seriously though. This should be atrocious for him. This should be absolutely atrocious. And it ain't like this is a matchup that I'm not used to. This is absolutely a matchup that I know fairly well. So I guess I just ready up and we begin. As long as I don't make any insane misplays, I should be good. A lot of upsets today, by the way. Between Oishi and Charix, both of them look like they'll be struggling to make it into, like, Oishi, Charix, and myself are all kind of struggling to get to these semis here. Can you use Flamers of Zinch? Against Oishi, probably not. Flamers kind of suck, man. Squish-tastic is how I like to describe them. Okay, let's see it. So Levis gets 1 Swiss point. Come on, Navigator. You can beat... Here's the thing. Charix is locked in now, right? The odds that Charix loses to Navigator are pretty low. Charix has an insane win rate. You know, round one, you know, round one you're not warmed up yet. Maybe you screw up a bit. Yo, I can't wait to play this SFT. Still figuring out which faction I should play. It's in 2 hours, so I have a bit of time. Anyways, I bought double change bringers. Don't flamers get best value against mid-tier to high-tier infantry? I don't imagine they'll generate good value burning chaff. Actually, yeah, they do have very low ammunition. Change bringers, though, are pretty good because they can pick and choose who they want to fight. Now, if you went for full air contest, I have my plague drones. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Coast for sure. Pains me so. Pains me so to think about playing Coast. What's the bottom of the barrel on this list? It is Coast. Oh god. Maybe I do play Coast. I think the best Coast player can get to at least semifinals with them. Petonia S50. Maybe I could play Coast and I can write them off that list and say I know how to play them, but they suck. Alright, here we go. He brought Quad Geist. He brought the Quad Vargeist. Pretty crazy. Totally manageable, though, if I use my forces effectively here, though. The Knights are probably the scariest bit about this. But if I just spam Plague Drones, I should be fine. I got my magics. The Tide, okay. I will have to play really defensively, by the way. If he does catch me out here, I am pretty dead. Blue fire is great though. I also have the portal glyph. Bring him in. There we go. That's 100 gold value for my first volley. They got a decent amount. Okay, but can he stop the plague drones? Can he stop the plague drones from cooking? I will say I'm not a fan of his cav. They are pretty spooky. I'll kill your zombies though, they're expensive. You just roasted toasted them. Get them to crumbling. The sooner I get them to crumbling, the better. And we know Plague Drone's dumpster his flyers. I've done a lot of tests on this. It is known. It's absolutely known, so I will just take that fight immediately. Especially because a lot of them are pre-softened up. Which is pretty good. There's not much I can do about this cav engagement. We're just gonna have to eat it. But a pretty good fight over there. I got more boys. And we're just gonna have to win this fight. Portal glyph will help. Yeah, Changebringers are doing great. He actually committed his Vargeist here to the ground. That's pretty surprising, as it will let them get roasted toasted. There is a surround on his Vargeist too. Over here, we're doing fine. His cavalry's definitely gonna win the ground fight though, unless I can get some pretty sick flamethrower shots on them. We are losing a couple of our Changebringers, but they're doing all right now. They're still able to shoot. A lot of my plague drones are crushing it. And his air game is getting absolutely crumbled, right? His Black Knights are dead, which is a plus. We do lose one Changebringer though. The second one, gets Vargeist. So he does actually clear off the air battle. I do still have air dominance though, and I can use that to kill off his cav. That's not too bad. Though I will say losing double Changebringer is pretty rough. Hella value on his part, for sure. But let's see if we can make use of our mobility here. So he has some Black Knights lances here. I can probably just win this mobile fight with my plague drones, I think. These guys killed a unit of Vargeist and some bats, so that's definitely some hella value. The fiends are on them too, so the fiends should be able to cook pretty well. Yeah, I could start bullying Kemmler actually. He's not doing too hot. It may look like I have no units here. That is partially because I have no units, but he only has zombies and some cav here. It's not too bad. Big cav surround on his cavalry will do really well. And it's all about just recapturing these here points, right? Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. Plague drones will do fine. Let's see here. He does have another cav charge over there though. I do win against the Vargeist, and I guess if I save up for Changebringers, it's probably not too bad. Yeah, fiends are doing pretty nice here. That's good. It is a little bit of a tussle here, but Kemmler can't heal that much, right? Lord's got a lot of damage. It's not like he has any air units here. Never mind, he resummons his Vargeist. Makes sense. I think we're totally dead. I think we're totally dead now, unless I get some sick spell casting. Although, do I summon the Changebringers? Him killing off the Changebringers was the big rough situation. I think I gotta just get the grinders out. I think I gotta get the Exalteds. I guess we'll make these guys unkillable. Oh god, no. No! I think it's super over. Unless I like start deleting his cav. Kemmler actually has crazy healing. Dang it! Get another blue fire here, I guess. That should go pretty good, right? God, the Black Knights. The Black Knights were brutal. Now I'm just stuck in melee. Oh god. Oh no. Dang it. If one Changebringer lived, I should have kept running with it. I think I totally just played this wrong though. Yeah. Yeah, there's not much we can do now. Not without my Changebringer superiority. Maybe I should have just had one and more Plague Drones. I think that would have won it. I think I got way too gung-ho on the maximum number of Changebringers here. Are a few things we could possibly do to pull it back. Maybe capture the far point here. Just disengage from this business with what few Plague Drones we have left. And then use these Exalteds to clean up shop. I do have some blue fires here, which is pretty nice. I have my Nurglings, and he has a bunch of units that trade pretty quickly in the air. So if the Plague Drones just cook it up super hard, then maybe. They are still leashing into melee there. That's a little annoying. But yeah, maybe Exalted Nurgling can go here. Let's try it. Let's do it. He did totally call the build though. Exalteds are good at least. God, these Plague Drones keep leashing. At least maybe they can kill the Black Knights. That'll be a plus. And then maybe the Nurglings here just crush it. It is gonna be a rough time though. It's gonna be an absolutely rough time. Okay. Horn of Corn's not bad. That's definitely a good one. Nurglings are in. Lord is supporting. His cavalry getting bullied a little bit. Okay, and there is the Horn of Corn. We're capturing, hell yeah. Okay. I have leadership here, which is pretty good. His cav took a pretty brutal fight against the drones. Can I afford to summon Nurglings here? Not quite yet. God, the blues was a terrible choice. At least we stopped the triple cap. I stemmed the bleeding ever so slightly. That's at least a very good sign. I'm going to have to clear off this business though. Bloodletters are doing fine. I'm just gonna bring in the drones to kill his cav and hope that the bloodletters can cleave through everything there. I think that's my only out. Value trading at least is starting to come back in my favor. And that's a pretty good blue fire. Pretty good blue fire actually. That was not bad. That was not bad at all. Okay. Is he gonna capture this point though? That's the big question. Drones are in. Exalteds are kind of dying though. But I do have my Nurglings. Nurglings can capture points very quickly. Over here, we do still have capture weight. Bloodletters are sick. Okay, all right. All right, that's not too bad. I just need my bloodletters to absolutely dominate his face. And then I have to actually recapture points, which I don't think is possible. But yeah, this just came down to me not playing nearly carefully enough. Such is life. Come on, Blues, get in there. Dang it, I summoned them here. What a misplay. All right, well, I got a couple Nurglings here. Yeah, I'm starting to actually uptrade now. You can see the moment I started doing things a little bit more carefully, you can totally uptrade. I just gooped. Such is life. No, I should have taken the Angels of Decay. Angels of Decay absolutely would have dumpstered here. Who's Oishi? He's a very strong player. Very top tier player. Yeah, and no blues. I should have started with double like Exalted Bloodletter or something. What was I thinking? Should have realized the Cav Max would be here. It actually, like, value-wise is actually getting close. I just blundered the early game. Like, look at these guys. They're just dead, man. They're just dead. Okay, pretty good heal, though. Anyways. GG, well played. GG, well played. He did well. But, yeah, I just didn't bring the good enough build. I should save a fixed build. But hey, it was good practice. It was good practice. You can see here, Changebringers did not pay for themselves. His Vargeist, it was really only the Vargeist that caught the Changebringers that got value. So if I were to play this again, one Changebringer, one Angels of Decay, And then you just want something that's not gonna instantly die on the ground. You could go Marquis. Honestly, probably just take one of these dudes on the ground, right? Because you can Melkots his flyers. And well, actually, I think you want like a big spell. Yeah, this is what you want. So you want to get Feasting on Fear. You get the Soul Siphon. You take the Pit of Shades. And then you're totally fine. You get one Changebringer, one Angels of Decay to master the air game. And hell, why even have ground units to start off with, right? Well, okay, maybe you take two of these guys and then one Exalted. Yeah, this is a way better build. This is a way better build. One Soul Grinder to command the skies if he does take a dragon. Very unlikely, but he might. And then you go for like, then you go for a Corn Fury. This is assuming you want to go full air game. You can't go full ground game. And you should also be able to win it. I wanted to practice going the air game though, which is exactly what we got. So you get a Corn Fury. I think the Fiend of Slaanesh was really lackluster. I didn't especially like the Fiend of Slaanesh. The blues are probably not too good either. A ground army loses to this, so you don't really need a strong ground force. You just need to win that air game, right? So you go for this, and then you're probably done. I think this is an exceptionally better build. Soul Siphon any good? Soul Siphon? That's this one? Yeah, it's very good. It's a big old Mortis against Undead. But I mostly want to take this guy because he has Seductive Glory. Whoops. Forgot to take Seductive Glory. So this is the Rampage. It grounds all of his flyers, which is super good for the Changebringers. Super duper good. Pox Riders, hard maybe. But you know what? I think they'll do good enough. Yeah, this is much better. I just kind of goofed it by taking way too much air game. You don't need to go that hard on the air units. And then after that, I think could take a Fiend. I don't really have anti-large infantry, so I think the Fiend is probably the best option here, or an extra Exalted Bloodletter. I already have two. I think the Fiend is fine. It doesn't really catch a lot of stuff. It kind of just dies though, right? There's a lot of high DPS here. I kind of want the slow grinders. Maybe you do just take another Exalted. Air game is secured. Ground game is secured. Yeah, this is way better. This is way better. Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. Save that for the future. And what's up? Now we move on to the semifinals. Unfortunately, we will not make it today. Let's see here. Chaos Demons versus Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts wins. We will cast the semifinals, and then I think maybe I play Demons of Chaos. I'll do a poll. Turan's hosting another tournament in an hour 45 minutes, so. Let's do it. Let us do it. Can you explain what unit starts wavering and what it does? Wavering means that if you, I think wavering specifically means that their leadership is starting to get low. That's basically all it means. Yeah, I think wavering doesn't even have an effect, does it? Sometimes it triggers like abilities though, like the Kislev passive. right, here we go. I'm gonna have to settle for cereal because it's a longer stream than expected today. I gotta make some rice in a bit though. I'll do that after I'm done Turan's tournament. Alrighty, here we go. Starving gamer dinner. Here we go. Yeah. I should boil some eggs. Oh, it's pretty good streaming food. All right. One more match to finish, and then the semis are determined. I wonder if Oishi makes it. I wonder. Redeemed lat raises, all that. Actually, yeah, I don't think I would have made it to semis anyways. Navigate a lost Charix. At least I think so. Navigate a lost Charix. Yeah, okay, I was pretty doomed regardless. That makes me feel a little better. Ooh, all right. 3. You always have a dozen boiled eggs marinating in soy sauce. Hell yeah. Honestly, I like my eggs plain with salt. I guess it's not exactly plain, but I like my eggs just with salt. Soy sauce eggs are great too, though. 1, 2, 3. Boiled egg soaking in soy sauce is the way. A lot of soy sauce fans out there. You have time for coaching after Turan's tourney? I'll probably end up coaching between tournaments, since I think this one will be done. We'll have a little bit of downtime between. My God. Oh God, that's getting heavy. Oh God, all right. I'm probably gonna only one set of 15 today. Oh God, this is getting heavy. All right, come on. Martin and Pontim's Claw. Gotta finish. If you ever play Vampire accounts, can you bring an old school double? Oh, you mean Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast is VP. Vampirates, guys. 1, 2, 3. Oh god. Oh boy. Okay, alright, I'm done. Oh god. Alright. Let me eat my food. Is this the fabled Red Olgor handicap tourney? Nope. I'm never running Red Olgor again until he gets super fixed. Wait, dang. Someone's offering me $50 to win the SFT with Cathay. God dang. Yo, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. SFT's in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Sounds like Karav Theory propaganda, yeah. You have to win though? Oh my god.
It's about
God dang. All right. So you want me to try hard Cathay? I'll do it. They are actually slightly higher up on my list. Holy crap though. Thank you very much. I need the Cathay main, but $50 is $50, yo. We have been workshopping some builds. Alright. Alright, god dang, man. All this for Cathay? God dang, man. Alright, I'll do it. I know, everyone loves Cathay. Try hard Cathay. Wait until you see my Cav Max Cathay build. Yeah, I clearly I owe you know, maybe I just play Cathay until I win. Honestly, all the builds are basically the same, right? Chrome and Cav. Is there a Cav Max that works? So you can definitely catch your opponents out. Great, now I got a theory craft. Oh boy, alright. Alrighty. Sorry, I got some adminning I gotta do. Let's see here. Where is this? See, am I Turan admin? Okay, there we go. Someone else is already on it. Wondrous. We're goodies. Alright, Cathay, eh? Has Satan gotten nerfed since release? Actually, I don't think so. Oh wait, no. Didn't he? He used to have a really good bow shot. But I think that got nerfed. Or I don't know, people just stopped using it. I don't know why. Yeah, the wind bow. It like deletes infantry, right? Or did it get nerfed? Okay, yeah, he did get nerfed. Okay. Ripperinos. Looks like we almost have a top 4. Hype, hype. And to see, check your DMs for a sick Cathay build. Yes, the Aeromax build. I'm the one that had the Aeromax played against me. Yeah, it's pretty jokes, guys. So Aeromax Cathay. What was it? Was the other one Final Chance Mutation? Must have been. You basically take all of this business and then you just romp around and delete everything. Oh dang, you go for a few of these abilities, don't you? And then what, Celestial Sweep or something? I know Celestial Sweep is good. Well, I don't know if it's that good in this build particularly. Anyways, yeah, the way it works is you basically just go full Aeromax. Oh, you changed it up a bit. Okay. So you went like Aeromax and then some infantry. Oh, okay. And then there's a random jet lion, huh? Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I like it. Celestial Sweep's really OP, but this is basically a Lord Snipe type of build. So like you dominate the skies and then you kind of go from there. Like this is really good for just deleting infantry. You do have to play it very carefully, but you can definitely catch you can catch people off guard with this. I like my Cav variant where you have Jade Lancers instead, because I don't know how much I like Longbow Riders, but you do have Plague of Rust. So Plague of Rust is kinda what makes this work. So you go for Celestial Sweep, no Will of Dragons. Isn't Will of Dragons like insane though? I feel like you should try, you know, if you're gonna have Celestial Sweep. Let's see, what costs 1300? I'm sure you can finagle this, right? Yeah, you can do something like this. You know, you can work something out. Astromancer on a Moonbird to go even harder. So in that case, you won't have Plague of Rust though. It starts getting pretty all in too, right? Because I guess technically you can, you know, you can like wind blast some range units, but yeah. This is basically, this is really good against factions that can't field too much range against you. Honestly, don't know how much I feel about the Astromancer. He did lose some leadership. Which kind of sucks. But yeah. Also, yeah, Moonbird is a little janky. It's hard to get its vortex off properly. But, yeah. The Longma Crowman Rush, you have to have your opponent go a little bit too much on countering Cathay's other things. Because, like, this guy's pretty cool. You get Fearsome Roar, removes ITP, -8 leadership. You basically forced their Flying Lord to land. Yeah, you basically force their Flying Lord to land. And then you go from there. I wish there was a way you could slow units though. This lady's pretty cool because she has Storm of Shadows. Talons of the Knights. None of these are really too good though. Might of Heaven and Earth. Yeah. Anyways. There's a few shenanigans. Excuse me. I promised I'd be tryharding though. We got $50 on the line. Alright. To tryhard this. What would you use the Lion for? Lion has a missile mirror, so I guess you can use it for range units. The Disrupted is pretty cool. Silencing is a nice effect. But, you know, it's an okay single entity. That's the main thing. Negates magical weapons. And gives spell resist. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, I'm gonna see if at Martin, at Pawn, Tim's Claw, still playing? Question mark. They haven't reported their game yet. We gotta get on with it. We gotta get on. All right. Man, Cathay. The Grenadier debuff. If it was longer range, it would actually be kind of hype. Well, yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's really good if they go too much infantry, right? I guess you don't have a lot of wave clear, though. Like, you gotta be able to kill, you gotta be able to kill dudes quickly. With that build. Although there was a Flying Batonia build that kinda sorta got there. Alright, I might just advance to top 4. It's pretty decided anyways. I don't think Martin and Pontim's Claw will affect the bracket. I'm very tempted to just get on with it. Okay, they just finished. Wondrous. Alright, let's advance this top 4. Indeed, Jacker Skins, Nacho Fur, Maximillionaire, and Navigator have made it to the top 4. At Navigator. At... Wow, so many upsets. No Charix, no Oishi, no me. Maximillionaire made it, though. At Nacho Fur. You guys are up in the semis. And the semis tournament is right over here. All right. Let's cast Navigator and Nacho Fur. Actually, let's cast Maximillionaire. I feel we can learn more there. All right. Here we go. Usurp the reigning champions. No. Not off with my head. It should be pretty exciting, though. I think Maximilian is probably the most likely to win. Simply because he's very good at vampire counts. And a lot of people don't have a lot of practice into vampire accounts because there's not a lot of mid-tier vampire accounts players. Let's see it. And the lobby code is in, so we'll get the army blocker up. Here we go. Oh boy. Match number 1 of the semis. Next is the finals. And then after this, we're playing in Turan's tournament. Turan's SFT. I might as well declare it an SFT declaration. Grandest of Cathay. I wonder if I can win with only Cav builds. You guys think that's possible? What if you play Cathay with only cavalry? Would it really be that bad? Isn't their Cav like amazing? I'm trying to think of like, can you desummon the cavalry? Can you desummon their cavalry often enough where you can just only deal with, just only have Cav? I don't know. Now this is about as good as it gets. It's dwarves versus vampire counts. The map is Celestial Lake, which is not optimal for dwarves. We'll see. How much spell intensity do you need? What's this? To one-shot with Pit of Shades again? Like 2x? A lot. Yeah, so like, if you just keep re-summoning, it's not that bad, right? The Crowmen can come back pretty often. And like, what builds even counter a Cav Max? What builds even counter it? You're playing like, you know, it's like you're playing no infantry Kislev. So you can also bring the single entity. The big downside is you don't have a frost worm, I guess. But I think the Crowmen make up for the lack of frost worming. Is that the play? Just desummon your cavalry? So like immediately, if my Jade Lancers route, instant desummon. Maybe. Are you watching or playing? We're spectating this one. This is the semifinals of my tournament today. Just don't make a mistake and you're cooking, yeah. Easy peasy. Like, okay, let's say you're playing against Khorne, right? And you have a bunch of cavalry. You should just be able to like surround units, pockets of units, you know, one at a time. And if they play super defensively, then you bring out the Crane Gunners. You know what? Cav Max Crane Gunner might be like the most Anticity playstyle. It might be. As much as I like Longma Riders, Karavthir, I feel like they start getting a little bit into sus territory. But they can be in reserve, right? So if I have only infantry to summon, just summon the Longmas instead. Yeah, maybe this works. And then just kind of army wipe them. How hard can it be to army wipe the enemy army, right? You have so much cav. Cathay Ravthir rolls off the tongue. Now Maximilian is ready. He's played against dwarves a million times. Jacker skins with the Dowie though. I'm real interested to see how Maximilian plays this. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna take notes. Gonna copy down everything. And here we go. So it's tall dwarves versus wide counts. Maximilian really likes the double whites. So having Grombrindle and the likes is good. He has a anti-air lord. And the shotgun Dowie. Okay, now we're talking. Shotgun Dowie being defended by many troops. If they don't die, it's looking pretty good for the Dowie, right? Yo, honestly, I'm sort of excited to play Cathay. The factions at the bottom suck, man. I'd rather play my 6th least known faction than the other ones. No corn today, though. I didn't get to play any corn. Do Banshees suck? They're pretty bad now, yeah. Seems rough for dwarves, not gonna lie. I think there's a high chance they get bogged down and they can't capture fast enough. But maybe they uptrade really hard here. The map is okay. Like, he's gonna have to capture the middle point fairly quickly, or he kind of just dies. We all know dwarf warriors are invincible versus zombies. They'll do well into crypt ghouls. Let's look at that. 32 damage. All right. You're looking at like 60% of that getting negated by the high armor of the dwarf warriors. 40 melee defense to their 32 melee attack. That means that they have a, what is this? 40, yeah. So that means they only have a 27% chance to hit. It's a lot lower than usual. It's a lot lower than usual. They'll still be landing some hits, but they're also doing like way less damage too. So in general, the dwarf warriors can outgrind. You got the rune smith over here. Yes, the leadership rune, which is pretty nice. It's slow. Hammerers on the flank. Vampire counts magic amounts to basically just Flock of Doom and a summon. Tempest too. He can probably shut down the Grudge Rakers. Or the Grim Delvers, my bad. He can probably shut down the Grim Delvers, but we'll have to see how the rest plays out. Now, dwarves are going for a far capture into securing this bad boy right here, right? They want to fight for this point because they know the vampire counts will be able to stall basically indefinitely if they don't. It is a little risky having the peak gate guard in the far side, as if they do get caught out, they will be dead. Fighting's getting underway. Really passive maneuvering from the dwarves though. Just waiting to get I guess their grumbling guard. There's a lot of regiments of renown, I must say. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, the Grim Delvers, the Grumbling Guard, and the Peak Gate Guard. These guys are pretty cool. They do a lot of damage. I just hope there isn't like a black coach that's gonna murder them. So far, no. We have Vargeist summoned on in. Very good against the likes of these elite infantry. A little bit of micro, a little bit of rear charging, you goodies. Now, you are asking, why bring Crypt Ghouls? Why bring a unit that's not going to actually be able to kill anything? Number one, they're pretty good against range units. Number two, they're actually some of the fastest capture weight that vampire counts can field for the price. One Crypt Ghoul costs 600 gold. 2 skeletons cost 600 gold. 2 skeletons only have 4 capture weight, and they're slower. So you use the Crypt Ghouls not to fight, but to steal points. And that's exactly what he's doing here. Dwarves do secure this position, though. Couple zombies and Crypt Ghouls are not going to be able to stop this. He does have to commit more. Zombies and all other expendable units only have 2 capture weight. So they're not great there. And if the dwarves capture this, that's definitely a decent start for them. Although really, it's going to come down to who trades better. With Vargeist, this becomes a trading game, most definitely. The Hammerers are ready to fight, and Felix goes in for first blood. Smacks the White King in the face. Grombrindle with the back shot on the White King. He takes pretty decent damage. No slow from the Runesmith. But that does mean a little bit of exposure over here on these guys. Oh, but the Slayers. The Slayers are here a little bit too late, though, and a rear charge does come down onto those poor dwarf warriors. One of them gets knocked into the back line, surrounded by Crypt Ghouls. Slayers refusing to engage. That's crazy. Just a little bit of a slow choice there. But the damage over here is fine. Value trading wise, it's a little close. Vargeist do take back up into the skies to avoid a grim fate at the hands of the Slayers. One of them just gets deleted over there. You see that one on the ground. Oh my gosh, massive damage. Pretty painful. And that means at this point is very well secured. These dwarves, they do a lot of damage to zombies. Over here though, good summon on the Grim Delvers. Brotherhood of Grimnir probably won't be able to save them. God dang, that's a lot of regiments of renown though. Brotherhood of Grimnir are doing their best to trying to patch them up. Their leadership's still fairly good though. Slayers are doing fine. This point's still in the way of the dwarves, and the tickets are starting to even up. Warriors of Dragonfire pass are perfect for fighting against the corpse cart, because fire damage does slow down healing. But you can see those sneaky crypt ghouls. They're capture ghouls and not fighting ghouls. No value, no damage dealt. But boy, can they capture quickly. And taking advantage of this disruption over here, he goes for another rear charge with the Vargeists. Pretty painful for these units. He's still going to hold the point until they rout, but they're getting a little bit close. Though I must say, dwarves are hardy and they can tank a rear charge, no problem. Mostly because the Grumbling Guard are here. They have an Encourage aura, which buffs leadership. They have ITP, so they won't rout. And they have the old Grumblers, which will keep their vigor nice and high. That means that they won't get leadership losses from low vigor. It's a good time all around, though one minor unit does rout. Skeleton Spear is going down. Capture point though. Vampire counts to secure a point, but probably not for long with all these single entities and blasting charges nearby. Really though, I think it's going to depend on how this goes, right? If the Grumbling Guard just don't rout, it's probably going to be pretty bad for them vampire counts. They are losing on the value trade quite a bit too. The Slayers are in here. They're cooking up pretty hard. And there you go. There's the capture point. His single entity's not opting to capture it. If this game comes down to a very close ticket situation, it could be bad. Then again, he wants these guys to be moving around and doing useful things, not just capturing points. They are really expensive. And over here, the Slayers, they are chunking down the Vargeists. Just a unit of Slayers, though. No elite Dwarven units. Another summon does drop, by the way, on the Grim Delvers. They're getting really shut down, but here's the thing. They're eating up magic like no tomorrow. Not that this guy has a lot of magic, but using all your zombie summons for one Grim Delver is not like a crazy amount of magic usage. So it's not the best for vampire accounts. He also has some troll hammers here. They're going to be up trading. That's pretty nice. So vampire accounts are going to be losing the trading tools, but they could play for the long game too. Just stealing all the points. Who cares if they're trading down? This match is really slow when it comes to trading. Especially when you have things like this. The troll hammer, a blunder. Quite possibly the first blunder of the game. A whole troll hammer getting shut down by a half-dead Vargeist unit. That is a mega value play. See vampire counts climb up super fast here. This unit basically did nothing. And dwarves need all the value they can get to steal these points. So that's pretty rough. Another rear charge comes on in. Grumbling Guard looking pretty low. Still at 20 leadership though. Base 90 leadership is nigh unbreakable at times. And they have the leadership buffs from these guys. If they hold, it's pretty good. Looks like they will barely rout though. Holy crap, they really don't rout. Such is the power of the Dowie. I must say though, this hero squad not doing too much outside of killing the White Kings. And even then, the White Kings are still alive. They did kill off the warriors. I think the game is slowly but surely slipping from the grasp of the Dowie. We have a basically idle Peak Gate Guard here. We had a Trollhammer Torpedo getting routed off. To huge delay. Lots of cycle charges on the Dwarf Warriors here. I think Maximilianaire is just playing this one better. I think he's just playing this one better. He's been making a lot more big plays. The dwarf build, you know, they're not really able to fight the targets that they want to. Like, look at these guys. It's like 1,400 gold right here. That's a lot of money. The Slayers were a little bit too slow on defending these. I think Maximilianaire has this. I know it's a little bit early, but dwarves are a very slow faction. Everything here it moves at glacial paces, okay? Absolutely glacial paces. Yes, he gets a good shot on the Von Karsine Lord. He gets a pretty good shot on these Vargeists too. But the zombie summon, look, they're gonna last like 2 minutes, all right? Zombie summon don't care. And with this point getting captured now, with the Crypt Horrors pushing on to the Peak Gate Guard, nice downhill charge, by the way. Unless the dwarves start, like, you know, massively up trading. And I mean, like, vampire counts just stop summoning units or something. You know, they just summon units that can't fight at all. This is gonna be a doozy. Vampire counts at this point, all they really have to do is just not throw away thousands of gold. But even then, the faction's so slow, I think it'd be pretty hard. Corpse card on the point, too. These guys aren't even dying. God dang, Peak Gate Guard, can you do any worse? Yeah, they actually traded pretty well, you know, maybe my bad, actually. But they, you know, against this much stuff, they won't do too well. Another zombie summon drops. Stalled for days. Stalled for days. We got some fell bats over here on the Iron Drakes. We got a Grom Brindle. Gets his flash bomb. You know, he's a good melee defense diva. Grumbling Guard, you know, they fight almost to the last. But I don't think that you really made any plays here, right? The dwarf player was pretty at the he's at the whims of the vampire counts the entire game. You know, his main damage dealer was just getting shut down. No units to really support them. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Rune of Spite would be broken. Honestly, Rune of Spite would be good here, but it wouldn't be that good. You know, with the single entity squad, like, what are you really? Yeah, they're not capturing any points. They're gonna take forever to kill everything. Too much healing. You have to have something that kills the corpse guards. So we'll say Von Karstein Lord. He's taking damage. Oh my god, the troll hammer volley. Are the dwarves gonna come back? Absolutely not. In 1 minute, he loses 180 tickets. It takes about 1 minute for these warriors to get from here to here, and they're not even moving right now. They're not even moving. Now they are. But yeah, there's no time. And he lived. Von Karstein Lord lived. He's pretty low though, but if you think about it, HP is a resource, people. HP is just a resource. So, you know, it's better that he used up the HP on this guy to stall the range units, rather than just leaving him back in the safety of the back lines, because otherwise you just have a couple thousand gold just, you know, sitting around not really being used. By using him to get shot up a bit, he slowed down these Iron Drakes, and that's going to make taking this point a little bit slower. So it's actually not that bad. It really is not that bad. You usually do want to drain some HP on your Lord, otherwise it means you probably could have played a little bit more aggressively with them. Kind of depends on the situation though. You don't want to just throw HP away. But yeah, no, he's never taking this point. Is he he has troll hammers on the Vargeist. Look at him go. Not enough damage. Range units. Range units perform better in a you know, very advantage situation. Very much a win more tool. These Vargeist just flew right on in, massacred their faces. The gyros would have died to the Tempest and Vargeist. So gyrocopters wouldn't have really done well. You know, maybe if he massed like 1,000,000 gyrocopters, then maybe he could have gotten some working. You know, maybe a fun gyro bomber play. You still have to kill the fell bats and stuff, but you know, there's some shenanigans you can pull if you're feeling a little crazy. I like my 5 or my 5 Bugmans, 5 Rangers play style with a couple gyros. Just play super defensively. But that can get rushed down by the undead. Pretty brutal game. That means we're heading to the finals. Here we go. Yeah, let's take a look at the Vargeist value. I'm pretty sure they paid for themselves. Maybe like not more than like not 1,000,000 times over, but yeah, just about. Killing off the troll hammers and cycle charging is good. Vargeists were good and well used for their longevity there, that's for sure. Now we did have some Varix Reavers, which is pretty nice. Good way to shut down a lot of range units. an alternative way to shut down range units. Double White King. That's a thing. Your single entity squad. 300, 400 value Felix. It's pretty bad. 780 value Grombrindle. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Hey, Pete Gegard though. MVP Pete Gegard did pretty good. Can you believe it? Grimdelvers actually did get a little bit of their value back. I think the Grimdelvers wasn't a rough pick. I think it was more like the late game summons and the positioning against the Vargeists. It felt like he really didn't have anything to defend his lines. You know, he really needed more Slayers and Doomseekers to defend these guys from zombie summons and all that. But it can be difficult. If he cuts a single entities, the White Kings suddenly have a field day on your back line. So such is life. Maximilianaire takes the win, which means now we're waiting for Nacho Fur and Navigator to finish up. Who will make it? We shall see. I desperately need you to play Dark Elves and make Doomfire Warlocks meta. I did some Doomfire Warlock plays the other day. It went great. Are they amazing? No, but it went okay. I think Thoric is just the best lord. Yeah, Grombrindle's expensive, man. Grombrindle runs you, what? Was it 1,300? 1,600? Yeah, the Dwarven... So, like, Dwarves, I think he could have won that. You know, it looks worse than you may initially think because when you're playing such a slow matchup, you spend a lot of the time in the losing position. But if you looked at the early game, things were pretty good until the Vargeist started cycle charging his backline. And it's not like he didn't have units that could have stopped them, right? There were Slayers there. They were just there a little bit too late. Imagine a world where the Vargeists aren't able to cycle charge his infantry on the right, you know, 3 times back to back. Think about the value he could have gone, right? Like, there was nothing there that could have really contested that. It was literally just the Vargeists killing them. The Grimdelvers are probably going to get zombie summoned regardless. Not much he could have done there. But I wouldn't call it doomed. Very surprised it wasn't a black coach, but it wasn't that bad. But you would need to be really on point to not die there, for sure. For sure. All right. Malachi's decent for pot shots and range builds. Yeah, he's pretty good. Although a little expensive. Might want the cheaper Lord. I like the Demon Slayer Lord. He's pretty hype. Never black coach, it's a meme. Really? Alright. Every once in a while, there's a meta where the black coach has enough mass to cleave through everything. You washed, Battlesea? You know, just play a couple hundred games. Easiest way to unwash thyself. No idea what's good to build nowadays on most factions. Easy. So this build, if you want to play a build that will do well against most factions, play Warriors of Chaos, take 5 Forsaken, 3 Aspiring Champions, 4 Hellstriders, 1 Hell Cannon, all the skirmishers you can fit in after that, an Archaon with Burning Head and Durgar, plus the Crown. If you do that, you've spent all of your money and you now have a build. Oh yeah, and 1 Blood Beast. But yeah, if you do that, you'll have a build that is... It'll be good against basically everyone. There's very few holes in that build, and you can focus on playstyle. Yeah. If you played the home point with some artillery and value traded, maybe it would work better. Artillery takes about 8 minutes to value trade. And they're really easy to shut down. So he would have to play it perfectly, and Maximilianaire would have to be in a bad position. The map isn't that good for artillery. I don't think so. Actually, artillery kind of trades at the same speed as like infantry. It's real slow, man. Unless he's using like the fireball launchers, I don't think that's the way. I think you just needed to not get cycle charged by Vargeist. All right, you know, we can talk about the small bits, but like 3 cycle charges with Vargeist on the back of your infantry, right? You just can't let that happen, you know. As far as you know, especially when Slayers are there, like it completely gets shut down by one Slayer just sitting slightly behind the unit, ready to countercharge. And then, like, you know, Maximilian is gonna have to figure something out, right? Like get a zombie summon, or you know, use something, right? But like 3 cycle charges, oh god. You know, there's a lot of counterplay too. Crypt Ghouls actually, I think they uptrade into Slayers. I think they still lose, but they uptrade. So you do have to worry about Crypt Ghouls into Slayers. But yeah. You know, you could just ignore the White Kings. A lot of people have been discussing ways to beat vampire counts. The White Kings don't do that much damage, depending on your build. So you can play Keep Away. Artillery is fun. I never said they weren't fun. I never said they weren't fun. All right, let's get this game. Let's get this last game, and then we can start doing some coaching. We can start getting some coaching. It's a new thing that I'm trying to make work. It's a new thing. So if you want me to coach your multiplayer games or save your disaster campaigns, you can go to my Discord. You can go to my Discord and submit whatever you want under Anticity Free Coaching. I will cover your matches. I will save your disaster campaigns. All for the low price of having everyone on stream also judge you alongside me. But if you're willing to deal with that, then you're set. Gonna do another stream running meme builds? Probably not. Probably not. That one is I don't know. It's less interesting to me. Oh hey, Navigator's here. It's a little less interesting for me because usually I like playing against like these spooky players, and against them I gotta tune up a bit. I gotta play properly. We're gonna have them as separate videos. Yeah, I'll probably, you know, I'll turn the ones that I feel like are good enough videos into videos, and we shall go from there. But yeah. Also, yes, White Kings are really strong, but you can kind of ignore them. You can kind of ignore them. So, like, 2 White Kings will take ages to kill, you know, 4 Dwarf Warrior units. You can get a decent lead. You can get a decent lead. And then usually if you have like one single entity character, then they can at least stop them from just full diving you. It definitely gets a bit scary though. Like Lord sniping is a real threat when 2 White Kings are on the field and you only have 1 infantry character. Oh, what? Are we really seeing Nurgle into counts? Okay, now last time I did beat his vampire counts with Nurgle. The solution is Kugath Air Force and get them Angels of Decay in. Fun fact, Angels of Decay kill everything. They kill Vargheists, Furies, Dragons. They can deal pretty well against the Vortex net thing. So, yeah. Maximilian, he's told me before, this is not a matchup he likes a lot. So, weirdly enough, he's the underdog here. Faction-wise. Very exciting. Okay. I would say, if I had to put my bets down, I think Maximillionaire is still going to win off of playstyle alone. But yeah, Nurgle can definitely grind the counts. The thing is, Navigator, I haven't seen him play a ton of games. So it's harder to judge. It is a little bit harder to judge. Like, Maximillionaire's been playing in a lot of tournaments recently. Navigator, I just haven't seen as many of the games. They're a good player. This map is Norscan Rise, by the way. Massive map. Which I think is better for the counts. But Nurgle can definitely just play the 2 low ground points and be fine. He could also use Marauder Horseman for the high ground. Maximillionaire, he knows this though. No, it's Demons of Chaos. Never mind. Navigator gonna show me how it's done. Same idea. No Mortis Engine. But you can just go for... You can go full ground, or you can go Angels of Decay. Like, my main misplay last time was not having Angels of Decay. If I had the Angels, I totally think I would have won it. Absolutely. I think I could have won with an Angels of Decay build. So if he just doesn't go double Changebringer and loses them to a terrible trade, I'm pretty sure this is completely over. Maximilian, I think he wants to play counts. I don't think we're seeing anything change there. Nurgle's at the very bottom, counts are at the very top, at least last I checked. Wouldn't be surprised. Let's see the stats. High Elves are second worst. Grand Cathay's bottom tier, really? Nurgle's above High Elves and Cathay. Nurgle for the win. Cathay's 40%? God dang, man. Holy crap, Cathay. All right, we're gonna see if we can increase that win rate a bit for Grand Cathay. That's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Do I have notes here for CA? Yeah, I have some notes. They don't know the secrets of Cav maxing. The Cav max style isn't even that tested yet. In theory, though, you have some of the best cavalry in the game. It's just they're not really supported by the best single entities in the game. So, like, I don't know if you can actually take fights. But Cav max is definitely one of the funnier styles. Like, I always, you know, I know Crowman and Jade Lancers is one of the most powerful combos ever right now. It's just like, that's the only thing. I think if you could literally only take Crowman and Jade Lancers, Cathay would be top tier. Just even no Lord. No Lord outside of, like, okay, I guess they need a Spellcaster. So they have a Plague of Rust caster. And only Jade Lancer's Crowman, I think Cathay becomes an S tier faction. Because they can actually beat Slanesh in a mobility fight with that. Cathay has no mains, you kidding me? Yeah, yo, Karafte's been doing his best to increase that win rate. I don't know if it's enough, but he's doing his best. An exalted great unclean one. No Kugath? No Kugath? What do you mean no Kugath? You're crazy, man. No Angels of Decay either. He's going ground Nurgle. I don't know how much I like this. All right. Cathay's OP in land battles and wash and domination. Yeah. It's the mobility. You can't in land battles really favors tighter formations. In domination, mobility is so important. Demons of Chaos, not Nurgle. Crap, I forgot. Yeah, he's playing demons. Still though, no Angels of Decay. He's playing Nurgle's Demons of Chaos. Yeah, it's not a... He's playing Demons of Chaos and Nurgle exclusive compilation. Crazy. Double Corpse Cart, Balefire, double Terror Goose, and a Von Karstein Lord. So he's still trying to deal with the air game, right? Makes sense, makes sense. Double White King, his favorite. It's very powerful. Scrath pretty spooky. Magic damage means demons take full damage. Pretty good. Why take Kugath over a Great Unclean One? He has a ranged attack that's pretty nice. Versus the slow infantry. He can't take Kugath though. Not as Demons of Chaos. Rancid Visitations and Fleshy Abundance. Got nerfed a lot. Still being seen. Doesn't matter how much you nerf these spells. Maybe if you buff the other ones. I'll stop. Let's see here. Alright. I got some Plague Berries here. Festering Stooges is the most interesting to me. They heal a lot in melee, which is nice. But I think this mostly comes down to gameplay. Can Maximillionaire cycle charge this big boy to death? I think it is that simple. Crypt Ghoul summon. Too bad he didn't have that in Vanguard. Otherwise he'd capture this way sooner, but gotta keep an eye out for other Vanguards for the demons. Frolickers Bubonic are pretty cool. They can still trade well even if they're dying. Because they heal. They got damage reflection. It's a good time indeed. Will he charge him though? Probably. He has a lot of healing, so he doesn't really care about that damage reflect. You can see, you know, 10 reflected damage. Does it really matter? These guys hit like trucks. So they don't even take that much damage back. And their regeneration's doing pretty well. Lil misplay for Navigator. Plague Bearer is coming on in. This is about equivalent to like blundering a pawn in chess. Maybe not a full pawn though, only if they completely die, which they don't. These guys can't waste too much time fighting these guys, so not too bad. Great Unclean One gets a smack, a swing and a miss, a swing and a hit. He's swinging that bell. Get chain whipped. Honestly, not doing that much damage. These guys should have really good stats, but it's kind of suffering. Foot stomps this White King. Double breath attack though. He has way less HP than Kugath, by the by. Kugath is a much tankier force indeed, at least if I remember correctly. Festering Stooges get a mini volley off, nothing too crazy. Gets his Fleshy Abundance though, which will heal him up. And overall, the infantry support is strong for the forces of Nurgle. Nahak. No. Von Hell's Dance Macabre. Okay. Pretty good, but oh my god, a huge volley on the Goose. Goose dies, that's pretty bad. He can't afford to lose these geese before the Exalted Great Unclean One dies. This point is captured and the Nurglings are coming on in. Overall, this is probably gonna come down to a value trade though, right? Is the Great Unclean One gonna die or what? Remember, Fleshy Abundance got nerfed. It got nerfed real bad. So he's not really doing too well. He's kind of having a rough time. Dragon's crumbling though. I'm surprised the Von Karstein Lord isn't helping out. But the Exalted Great and Clean One is the first to blink, and he does disengage. Now, Vampire counts don't have a lot of capture weight here though, right? When you go for double dragon, you're not gonna take these points very quickly. Yes, they have a bit of a value lead, but what is this? A little bit of a vortex action over here, and Von Hells to fight the plague drones makes sense. You guys know plague drones are pretty spooky. Doesn't matter though if they just trade here well enough. Bloodletters can capture this point, and it's a triple cap for counts, which is pretty bad. Great and Clean One gets another Fleshy Abundance too. He's looking healthy as ever. And as his first dragon crumbles, it's looking not bad for Nurgle. Mostly because these Exalteds got so many death heads on the forces of the undead that it's kind of a crazy trade. Now he did use his Tempest, but there is another Plague Drone over here to tussle away. Great Unclean One just stalling for time right now. Goose is still crumbling. You know, sucks for the vampire counts. This guy has a lot of regeneration, so to lose him is a rough time indeed. And oh my god, the Stooges with the finishing blow. Holy crap, value. Another dragon lands. Great Unclean One, he's angry though. It's like a small dog compared to him. Gets a whip, misses. Another volley on the goose, but will it kill him? He has 5,000 HP. This thing has 7,000. We do see a capture point on the far side. Mobile game going pretty well for Nurgle. Exalted Unclean One looking pretty sus. Remember his Mortis engine though. It's pretty damaging, and the Plague Bearers are doing fine. Over on the far side, this Plague Bearer holding the point. Counts know that there's nothing they can summon in to cost efficiently kill off the Plague Bearers. Great and Clean One misses again. For such high stats, he's having a hard time. This goose is really buffed up by Vigor Mortis, by the corpse cards. Now he is gonna heal cap this guy over here. Another Tempest drops, but honestly not getting that much damage. That Tempest is doing nothing, man. That Tempest is doing like negative damage. It's kind of sad. Used to kill things like Furies, not anymore. Pushing contest with the Great and Clean One going pretty well. Vampire counts technically up in value, but it doesn't feel that way. That's because the Great and Clean One's still alive, and most of the value is on his lost HP. But maybe some recaptures are on the way. Definitely not here. Definitely not here. Air Game's totally won. Nurglings die. Okay. It's gonna help out a little bit. White Kings probably aren't gonna die either. They have healing. What is that? What is that targeting this guy? Not entirely sure. Oh, the Demons of Chaos. Zinch comes in with the little bombardment. Doesn't kill him though. Von Karstein Lord does live, but he is definitely a little worse for wear. Brutal charge on the Crypt Horrors, by the way. You want these guys to be supported by other units. Otherwise, you start losing HP a bit too fast, and the regeneration doesn't keep up. Big Angels of Decay summon too, by the way. Giant surround on the Von Karstein Lord too. Oh my god, he's getting brutalized. Absolutely brutalized. He's looking pretty rough. Exalteds are doing really good too. They're just ignoring them. They don't care about that fight. Oh my gosh, is he not gonna live? I think he's not gonna live. He's already down to almost like 1/3 HP over here. And Vampire counts summon more air units. That's nice and all to stabilize the situation, but is that really gonna help you capture points? I guess the middle point is secured, but time is of the essence. Now, they do have a decent amount of time. Only 750 tickets means Nurgle's only halfway there. Big Tempest hit on the Angels of Decay, along with the Lord loss penalty, does mean that they're probably gonna crumble down. So that ended up being a pretty nice Tempest. But god dang, that Vampire counts Lord looking kind of sus. 9 leadership. If they start crumbling, they just disappear instantly. And he does escape. Angels of Decay do begin to crumble now, and the Vampire Counts have won air supremacy. Spooky game indeed. In fact, Vampire Counts might actually win this. Dare I say it? Vampire Counts might actually win. Okay, their Lord is dying. He's doing his best to get leadership by hanging around the corpse carts. It's just enough to offset the crumbling. He gets a Wind of Death. It's literally just there to heal and to stabilize his leadership when casting. But he dies. He hits the ground hard. The cold embrace of the earth meets them once again. And now begins the hold. So Nurgle, essentially all they really have are these here capture points. I think technically they win on a single cap. Technically, Nurgle does win on a single capture point. Here's the thing though, they have like 4 units left. Vampire Counts got Crypt Horrors, and they have a good few minutes to secure one of these points. I imagine they'll take this one very soon. Crypt Ghouls are really nice. Winds of Death was very sad. Yeah, it was literally just so he could heal up a bit. Or at least try to stabilize his leadership by casting. Exalted Great Unclean One comes back though, okay. So this is big. This is big, but he doesn't have a lot of capture weight. And if Vampire Counts hold a triple cap for about half a minute, I think they win it. It's very close here. Yeah, they have to hold it for like what? A triple cap for I think 1 minute, which is a very short amount of time. And it seems like they are on their way to triple capping. Ooh, sneaky Bloodletter though. Sneaky Bloodletter in the forest. We'll be back to them in a second. His Exalted Plague Bearers are doing a good job, just kind of forcing a couple of units to stay here and fight. But we are seeing the transition now. 2 zombies, 2 Crypt Horrors, so you know, almost 10 capture weight, 15 capture weight. This is but 8. Not very much. The Nurglings aren't going to do much either. And now this battered Crypt Horror unit with its 2.6 capture weight starts the train going. You need 100 ticks to capture the point. So this is going to take a while. It's going to take like a minute. But with these two, it's going to take like it's going to take like 15 seconds. Another Crypt Ghoul shows up. Seems like Vampire Count's doing pretty well. Exalted Great and Clean One stomping into the fight. But I don't think he's going to have a lot of weight here. He only has 3 capture weight. Doesn't even stop the counts from securing the point. Gets a heal down, sure, on the Plague Bearers. Gets his Mortis Engine. But he's gonna have to Valley Trade. Now, obviously, the forces of the Demons of Chaos, they have a lot of time. But they do not have an infinite amount of time. And they're gonna have to re-secure some points. Trading-wise, ain't looking too good either. A lot of these guys have healed up. A ton. Okay, maybe the Crypt Ghouls are going down, but like... there's a whole dragon here, nibbling away at the Exalted. He turns around. Dragon disengages. Exalted, indecisive, chases the dragon. That means he's not mortising. Turns around. Nice distraction. Very good play from Maximilian there. Over here, Frolickers Bubonic. They'll probably trade evenly into the Crypt Ghouls. I don't think they're living. I think it's over unless Demons of Chaos manage to pull a move here. This is a good start. Gets the Crypt Ghouls. Vampire Counts don't have a lot of support. If you can steal this as quickly as possible, he may be able to come back. The Exalted Great Unclean One is a trading beast too. So Vampire Counts aren't done just yet. Although the corpse carts will be able to negate the capture weight here. This guy's probably going to kill all the infantry. Maybe the White Kings if he's not careful. Frolickers Bubonic even. Pretty even trade for the Crypt Ghouls. Though they are slightly cheaper, I think. So that's pretty good for them. And the Exalteds over here finally start capturing. Okay. So now what we're seeing is a slight sketchy scenario. Oh my god, he's barely on the point. He's barely on the point. The Bloodletters, the reserve Bloodletters are doing pretty good here too. Yo, if he manages to re-secure this, that would be very bad. Now, Vampire Counts need 350 tickets to win. If he captures this in the next couple seconds, he actually wins on a single point. That would be rather insane. He's force pathing his Crypt Ghouls onto it. Doesn't look like it'll be enough. It's 350 points. Okay, so Nurgle gets the point. No, they don't. The dogs. Oh my gosh, the dogs. Okay, so the doggos show up. They barely outweigh it, which means Vampire Counts most definitely win on a single cap. But they have to hold. Value-wise, Vampire Counts are losing very quickly. The value war is going very badly for them. They're losing a whole Crypt Ghoul and a bunch of zombies and some White Kings over here. It's brutal. This Exalted Great Unclean one is having the time of his life. Over here, Furies kill the dogs. But the tickets are very high for the Vampire Counts. Nurgle, though, if they can get a double cap for even a second, it's going to be bad. Oh my god, don't leave the point. Don't leave the point. Oh, what are you doing? No, the bloodletters. The bloodletters leave the point. Oh my god, he realizes it. But the seconds matter, man. Now, he's still going to need a double cap regardless. But it does mean Vampire Counts get a couple more tickets, which is going to make things a little bit tight. He does capture it, though, finally. Exalted Great Unclean One. Clobbering away. He's getting a lot of work done on these zombies. Some crumbling Crypt Ghouls. They'll be gone soon. And another 5 capture weight does show up. That is enough to start capturing the middle point, which is going to make things a little bit sus for the forces of the Vampire Counts, right? They have a lot of air units and a Crypt Ghoul out of position. It probably won't be able to shove these Bloodletters off either. But we'll see if our Demons of Chaos player knows about that. Plague Bearers, come on in. They want to beat up these zombies. Clear them out. But they're already providing a lot of capture weight. This is only 5. So in about 20 seconds, we would expect this point to flip. Which is definitely a good time for the forces of the demons. Over yonder, Crypt Ghouls making their way downtown. It's looking a little sus, but the Demons of Chaos with the double cap. There's nothing here. The Exalted Great Unclean One clobbering away. He's having a great old time. These Crypt Horrors are about to heal cap too, which means they are absolutely gonna die. Plague Bearers are fighting the Crypt Ghouls who are trying to deal with the Exalted, so they might even win it. And another unit shows up, and the Beast of Nurgle! Beasts of Nurgle, known for its slightly higher speed than other Nurgle units. Gonna be rocking on in. This is not gonna get captured until the second Crypt Ghoul shows up. And the middle is taken. What the crap? What a huge collapse from the Vampire Counts. What a huge collapse. I think the White Kings dying and fighting the Exalted was a terrible idea. That ended up kind of screwing them, it seems. Now, maybe he had to. Remember, he had to get a triple cap at some point to pull back. But god dang, this Exalted is made out of value, man. Almost 4,000. He's clearing things up. He baited out a ton of flying units. Over here, this point is still not going the way of the Counts. And even if they do take this, are they ever going to shove back on the middle point against 9 capture weight here? Against a solid like 10 capture weight over here, 11? God dang. Navigator, really showing up today with the sick plays. Corpse Cart goes down. Nurgle. He took basically only Nurgle units and 1 Bloodletter. Everything else was Nurgle, right? I didn't catch what the Furies were, but this is a very Nurgle-aligned demons, that's for sure. God dang, what a comeback. It was looking grim indeed. But he captures the point. And he holds the double cap long enough to win on a single point too. Though barely. It's very close. But unless, like, look, even if the Vampire capture immediately. Let's say the Vampire Counts get this point for free. All these units disappear. They only need 100 points. Vampire Counts needed 240, which means that they would have to triple cap now. And I don't think they have what it takes. Especially given that the double cap right now, they have essentially no time left. And that means the Grand Nurgle comes back. The Vamptide gets defeated by the Exalted Great Unclean One. What a menace. What an absolute menace. Oh my gosh, and Maximilianaire taps out. Brutality. Man, that Exalted Great Unclean one was a beast. Like, yeah, it got snippety sniped, but boy, did he grind. And these Exalted Plague Bearers, too, 2,600 value and full HP. You'll love to see it. 1,700 over here. Pretty brutal. Now, the White Kings were pretty good until they fought the Exalted Great Unclean one. This Goose got a lot of value, sure. But, can't capture no points, can it? God dang, Demons. Yeah, I think this is a very good matchup for Demons of Chaos. I kind of just misplayed it by going too hard on a strategy that can be hard countered. Very well played indeed, though. And that means Navigator takes the win. Congrats, Navigator, on the win. Spooky indeed. Navigator taking names today. God dang. Guess I completely underrated him. But that's gonna be his win. And we have 30 minutes until Turan's SFT. We're playing Cathay. But in the meantime, in the interim, I will be doing some coaching. So, this guy wanted to play some Empire. He wanted to play a little bit of Empire business. So let's see it. Let's see. So let's see if I go here. Ba-ba-ba. I go to Warhammer. We go to replays. We post a replay here. All right. Replays. So this one, he's trying to learn Empire. Got a solid kite build against Khorne. This generally, all right. So this looks pretty good for Empire. So let's go on in. We'll do some coaching. This is from Buse on the Discord. If you want to get some coaching, send replays or campaign files my way. Let's see it. Obviously, I have a great time playing Empire Kite, but a lot of people, you know, aren't used to the playstyle of kiting. So this will be good. This will be very good replay to get into. And here we go. So, if you're new to this series, this is a series where I cover people's replays from either campaign or multiplayer and give tips to play better. Alternatively, I'll also save your disaster campaigns if you send replays to my Discord. But for this one, Buse today has sent an Empire Kite playstyle against Khorne. Generally, extremely favored, which means we know something went wrong in this game. Or maybe everything goes right. But we'll definitely be able to give him some support. Some tips and pointers. He has Boris, which is great against the relatively low leadership Marauders, Korngors. He has the War Wagons. He has some Sterling's Revenge, Free Company. And when you're playing a kite game like this, generally what you want is to make sure, above all else, that you are trading up in value. You don't gotta worry about the capture points. You just gotta make sure that your guys are using their ammunition and that they don't die, which is what has me slightly worried for these Free Company militia. If they ever do get caught up, that's gonna be a bad situation. That's some capture point mindset that you gotta be wary of. But you know, he's getting some shots in at the cultist. Pretty good damage, nothing too much to say there. I will actually, one thing though, at max range, your War Wagons are pretty bad at hitting foot characters. I would generally only shoot at foot characters if they're at like half range, but in this case it's not too bad getting some damage here. There aren't too many high priority targets to focus fire, so you know, totally fine there. Good Boris charge. He doesn't care about a couple of Marauders. Almost terror routes them too, which is pretty nice. And overall, nothing bad, you know. Like, this is just a fine game. You know, he's kiting. He's using his pistoliers, routes off a unit. Boris gets netted. Oh, God. Wounded prey. He did mention that there was a little bit of sloppy play with Boris. So he already knows that, you know, you gotta be a little bit more careful with your Lord. But even if you lose your Lord, this should still be pretty winnable. You can see how much damage the Cultists of Khorne has taken. Flesh Hounds are not going to do well against the Demogryph Knights, so honestly, it's still not that bad. Pistoliers even chonking away at the Cultist, pretty nice. Hasn't used a summon yet. He has to be fighting in melee for 2 minutes, so honestly, pretty good. One thing I would say though, these spears should have been ready to defend your Pistoliers. They should be the right distance away to support your skirmishers at every given moment. In fact, this full retreat is really bad. He should be rushing in with his spears because they annihilate Flesh Hounds. That's the first minor misplay, though pretty small overall. They're totally expendable. You just want them to fight large units. A little bit of a capture here is fine. You know, he's slowing down the Marauders, getting a few free pot shots off. I will say a little risky. One Fury or one Dog Summon could probably kill these guys, and that would be a value loss. So while in this case your opponent lets you get value, got to be a little careful there. But overall, pretty good, right? You know, this is a great kite game. He's comfortable with being double capped, and this is exactly what you want when you're playing against people, right? He's using up most of his ammunition. His Pistoliers are in good health. Still a little bit too passive with these spearmen. You can see if the dogs were to charge you right now, they would probably get a bit of damage before your spearmen can support. In this case, the dogs are not plentiful enough to kill the war wagons, so it's fine. There is a little bit of a value loss, by the way, by not moving up the war wagons closer. When definitely they have nothing to worry about. They can totally be closer to this guy. You're losing a little bit of value on the ammunition. And a lot of people might look at the gold damage value and be happy. But settling for less can definitely run you into a situation where Khorne has too many units to kill off. But great targeting with Boris. He kills off the Cultists. Overall, pretty good. Little overextension with the Pistoliers. Honestly, you don't even need Pistoliers a lot of the time. But yeah, you can see he's focusing a lot on the kite units, and the support's just like always a little bit too far away. Royal Altdorf Griffites, right? They took a little bit too long to save the Pistoliers, and because of that, they aren't able to get as much value as usual. Cultist is basically gone. He doesn't have to escort it off. He could cycle charge with Boris instead. Demogryph Knights do kill those guys though, which is nice. You can see that tiny little problem though, right? Losing the Sterling's Revenge. Pretty expensive range unit to lose. You don't want to lose that guy. I will also comment on the magic. Regrowth is nice, but it's not that important in a kite build since you're trying to avoid damage anyways. You usually can settle for Burning Head to kill off these units a little bit faster, but overall regrowth is not a huge loss. I would say minor thing to consider though, because you know Boris has regen anyways, though you know on the Demogryph Knights is fine. Although if you are planning to heal the Demogryph Knights, you do want to cycle charge infantry as much as possible. Opponent here a little bit slow on the killing here, so he does get punished for that. And overall Empire is doing great, right? So this, I would say, is now an unlosable position. You shouldn't lose this position. This is pretty good. I will say the spears are still way too far away, man. So they could have captured this point way sooner. Because they move at the same speed as the Chaos Warriors, are faster. They would have been completely fine standing here. And you only pull back once they start advancing. You kind of force them to advance with your spears. Because if you don't, then you know, what are you doing, right? What are you doing with these spears? You gotta, you know, you don't have to play so far back. It's just infantry. They'll kill cavalry just fine, so no one cares about that. Spears is just for emotional support. Like, yeah, this is like, you know, 1,500 value idling. You can't help it anyway. They are finally advancing though. Regrowth drops on the Demogryph Knights. They did get caught up a little bit. Boris a little bit too aggressive there too. Usually what you want is you want to keep your wagons by Boris. So if this ever happens, the wagons can focus fire the Skull Taker. Boris does die, but in the end, this should still be really advantaged. Now the spears are pushing up. Okay. So now he's pulling in the spears when he doesn't have wagon support. And this is pretty bad now. Because you're using your spears against infantry. And they don't trade that well into infantry. I guess they do have the cavalry support. But this is not the time to be moving them in. They'll be doing their best when they're an anvil for your wagons to support. And kill everything. By moving them in now, you basically pick the worst situation to move them in. But hey, you still have a value lead, right? You're still killing off the Corin units. Your cavalry's being way too aggressive though. Right? Imagine just ignore the tickets, man. In a world without tickets, why would you have ever sent your cavalry on these Chaos Warriors, right? You know, if you just ignore the tickets, it makes so much sense that you would just wait for wagons and then send them in when you have that support, right? You know, you would just wait for your army. But it's always the tickets that get in people's heads. That makes them play slightly more aggressively than they need to be. Corn does not have a lot right now. You have a double cap. You could totally disengage. He does get the disengage with his cav. It's totally fine here. Some Chaos Warriors do lose that fight, which is pretty good. And overall, it's a pretty good fight, right? Corn dogs. A little bit of a sus situation. Okay. I guess he does have his cav support. You can also pull to your infantry. So if you just run your wagons through your spears and countercharge the dogs with your spears, it lets your cavalry get a lot more work done. You know, instead of having them fight corn dogs, they could have circled around and slammed into the back of these guys. They could have gone for Karanak and saved your spears here. You already had spear support to save your wagons. Your cavalry could have saved this situation. So another minor misplay. Enough of those, and it gets a little bit sus. He does resummon his Pistolier, so still has a single point. But you can see now that by playing for points and taking that fight so aggressively, he's actually losing the point even more. He only held the point for like maybe a minute or two, but now all his infantry are dead, and this is when it starts getting a little bit sus. Without infantry, your cavalry are way less effective, your wagons are way less effective because they can get charged down, so it's getting a little bit sus. And if you just take a look at the situation, what should be going through your head? It should be, I need to kill these units. It shouldn't be, I need to capture this point. Right? So this cavalry unit, I guess they're kind of doing neither. Are they trying to capture this far point? Are they trying to go here? That would be a mighty terrible misplay. Absolutely indeed. I will say the early game was exquisitely played, but now we have some idle cavalry. Oh, yeah, you see that? You see the impulse? It's the fear. It's the fear. He thinks he needs the points. He thinks he needs the tickets. That is not how the kite game plays. So he's trying to slow these guys down, right? He does get a pretty good charge, but these cavalry units are in a really sketchy position. One Minotaur summon, which Corrin does have the points for, right? One Doggo summon to muck them up, Furies. These guys can absolutely get killed, and if they get killed, you're screwed. This Corrin player doesn't take advantage of it, but absolutely it's a risky situation. Minotaurs could have been here. Though the risky play does pay off, he does ride off some Marauders, but he's still going for this point. You really need that infantry over here so that you can win your trades, you know, to stop the dogs from killing your wagons, so that you can clear off the rest of the infantry. It's actually not that much, right? Like, this is not a very scary force. This is two half-dead Chaos Warriors and a half-dead Marauder of Corn. Like, there's nothing going on. The Wrathmongers, sure, right? But they're not actually going to capture the point very quickly. They die to your skirmishers. And by having your cavalry here, they're not really, you know, you're not doing the Steel Faith and Gunpowder mixed forces strategy. Pretty brutal. Corn uses the unkillable on the Flesh Hounds, and now we have a smaller army occupying a larger empire force, because cavalry alone do not really trade too well. Now he does, despite all of this, still capture this point with his infantry. It is a tenuous capture though, because if Khorne did start to win this, right, and it looks like they might, it's going to be close, they can recapture this point really well. What you want are them permanent solutions. You want to permanently hunker down on the middle and just make it where they have no units left. You can see how close this game was to Khorne just running out of units. Like, what does he have? He has Karnak's Skull Taker and like 2 units of infantry at good HP, and I guess the Furies, right? You have like 4 units of spearmen. You have 4 units of cavalry, 4 skirmishers, right? If you just blob together and just were like, I'm gonna wipe this guy off the face of the planet, this would be much easier. Now I think our wonderful player here, Buse, still wins, but definitely made it a little bit more close than he needed it to be, by focusing on the points. Usually, at least with Khorne, you know, with greenskins, it can be a little bit more sus. But with Khorne, you can absolutely wipe them off the face of the planet. And yeah, by splitting his forces here, you can see how much less effective they are. In the end, though, he still gets a victory. Hopefully this was useful to you, because not every player will be so generous, letting you take your time and play slightly suboptimally there. There were a lot of opportunities where you could have gone more value with your wagons, could have been a little bit more aggressive with your spears, and if you implemented all of that, Khorne would be so dead. Overall, though, very nicely played. Very nicely indeed. You did keep Boris alive in the end. Honestly, you mentioned that Boris was probably one of your worst parts about the battle. It actually didn't matter. If he lives, he lives. You're probably fine. You know, he got a little bit of poke damage on these guys. Much more so, I would say, focus on keeping your army together and making sure you know what your main win condition is. If you do that, you'll be in a much better place. But that's it for that review. If you want to submit some replays for coaching, I'm doing it for free on stream. Just go to my Discord, and hopefully we'll get a lot more of these videos. Anyways, that's it for that. I'm playing in a SFT. I'm playing in Turan's SFT as Cathay. Oh god, we're playing as Cathay. Oh boy. We're playing as Cathay. So I'm thinking we need a fancy build. So if I have Croman, how often do I have to desummon them? So there's a really weird playstyle where you go Cav Max to punish. So a defensive build dies to Crane Gunners, right? So if they go super defensive, you summon in the Crane Gunners to just kill them. Defensive build can't really switch off very quickly. They can't, excuse me, rush you. And then a mobility build dies to Jade Lancer's Croman. This has to be good. This has to be good, right? What do I take? Zhao? Do I take Foot Zhao? Foot Zhao for 2k, Plague of Rust, Dragon's Breath? Think about it. Give it a big think. So if I take Foot Zhao, he can definitely support this army decently well, but I don't get Plague of Rust. Alternatively, what you do is you take this lady and you just run her around on foot for 400. Yeah, I think Zhao needs to be transformed most of the time. Alchemist is fine because she also buffs Zhao's magic. She's the Plague of Rust caster. Take her on a horse. Take the Elixir of Iron Skin. 90 armor. 90 armor is kind of jokes. That is a lot of armor. That's a stupendous amount of armor. What the crap? It's only 25 seconds though. as funny as it is, I think it doesn't win you the game unless you put it on the Crowman. Yo, what if you do Crowman with 105 armor? Okay, wait, I gotta. Okay, so let's say you're on Troll Country, right? And then you're playing against Kislev. I don't know what the best way to set this up is. I don't have my alt account right now. But let's just see. Let's just... I must know. I must know. Can you use Crowman to kill Griffin Legion? Yeah, maybe the crewmen kill everything here. This is 90 armor. So they just shouldn't die for like 30 seconds. Considering 2 uses only cost like 100 gold. Maybe it's hype. So these guys are mostly... They have like 30% armor piercing. Oh god. Oh geez, that Crowman charge. Okay, what if I use the armor on them now? Yeah, the armor piercing's still pretty good, right? I'm sure there's like some situations where it's not bad though. You can get a Plague of Rust here on them. You can see how powerful Plague of Rust can be. Minus 69 armor, pretty cool. You can also combo with Zhao's Dragon Breath. The armor debuff. So like imagine I do something like this, right? Armor debuff them and then Dragon's Breath. Actually does semi-decent damage, I guess. But yeah, it's not too bad. Like this is definitely the strongest part about Cathay. I don't think anything here is better. Plague of Rust is definitely good. Now, Elixir of Iron Skin's kind of a meme, but it is hilarious and it kind of fits with the build. So like, what if I just do this? So you got Burning Van Braces with Zhao. You have 2,700 gold locked up in Hero Spellcaster combo, which is generally seen to be pretty expensive, but a Blood Dragon Lord is not going to do that much better. And honestly, Zhao at 2k is kind of a steal when you compare him to like Archaon. He's a tanky, terror-causing, fighty dude with healing. Like, you know, that's fine. 2k for Zhao is great. Then you have your Cav. Yeah, you can get the War Drum too, but I think I need like actual units now. So if I went all in on the Cav, this is kind of what I end up with, which is I'm gonna run out of summons, right? And we all know Cathay infantry sucks. The Crane Gunners though are pretty sick, so you can do something crazy like this and just have no melee infantry. It's like the Cav killed Chaff real well. These guys are amazing. I would love to resummon them. The Long Marauders are questionable. So these are armor-piercing Long Marauders. So they are comparable. They have Guardian. They're comparable to Pegasus Knights, which are a pretty good option. But we can spice it up yet more. I can get artillery. I can get a Fire Rain Rocket. Can get a Fire Rain Rocket to help route them. That's pretty cool. Are the Grenadiers good? No. A Fire Rain Rocket, some Crane Gunners. Like, he's never gonna catch Crane Gunners, right? I think this is like... This feels not bad. I can get Metal Shifting. Or Strength of Yang, which is 13 seconds only. God dang, that's pretty useless. Screw it, I'll take the armor buff. Okay, so what closes out this build? So I have a whack load of range, which is good. Air Supremacy. Air Supremacy with Crowman is solid. I don't think I need the normal Long Marauders against most builds. And I don't need a Moonbird. Single entity wise, the Cav and the Plague of Rust is very good. I could just take some normal crossbows, I guess. Like, I need them to advance towards me so my Cav can wreck them. That's the whole idea of this build. Win with the Magistrate Lord? Good God, I don't think that's possible. Double balloons. Double Sky Lantern plays. Okay, yeah, double Sky Lantern starts getting memey because it just doesn't really help, right? I need cavalry. And the only cav I have are the Longma Riders. I guess they are harmonied with the Crowman. And it's better than most everything else I can take. Like if I want ranged, I'm taking Crane Gunners. I could take a Celestial Dragon Crossbow to just hyper delete armored infantry, but like the Crane Gunners do it better because they have better range, so probably not that. If anything, it's a single entity. I could take a Jet Lion or a Jade Lion. Jade Lion has a breath attack, Jade Conduit, and Mastery of the Elemental Winds. So I could take one of these, have some single entity power, or a Celestial Lion. I kind of like Celestial Lion for Fearsome Roar. Okay, so here's the wacko build. This guy for the lols. I don't think I'll actually use him though. But you know, I could I could amp the Plague of Rust to ludicrous levels. It's already high enough though. Minus 69 armor is kind of bonkers. All right. I think this is the star build. I think this is about as good as it gets for Cathay. But yeah, rear charge and roar is like, boom, they're gone. No more dudes. It's pretty nice. So I guess this is what I'm doing. Are you guys ready for the jank? I'm so ready. No lion. I think no lion. But yeah, I got good micro. And this brings basically all of Cathay's best units. The only downside is like, can they hard counter this? I would hazard a guess and say there should be a hard counter, but like I can't think of it. It's very similar to the Kislev leadership bomb style, especially when you have this Celestial Lion. Like monstrous infantry should have a rough time here. I think against a vampire accounts, you can kind of single out bits and pieces, bits and bobs, and probably kill them that way. Their flyers aren't too spooky. You can kind of melt them with this. I just got a micro cav like a god, right? You playing in turns today as Cathay? Yeah, someone donated 50 bucks. Shogunite donated 50 bucks for me to win with Cathay in SFT tournament. And I can't say no to that, right? That's a pretty good payday, all right? That's a real good payday. So I'm making it work. But yeah, I think it's hilarious because they'll never have anything that can catch a Crane Gunners. When you have this much mobility, nobody's gonna jump your Crane Gunners. This is gonna be wonderful. I think so. Zhao is very meta too. As it turns out, Anticity is a cheap date. Who's eating for 50 bucks? Y'all are crazy. All right, so I'm sure some of you guys are like, you know, having $50 dinners. Are you ordering? Okay, maybe I am just a cheap date. There are dinners that are like $100 if you're real fancy. There you go. Western provinces selected. But yeah, I think Cathay's infantry are way too slow. You do this, unkillable. Are you gonna stream the SFT? That's what we're doing right now. Where's my win-loss tourney? We're literally doing it right now. We're doing it live. You were in London, UK recently. You don't want to know how much dinner costs there. Oh, London, UK. Okay, yeah. If you go to tourist, get to the tourist traps. But yeah, definitely can be expensive. Look, if someone wants to go on a date with me, and they'll like it'll cost $50, I'm like, you are too expensive, ma'am. You are too expensive. I can't afford you. Skidoo, get out of here. All right. If they're willing to pay for a $50 date, though, then like, all right, you want me to be a gold digger? I guess I'll do it. All right. Anyways, yeah, this should be fun though. I wonder how this does versus like a Nurgle though, but like most people are kind of spamming infantry. It's very similar to the Kislev playstyle. It's very similar, just a little bit less hard on the single entities. Just gotta nerf your gold cost a bit. God. Just start talking Warhammer. I'll do it. I'll do it. You wanna bet? Is a $50 dinner all it takes to make someone a gold digger with food prices these days? True. True. I guess it's not really gold, is it? Whatever. Yeah, I guess I am cheap. Who would have guessed? The guy eating mashed potatoes 24/7 is cheap? How low tier are Dark Elves? Better than you think. They're actually mid tier. Dark Elves can tussle. Turan's live. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Anyways, I think this crushes it though. I'm gonna call this one Cathay Cav Max. Witch Elves. I don't know how I feel about Witch Elves, man. I don't know how I feel about Witch Elves. I feel like they get massacred. Witch Elves get obliterated by everything. I prefer Forsaken. Forsaken a hype, man. If you have good micro, is it really worth bringing a bunch of Cav? I see you do it a lot very effectively. Yeah, if you have good micro, cavalry's really good at making up for misplays that your opponent makes. So if they are out of position, you can just shut them down, you know, just punish them, right? Which is why I can exploit cavalry a lot better than other people. When I'm using infantry, I don't know how to exploit. Well, like infantry's just too slow, man. They can't get to where you need them to be to uptrade. Now the problem is that if they're playing well, if they know what they're doing, I'm probably screwed, but we'll see. Extreme Demigod, yo, we're up again. Same twice in one day. I'm Cathay. All right, we have our first opponent. Lock in intensity. $50 on the line. He's playing Dark Elves. Hell yeah. What's the map? Great blocker. I'd use your other blocker, but I don't want to flashbang people. Karavdir. Edge of the Darkwood. Alrighty. Here we go. I'm locking in. I need sustenance stuff. I feel like I've been eating all day, but I'm still hungry. Is it all the exercise? Who knows? Yeah, I'm feeling good about this one though. Cathay versus Dark Elves is chill. Ain't no way Dark Elves wins this. I think we absolutely dominate. Alright, back to cashew spam. Oh, dang. What's up? Mercy the Mad with the raid. Thank you, good sir. For those of you that don't know Mercy the Mad, great content creator. Let me get a link. Let me get a link to your channel. There you go. What's up, man? Yo, we're just getting into turns SFT right now. We got challenged to win with Cathay, or requested, because it's not even a challenge. Easy peasy lemon squeezy Cathay victory, right? Also, yeah, Satang in the blocker. He got nerfed. He's not that good anymore. All right, good time, Mercy fans. You're about to watch an Anticity playstyle special. He's worse than grenades. Oof. That's a rough one. It's the Moby Max. Ready. Good luck. Have fun. So this is a full mobility build. It suits me very well. We're gonna use this to hopefully win the tournament today. It's an SFT. So people aren't gonna be counter picking me or anything. Hella Brown. The Crone with her crazy attacks. Chill Wind, okay. A Medusa. It's a pretty hefty infantry core. I think I will just get the one crane gunner out and just shoot him up. That seems like the best order of operations here. Because the Medusa's the real annoying thing versus the crane gunners. And I don't want to have to deal with that business. Now he does have this pillar to keep the Medusa safe. But can he keep this force safe? I am much more mobile than him, and this map is massive. Medusa's getting in range though. Kinda sus. Now I'd be tempted to summon in actually I guess I can get the Celestial Lion against Helibron. That's not a big issue. Would also help Zhao. Also has that leadership debuff, which is pretty good against harpies and the like. I think that's fine. He went pretty hard on the infantry core. I have stupendous amounts of mobility. Oh crap, he's gonna get a shot off, isn't he? Barely not, barely not. He doesn't have a lot of uses for his magic either. And there are the crane gunners. So as long as I can capture this point with relative speed, I should be goodies. There's also this fun thing I can do. Get the Astromancer, spell amp my my Dragon's Breath over here. Cast the Dragon's Breath. I don't have to worry about his ranged, right? I don't think I have to worry about his ranged. because I'm gonna kill them with my cavalry. So I should just kill his front line instead. Harpies are getting obliterated. Very nice. And wow, the crane gunners routed them. That's crazy. All right, get him, Zhao. I'm just gonna soften up his entire front line. We'll bully his spearmen, and then I should be fine. There's the Celestial Lion. Wondrous. Hellebron does not want to engage us. She will absolutely get dumpstered. Let's go over here. Let's get the Zhao in here. Let's get another fat breath attack on these guys. Goodbye, spearmen. That's a great little value lead we got there. And I am in no rush. I'm in no rush. Okay, Zhao is actually taking a little bit of damage. That is a little bit of an oopsie daisies on my part. I still have a double cap on him though. He is kind of taking his time to capture these. And in the meantime, Hellebron's taking some deeps. So I think I should be okay. I should be able to recapture this point fairly quickly with my Cav Core too. That part I'm not too worried about. Especially because Zhao has that big old breath attack here, right? I don't think I need to overcast this. I think a normal cast will do. Considering there's not that much other support. Nice, nice. And then we get the Zhao in there, and then we just full surround them, and then we just kill everything, right? I think that is what we do. There's the Zhao charge. Nice. Can I catch his Dark Riders? Probably not. It is a bloody massacre over there, though. Lots of killing indeed. Let's get another one of these guys here. Gonna need to save my crane gunners for sure. But we've most definitely captured this point. And that's what I mean, right? Exploiting your opponent's mistakes. It's going well so far. Harpy should go down. He's getting a little bit of damage here, though. I'm not a big fan of that. Let's disengage from there. There we go. I got a pretty good hit on my crane gunners, too. Doesn't kill too many entities, though. So I think it ends up being okay. Let's get a breath attack in there. Nice. Yeah. Hellebron's actually getting some work in. Slight misplay on my part. Might actually get a couple losses from that. But at least Zhao's doing okay. I just gotta... You know, at this point, I kind of just want to summon in the rest of my Cav. And just kill him. Because he doesn't... He just pulled back with his Cav, right? He's really surrounded on here. Which is pretty painful for him. I should be able to just shut down all of his range units. If we just go for it. That's pretty good breath attack on his Cav at the same time as we charge in. That's actually massive damage. That was huge damage. Nice. And we get our Cav in here. Our Astromancer can start capturing that point. And then I should be a-okay, right? Long as we shut down his range units. Massive route. Let's go. Pretty good. Time to get the Righteous Lances in here. As you can see, indeed, his units are not enough. His range is not powerful enough, presumably. Oh crap, I misclicked. Little misclick, it's fine. Anyways, I got loads of harmony though. It should be pretty rough for him. Righteous Lances are in. I just gotta kill this Medusa. I also lucked out in that his passive triggered after his stuff routed off. If it triggered a little bit later, it could have been pretty bad actually. Okay, there we go. Because like, yeah, the leadership buff on them is kind of huge. You have to be a little careful around that. And it ain't over just yet either, right? Like he is tussling. There goes my caster too. A little brutal. Come on. Can I get a rock drop here? No rock drop either. A little sus. I do still have my line alive, though. I do still have my range alive. I should be okay. Although I must say, a little sus, even with such a nasty engagement. Hellebron's coming on into. She's being a menace. Zhao does heal, though. And a rather massive one at that. If Hellebron dies, this guy's screwed. With Zhao doing so well, Hellebron taking the celestial, the big flyer dude on him. Yeah, she should just die. Okay. Ooh, I will say, though, a little sus. The Dark Elf Cavalry kind of spooky. Zhao does get routed, actually. God dang, Hellebron. Hellebron with the spicy. With the spicy plays. Now, she will die. Zhao may die. It's kind of a toss-up. But I still have my full mobility core. I should be fine. Hellebron dies. Let's go. Do I have my Metal Caster back? I do. Sick. Desummon my Jade Lancers because we want them back as fast as possible. And then it's just cleaning them up, right? Yeah, maybe a slightly spicy play with Zhao. I think if there's one thing I had to criticize, maybe I was a little bit spicy with Zhao. Other than that, though, you know, he's still triple capped. I'll have my Lancers here in a second. You know what? She can slow down the capture rate for those Witch Elves. So I don't think they'll be able to do much. And Harpies are not that bad. Harpies are fine. With the Harmony bonuses, they're not going to do anything. Unfortunately, I do lose my Crane Gunners, though. Mild misplays abound. But hey, I got my core units back. Jade Lancer Crowman. Can't go wrong with them. Let's see here. Okay, nice. Supreme Sorceress, she's going down. Still a little sus, actually. Still a little sus. I doubt he'll be able to recapture these points anytime soon. But the Righteous Lances are kind of having a hard time. It almost looks like I'm having a hard time here. What the crap's going on? Are these Corsairs? Okay, they're just Corsairs. That's fine. Look, as soon as the shock of Zhao getting obliterated wears off, we win this, okay? There you go. It was a great kill. All right, and we go over here. We capture this. Look, these Corsairs got nothing on me, okay? Desummon over there. I got Crowmen for days. Those are Dark Riders. Who cares? Let's see here. Yeah, I'll have a far capture. This Astromancer's doing great. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We're fine. He will be able to secure the point, though, but this bomb drop is about to end his entire lineage. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Here we go. And then the Corsairs are dead. Hell yeah. There we go. Sick. Righteous Lancers versus Harpies. Never had a better fight. Let's get the Lancers back. You can see the moment the Lancers start running out is when it gets sus, isn't it? All right. I did route off the Corsairs, though. Thank goodness for bomb drops. Can I capture this and then book it? Is that an option here? Do I have any Lancers? Okay, I got a couple Lancers. It should still be fine. Should still be fine. Really, most of his value's in his Medusa anyways. Apparently, I only have 1 point. Yeah, because this one's not done yet. Anyways, I'll be able to take this. Give me that Plague or Rust. And then give them 90 armor for a few seconds. That should kill the Medusa. He resecures his far end. But it shall not be enough. God, what a tussle, though. You know, despite everything, this ended up actually being a little bit of a tussle. I must say. He is army wiped in the end, but this does not bode well for future Cathay shenanigans. It did kind of work, though. I did appreciate how much it worked. This Medusa has no armor, too. Full surround on her. Should just be able to kill her, right? Big surround on his Dark Riders. Hell yeah. Plague of Rust. Almost out. But she does die. Solid route over here. Nice. Who needs Zhao, am I right? What, they only cost 1,700 too? What a steal. What an absolute steal. Medusa's gone. Hell yeah. We have a double cap. It's over. Yeah, all right. You see that? That's some Cathay power right there. I wasn't worried for a second. What are these guys? What even are these guys? Sisters of Slaughter? Don't they just die to cav charges though? I feel like they should just die to cav charges. Yeah, they just died to cav charges. I don't need to even rock drop them. Although I can rock drop these spears. That'd be pretty funny. The overconfidence is insane here. Hey, we're still ahead though, okay? We still totally got this one in the bag, okay? This is ultra bagged. I got pure cavalry versus, like, you know, the slim pickings of infantry summoning it. It's great. Really? These guys don't count as flying? They must have a unit caught up somewhere. That's kind of a ripoff, I'm not gonna lie. I wish that was fixed. There we go. These Onyx Crowmen are insane. You just kind of fly around over the unit for like 10 seconds and then they're gone, man. And then they're gone. It's sick. All right. Capture point secured. You see, this is why you don't worry. This is why you don't worry about things. Everything will always turn out fine, people. Here you go. This is the capture point. Mass route on his units. God, how much value did these guys get, man? Holy 2k value. Okay. As Medusa lived though. Kind of spook. Anyways, yeah, 2k value on the Onyx Crowmen. Pretty hype. Plague of Rust. Plague of Rust charge. So they just get obliterated. Oh my gosh, dude, Plague of Rust is so good. Best debuff spell in the game, I swear. Yeah, he's army wiped and I have like 300 tickets to spare, man. Why are people sweating? The late game is when I power up. That was entertaining. I was a little worried, I'm not gonna lie. He did get tabled in the end. But God, that value trading was close. Plague of Rust is hilarious though. Lasts so long, such a massive debuff. Beautiful. And that's gonna be the first win of the day, or first win of the tournament with Cathay. Against Dark Elves. Okay. GG. I just gotta keep that up then, right? Who else is playing today? Who else do I have to worry about? Maximillionaire is playing. I bet his vampire counts. God, these guys get you so much value. Zhao paid for himself. That's pretty cool. Please consider being a Cathay main. This is just Kislev, but worse. This is just Kislev, but like way worse. Oh my god. If you gave me a Frost Worm instead of a Celestial Lion, oh my goodness. 1800 Crane Gunners though. I'm telling you, the Crane Gunners will never get shut down. Beautiful. The Cold One Knights were the spookiest thing. But yeah, he just doesn't have any units to counter this, right? He's stuck summoning in infantry. Doesn't have a lot of cav. If he had pure cav, he probably could have contested a lot better there. It kind of works. Now, I kind of like the build. I kind of like the build. The next map's Imperial Road too, which is a pretty good map for this playstyle. Very big, open, relatively flat. You know, the Sisters of Slaughter summon, it's probably because he had nothing else. Because people generally, when they play against Cathay, they tech anti-infantry. Because Cathay has pretty scary infantry. The only downside is they're a bit slow. pretty easily countered. But if everyone's bringing anti-infantry, Cav Max starts doing pretty good. Elixir of Iron Skin, though, I don't know how to make it work, man. Like, I don't know where I'm supposed to use this and have it work. Maybe I should just get Elixir of this thing instead. 40 melee attack for 30 seconds. I feel like that's way more impactful. "40 melee attack, man. Imagine your Cav with 66 melee attack. Holy crap. It's like they get charge bonus all over again. On Croman, oh my god. No blocker on? Yeah, it should be fine. Dude, yeah. Plague of Rust. Elixir. Cast? I don't know how to say that. Onyx Croman. Hitting for 45 damage on the charge. 65, technically. Now that's a spicy meatball. Yeah, I imagine they will just delete everything. Sisters of Slaughter are not anti-Cav, no. They just have really high melee defense, which gets negated by Cav. Very low HP. They actually get hard countered by cavalry. Hard countered pretty bad. Yo, this is hype though. This is pretty hype. So you have the Mega Croman enabler. You got your cavalry. It's not bad. It's not bad. And Zhao's breath attacks are like kind of hilarious. So in a game where I know Zhao is going to get a lot of breath attacks off, I can summon in the Astromancer and just get a bunch of free damage. De-summon him or use him for capture weight. But like kind of the breath attack kite is really cool. And you are kiting. You have so many of these dudes. You can also Plague of Rust, Dragon's Breath. Like that should kill Chosen, realistically. If I run into Slaanesh, I might just run this build. I might just run this build into Slaanesh. What are the rules here? Do they have Pavane as a band? Seekers are banned. Thunder Tusk is banned. Slaanesh and Beastmen are just banned. They're just not even allowed in this tournament. God dang. Two factions banned is a little crazy. Nah, I think Turan has seen enough of Slaanesh winning, especially in his grand finals. It would kind of be sad if just like and like a lot of players want to win Turan's tournaments too. So there's a lot more incentive to try hard. It makes sense. Got out of class early just in time for the tourney. Aw, yeah. Yo, this is so sick though. The alchemist with the elixir. Rust elixir. The only downside is like you can't really catch cavalry. It can be a little hard getting on top of cavalry. But in general, the build is fine. And the righteous lances are not the worst. They actually cooked pretty hard there. Beastmen overperform as much as Slanesh. They're generally thought of to be like a really nice faction. I think the meta has shifted where people kind of know how to play against Beastmen now, though. I've been seeing a lot more main tide builds, but despite that, they still have a really high win rate. So you might as well. Doing any leadership bomb shenanigans? Yeah. Full surround and celestial line roar can rout off basically any infantry unit. So Overcast Plague of Rust, Overcast Dragon's Breath is a little expensive. But at least it's guaranteed to kill whatever I use it on. And it is undodgeable. Zoom maxing build. It's a fun one. Yo, if I make it to the finals, that would be so hype. We have one more match till the next one. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Can't wait for a Cathay build that doesn't include humans. I have a weird disdain for infantry. I don't know. They're just so slow, man. They're just so slow. If you win, it's another $25. God dang, man. All right, I'm on it. I'll lock in. I'll do whatever you want, man. Yo, that's hype, though. You are single-handedly funding Cathay's win rate right now. If you keep it up, CA might nerf Cathay. It'd be great. Death Runner Max. Okay, I wanted to check my options. I noticed there was like a little bit of lag. Yeah, why crap, I think I did like some weird Nvidia button and then it changed my my graphic settings. I want my game to run smoothly, man. All right, get rid of this. Ultra off, on, high, permanent. Ultra shadow detail high. 3D, okay. There you go. Much better. No wonder it's lagging. Did you guys notice the very slightly better shadows? I didn't. $25, that guy's loaded. Yeah, that's like half of an expensive dinner. I'll do my best. Yo, we got some steaks coming in. I gotta play real sweaty then. I almost lost to Dark Elves. Oh, sorry, I did win this PC. I won this PC playing Warhammer tournaments. Can you believe it? You too can get a decked out PC if you both become a content creator and then there's an Intel sponsored event where they give you a free PC. God, I was so lucky. Right time, right place. Greater Arcane Conduit's very hype, yeah. I don't got it though. And Zhao only has normal Arcane Conduit. He has Normie Conduit. Anyways, Greater Arcane Conduit is just like, you know, it's a way to balance the lords. It's weird. CA doesn't balance costs in here. They balance costs on the lord. So if Zhao Ming is good because of Dragon's Breath, they don't make Dragon's Breath more expensive. They make Zhao more expensive. It's weird, man. It's weird. CA, I don't know, man. They got some weird shenanigans. All right, I'll be back in a second. Sometimes I wish I could just have full power and balance the game myself. I feel like I would do a pretty good job. I feel like I do a pretty good job, but I'm sure I'd make too many people angry or something. Single player crowd, I don't know. Someone would be angry. All right, we back. Yeah, I wish Yuan Bo was more meta. He's pretty cool. His execution mechanics are a little weird, though. Will execute units in combat below a 20% hit point threshold. What does that mean? Does anyone know what this means exactly? If it's like a unit of like zombies or something that are at like 20% HP, does he just like delete them? Or does it only work on single entities? Like how does this do? I don't know. Only lords and heroes, what a ripoff. If I balance the game, I wouldn't make cavalry like way better, all right. You know, honestly, let's be real though, right? The best thing I can do is just identify which things could use a bit of a pick-me-up. I think that's where I'm best suited to help out. More than game balance, because then I'd have to test every unit. That'd be a lot more work. Realistically, I should be the one telling CA like, hey, Sky Lanterns, nobody sees them. People love them. Can we, maybe we can buff up Sky Lanterns a bit. You know, bloated corpses, greases. The works, man, the works. High elves against Grandest of Cathay. This should be pretty good for me, right? High elves versus Grand Cathay. What do I have to worry about? Probably not much. You're not a fan of the Warhammer style of Cav? If you give them more stats, then there's a lot less to micro, though. I feel like having that higher skill ceiling is cool, but then in single player, they're a lot worse. Because, like, you know, the unit... Yeah, I don't know. Single player, you have to balance for very little micro. Multiplayer, you have to balance for very high micro. How do you do that? How does one do that? I don't know. How did other game developers do that? I wonder. Those units would become toxic if you buff them? What do you mean those units would be toxic if you buff them? Just don't over buff them, man. Every unit in the game that has ever been like ludicrously OP, you know, can be brought down to levels where they used very little. Actually, most of the time they do that, but a lot of the time units just you just put them in the right place. Although I will say Warhammer does have a only take the good units problem. But like I don't think Greasus is that bad. All right, if you ever want the unit to be less toxic, just give it a hard counter. Like you know, the reason when like we don't care about corpse cards that much is because you just kill the corpse card, right? You just kill the corpse card. You know, just make sure the unit has some sort of weakness. Give them low armor or a low speed or, you know, whatever, right? Just give them more weaknesses. I don't think it's that hard. But I am speaking from ignorance. That is what I say people should not do. So I guess let's not get too overconfident there. Let's play Russ. A couple archers. A couple little artillery pieces. Doesn't really have anything that can bully Zhao though, so I'm not too worried. Zhao can actually just slow walk to him. Get that menacingness going on in. Zhao the menace. And then as soon as I get a fire rain battery, we're fine here. Get ready to be kablamoed. Actually summoned it in slightly out of range. That's my B. But this thing should just dominate. These poor guys here don't really have the range to handle things. If I just hit up his spearmen, I should be fine. Firing rocket can then kill his elite infantry. And then I should be good to go. I don't think he's ever jumping this thing. Zhao is having the time of his life. He's just bullying a couple spears. Honestly, yeah, he's starting to get really pushed up. I feel like I could just rush down my opponent now. Yeah, this could be pretty rough for him. Though, the encroaching is a little spooky. Here we go, though. Crowmen are coming on in. He gets a solid bombardment. Won't kill any of the artillery pieces, though. It's pretty brutal. And it seems like, yeah, his guys are just kind of out of position, right? They're just kind of out of position. That's a pretty nice catch on his crowman there. Zhao with the breath attacks to kill them, and then we just summon a cav unit, surround this lady. And then we're just going to drop the artillery, push back over there. And now we should just be absolutely massacred, right? I think he's pretty dead. Ooh, good bombardment, though. That was a pretty nice bombardment. But, yeah, he just doesn't have the, oomph here, right? It just feels like he has no units. Artillery should be back very soon too. There's another glorious breath attack. His artillery's down. Mine's gonna be back. Although they kind of lost all their pieces, so I think we'll just have to desummon them. But hey, you know, I got his lord over there. We'll have to see if it actually paid for itself damage-wise. Excuse me, sorry, man, I'm burping a lot. But yeah, I think it should have been fine. Most of his archers here are in a pretty rough position too. I have a crazy value lead. Honestly, he just took too many range units. I just feel like he has too many range units. Yeah, he has a Loth and Sea Guard over there, but they're not too terrifying. I have another Plague of Rust on these White Lions too. So I should just be able to kill them. The Loth and Sea Guard over there, I'm just gonna ignore. There you go. And now we transform Zhao, right? Probably should have transformed him a little bit earlier, but it's totally fine. Get him, Zhao. Beat him up. Great surrounds abound. And then I guess I'll save up for the Righteous Lances. There's not too much to do at this point. I guess I can summon in Crane Gunners to secure the lead. I keep missing those spell casts, though. A little bit spooky. Still, though, Zhao will do great here. Croman can kill off the Spearmen. There you go. There goes his Lord. Let's give them insane melee attack values now, and then this is the finisher. So by having Crane Gunners now, after all of this tussling is done, this is like nothing he can do to kill them. He can have all the anti-cav in the world, but the Crane Gunners will just clean up shop. Crazy statted Croman, 59 melee attack. Goodbye, Spearman. Wondrous. The lion's in there. It's already over. All right, well, there you go. It's pretty straightforward game. I felt like High Elves had nothing. GG, well played. That really felt like they had nothing, right? Like, there was nothing you could do. Mostly it's because he had 1,400 gold locked up in bolt throwers that did nothing. My artillery still got 600 value, lowered his leadership. Yeah, this is a very good build. This is oh god, 6 gold value archers. What did the lions get? Oh god, they got nothing. Everything got nothing, man. Holy crap. Well, that was brutal. Yeah. Shogunite, are you enjoying this? Are you not entertained? Yo, this is great. Nobody expects the Cav Max Cathay. He messaged me. He said he was expecting mass Crane Gunners, which the bolt throwers would have been pretty good against. But yeah. The scary thing is, like, if you take too much ranged, you're dead. If you go ranged and infantry, there's no way. The breath attacks kill your front line way too hard, and then you can't defend any of your range. So it would need to be like a melee max build. Like, you're basically playing it like you would against Bretonia with like no range units. And then, like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna Cav Max into Cathay? That's pretty crazy considering they delete Bretonia. Extremely entertained. Yeah, the Golden Birds are so good. Their bomb drop is... That's a proper grenade-in right there. I feel like people should know better that when playing versus Ent, they should expect at least 6 mobility pieces. But they keep bringing builds that get picked apart by mobility. So sometimes I do go for Mantide and slow builds, and I don't play them well. But I do it enough to get the fear in there so people don't... So people can't be sure that I'm gonna go Cav Max. Really? This was Giga nerfed? You're kidding me. It's so powerful. Hear me out, War Compasses? Nah, War Compasses are not fast enough to support the build. As much as I love them, 1300 for slightly more magic damage and Winds of Magic doesn't really help. Like, my build needs to be able to fly around, you know? They gotta be swerving and all that. Yeah, the crazy Crowman, though. The crazy Crowman. I love it. Monster Mash and Cav to counter this. So if you went Monster Mash, you would have to deal with the Jade Lancer surround with Plague of Rust. It would be a little scary. Overcast Plague of Rust, full Cav surround with Harmony, and Zhao in there to help fight. And you're probably gonna lose your monsters unless you go super ham on them. Like, I think even a Shredder of Lustria... Well, actually, let's see. Now I'm wondering. Troll Country. The Lizardman. So let's say you have Mazdamundi healing, right? Mazdamundi on Zlak. He's healing. He has Shield of the Old Ones. Let's just give him everything. And a Shredder of Lustria. Now, this is pretty bad. I think they still dumpster, but I'm wondering how much damage you can get done with the Plague of Rust and full surround. Not war drums, war compasses. Compasses. It didn't even click in my head that it was a unit. Are you crazy? War compasses? Oh god. All right. What I'm wondering is, with Zhao support, does this win it? So I'm gonna bring Zhao and 2 of these guys. All right. So, you know, you got the Iron Dragon, you got big charge here, right? You have your Regiment of Renowned Crowman. He kind of whiffs because the AI is foolish, I say. But yeah, how much damage can you get done? So it's 51 armor, still quite a bit. You know, if you buff up the Crowman? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just roll over and accept your fate, okay? Not even close. Not even possible. So if they bring a Monster Mash build, avoid it like the plague. What the crap? All right, they're not killing the actual monsters. That was terrifying. Whew, I'm happy I learned that beforehand. Shredder build different. That's why the Shredder build is hilarious. Yeah, you can get Crane Gunners, but like, they're just gonna march onto them and eat them. Did you even use the bomb drop? Well, against that, no. Against the High Elves, also no. I didn't use bomb drop there. Should have. I'm so stealing that line. Especially with Nurgle running around. Yeah. If you want to kill the Shredder, you have to have some sort of shooting. The Crane Gunners are okay. If you can muck it up long enough with your Lancers for your range to shoot it to death, maybe it's okay. You say a lot of my phrases nowadays. Dang. What's this? Test Phoenix Bombard into Crows? What do you mean by that? Does it hit them? Does it hit them in Does it hit them even if they're flying? Is that what you're saying? High Elves. Phoenix. Grand Cathay. Crowman. If you have to commit all of your Lancers to stop Shredder, he can just backline dive you. Well, they generally don't have a lot of other units. Like, if they're bringing the Shredder, that's like the only thing that can really do anything. So that part's not as bad. Arcane Phoenix also hits him in the air. Yo, that's crazy. What is this crazy tech? Wait, so you're telling me you can... Oh, but it doesn't, it can't bombard in melee. Arcane Phoenix? Okay, yeah. It's definitely Arcane Phoenix. Well, that makes sense. A lot of vortexes actually do hit air. I think like Blade Storm actually hits air. Yeah, a lot of vortexes can hit air. It's pretty fun. Okay, yeah, you can stack Plague of Rust to give minus 96 armor, but the diminishing returns start hitting really hard. You know, with the slight magic amp, it's already enough. Get him, bird. Oh, hell yeah. Boom. Get Vortex. Pretty spooky. So, don't surround the Phoenix with tiny dudes. Otherwise, it will blast your face. What are some common end phrases? Someone should make a list. Anyways, pretty spooky. I really wonder how this Cathay build does into like vampire counts or something. That's what's making me wonder the most. Because the mobility can definitely secure at least a couple points. Like, you basically capture 1 point, then you force trading with crane gunners, and then as they spread out, you get easy picks. That's the whole idea of the build. Wondrous? Yeah, I say that a lot. But yeah, that's the whole shtick that we're going for here. Plus compass is useless. Yeah, that too. And it's expensive, man. Celestial lightning and comet's kind of cool though. Yeah, compass kind of jank. I feel like a lot of my phrases are crossing over with Turan. That's how it happens. Eventually we'll all become Turan. Oh crap, I forgot to report my score. Whoopsie daisies. Excuse me. Grand Cathay versus Isles. Grand Cathay wins. Whoopsies, I'm sorry. I done goofed. My opponent has nothing left. We basically won this. Gets Lord sniped and loses the game. What do you mean? Also, yeah, I don't say Haggard. I draw the line at Haggard. Oy. Yeah, that's Turan's. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that's pretty standard. The only person in the world to say Haggard is Turan. Alrighty. Here we go. Come on, 4 more wins. 4 more wins. And then we're done. And then we achievement unlocked victory. I think the biggest thing holding me back is the fact that the fighting's still kind of close. Like, I need them to bring a build that is... Like, if they bring a build that counters this, it's not looking too good, right? It's not that hard to counter Cav. Countering Cav and Crane Gunners is a little bit more of a difficult situation, because you usually want a lot of infantry to rush down ranged. But, like, what if they just go pure Cav max? Well, like, in theory, I win Cav max fights. You know, bring them to my level. Maybe. There's too many ethnicities out there. I remember saying that. I forget the context. No, I wasn't saying it in a terrible context. I think I was just saying it's just hard to remember. I don't know. Who are we going to face next, though? If we face Maximillionaire, which gets more and more likely with each win, we're going to have to beat Vampire Counts. I'm not a big fan of fighting Maximillionaire's Vampire Counts. Then again, he never knows what I'm going to bring. It can be quite difficult. Maximillionaire. Yeah, he's won twice. He already has the 2 win. Spooky. People were confusing your name with ethnicity. Back when I was an up-and-coming player, Turan actually called me ethnicity. Good times, man. Good times. In the cookie jar? Ah, yeah, there you go. Hagrid is your favorite Harry Potter character? Oh, God. How do you decide on authenticity as your gamer tag? Because originally it was Melmo, and I was like, I don't think Melmo sounds very cool. I don't think so. I should probably update. And then I'm like, all right. We'll start with Ent, I guess. I don't know. I can't just do something together. Can't just do something together. How to get Melmo? I don't know, man. I was like 5. It was like 2 decades ago, at least. Tickle me, Melmo. Good times, man. Good times. Imagine if this was Melmo. Melmo plays Warhammer. Oh, God. Would never take off the ground. Melmo kind of slaps. Should rename myself right now. Have everyone call me Melmo. I'll wait till I'm super famous and then I'll do the rebranding. It'll be great. Just pure disrespect on top of the loss. Oh boy. Honestly, I think I disrespect my opponents enough with these janky builds. I'm like always playing off meta. Time to rebrand. Oh my gosh, Phoenix Blazes, that's brutal. Yo, Oishi, okay, look, at least Oishi-kun is like, you know, you can shorten it up and it kind of works. The whole pure Maraku is kind of crazy though. If you had to turn that into a YouTube channel, boy, searchability, I don't know how that happens. Mormon Elmo. Yeah, Oishi's name, I feel like it kind of works though. It kind of works. Maybe I've just gotten used to it, but yeah. Yo, it's Turan winning. Control F, Turan. He won against Scrambled Egg Special? What's Turan playing? He beat Scrambled Egg? Dude, I don't beat Scrambled Egg. At least not often. He's playing Vampire Coast. Okay, yeah, we're fine then. Vampire Coast is garbage faction. Confirmed. Confirmed. Not the turn's bad, okay? I'm just saying. Vampire Coast kind of garbo recently. Alright? For everyone who thinks Vampire Coast has teeth and I should return to them, there's your evidence. Scrambled Egg Special is like the best Vampire Coast player in the game. Okay? It's decided. I'm not play Coast anymore, right? Please, somebody tell me I don't have to play Vampire Coast anymore. Is he playing Chaos Dwarves? I'm getting mixed messages. Yeah, he's not playing Coast. Egg Special is playing Coast. He lost to Turan's, okay, yeah, Maximillionaire is playing Vampire Accounts. Did Turan not declare his faction in SFT declaration? How dare you, Turan? How are people gonna know what you're playing? Dang, he actually didn't declare it. Are you kidding me? He declared it on stream? What a guy. There's no way he beat a Vampire Coast mirror into Egg Special, though. That's crazy. He's playing Chaos Dwarves. Okay. Yo, that's crazy. He won with Chaos Dwarves? Okay, 1 second. Just a darn second. Let me, I gotta scout this out. He beat Egg Special's Chaos Dwarf, or Vampire Coast with Chaos Dwarves? Matchup can't be that favored for Chaos Dwarves. What'd he do? Okay, so he has 3 skirmishers, a bunch of dwarf warriors. Was it close? He bought hobgoblins? What is this madness? Okay, so Egg Special brought the Rotting Leviathan. Makes sense. It's getting skirmished up. Makes sense. Yo, Karavde would be sick. But then what if you stop playing Cathay? Then what? Then what? The branding's out the window. Okay, so Turan brought a bunch of skirmishers and they got insane value because Coast can't deal with archers. Okay. That went pretty well. So I'm not showing it on stream right now because I'm too lazy to set it up. We're just waiting for matches to finish. Huh. And then there's some animated Hulks. He uses his warriors. God, that crab's getting deleted, man. You guys said Rotting Leviathans were good. Egg Special's getting his Rotting Leviathan blasted into oblivion. And the Hulk suck too. This is just garbage all around. I don't think this is even going to be close. He has a 2,500 gold lead. Dude, the Ghost, man. Oh, God, this hurts. And Egg Special's supposed to be the best. He's supposed to be the best of us. I'd rather play Cathay. Then he gets to train to mop up the infantry. He has a point lead. He has a value lead. Egg Special taps out. God. He lost the grudge matchup, though. He lost versus dwarves. He lost versus normal dwarves. Alexander Nuts. I'm not surprised, though. I think dwarves are really good into Chaos Dwarves. Although, I'm not going to lie. Kind of close, isn't it? Oh, it's hella close. God dang. Yeah, it was very close. Kind of surprising. Did they not have cannons? Oh. Interesting. Okay. So I'm probably not facing Turan, though. I would like to try my hand at Maximilianaire, but... Yeah, can't destroy Turan with my Cathay build. I have 2 wins. He has 1 now. He is super close, huh? Interesting. Indeed. Coast needs a re-release at this point. Honestly, a couple of their units being cheaper refreshes the roster so hard. Give them some proper depth guard. Maybe make the dogs cheaper. They don't really need to be cheaper. I just want them to be cheaper. Yeah, you guys are right. I would totally muck up balance. Bloated corpses, though. Bloated corpses should cost 200. I think 200 is a safe cost. Because a unit of goblins doesn't fully die from a bloated corpse. So you gotta make them cost 200. Then that way, if they run into infantry, they trade up. Maybe that's too spicy. Give it 250. Make them at least 250. I don't even know if they're playable at 250 though. Can't you just like hotfix it though if they're OP? I guess not. Honestly, if bloated corpses were free, I still don't know how good they would be. Okay, nah, they'd be pretty good, right? If they were free, it would just be an endless tide of bloated corpses. It would be hilarious, though. It would be pretty jokes. I think Vampire Coast would absolutely be an S tier faction if they were free. Considering they come back in like a minute after they detonate. Just make them free, but you can't resummon them. How about that? Is that okay? One bloat per game, but it's free. Now that would be hilarious. I'd love that. Make it a hero character. So get the bloated corpse, put it under heroes, right? Now we're talking. It's really nice to have my stream and Turan's up. Because Turan gets distracted with something like a food podcast. While you blitz your enemies so the games don't really overlap. Dude, I finish games before Turan starts his games before. It's hilarious. It's not common. Like he's not slow at this army building, but definitely I regularly finish my games first because I always play these super crazy mobile playstyles. Or I'm experimenting with something crazy and I just lose outright. Doesn't every faction get one free unit? Honestly, Hellstriders don't need to be free. Warriors of Chaos is fine with that. If you could summon bloated corpses with a spell in the middle of enemies, it would be good. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit too crazy though, right? I think just having that's just bringing back old school Pit of Shades. We don't need that. Also, yeah, Turan does play with the slower style, more infantry based. I wish I could detach myself from my playstyle though. I feel like even with Nurgle, I don't even take Nurgle's Chosen or Chaos Warriors. I feel like it's really hard for me to go for slower units. Does anyone know if I can ever do that? Is that a common thing? How common is it for like pro players to just like learn a new style? Because I feel like it's a really important skill to have. But I just can't do it. Something ain't clicking, man. I should just take Nurgle Chosen for like a week straight until I learn how to make them work, whether it be healing or enough support or something. The blinded effect tooltip says the debuff scales with intensity. It doesn't, but the tooltip says it does. Really? Ah, that's a ripoff. God dang it. I thought it did. Never trust the tooltips. Must always remember. It can happen, but everyone has preferences. They just accept my fate as a filthy Cav enjoyer. Cav for life. It is pretty fun. It's also way easier to not get screwed over build-wise by going for Cav. The mobility helps out a lot, so you don't get hard countered. Is there any way I can make this build better, though? I could sub out one crane gunner for, like, crossbows, maybe. But I don't think that's that useful. I'm noticing I don't really need the 3 crane gunners, but maybe I just haven't run into the right build for them yet. Fire Rain Rocket is jokes, though. It can make them overcommit. Like, a lot of these super long range tools. Very nice. One bloat summon per game would be fun, though. I don't think so. I think it would result in Vampire Coast getting banned. It's way too powerful, man. You can just delete like an elite infantry unit immediately. Anyways, next round starting. Round 3. If I win this one, I'm almost guaranteed to make it to the semifinals. So I gotta go really hard. I'm either up against Harrison, Maximillionaire, or Boss Toss. Fingers crossed we get someone not too difficult. Though I'm itching to fight Maximillionaire's vampire counts. Absolutely itching. You missed the first 2 rounds. How'd they go? Very well. Pretty stompy. The Dark Elf one got a little close because I lost Zhao, but pretty good. By the end of it, my opponents were army wiped for both. Sorry for off topic, but will we get a campaign stream somewhere in the future? I'm thinking probably not anytime soon. The thing that has me most interested is a Savior Disaster campaign, where someone submits to me a campaign and I have to try and recover it. Because most campaigns that I play nowadays kind of end up the same. There's not really a lot of interesting stuff going on. So, yeah. Though, when the DLC comes out, I'm absolutely streaming the campaign. Might as well, right? You know, it's just free content. Vampire counts feels crazy hard, as always. Yo, yo! Alright. Opponent has sent to the lobby code. The map. Is it a good map? It's Proving Grounds. It's pretty good. He's Norska. Okay. Norska. Norska. Norska's pretty hilarious. Man, there's a few builds I can go here. Now we're on Proving Grounds, which is a very awkward map for Cathay. Man, I wish I had proper kite though. This map's pretty bad for it anyways, but I still wish I had it. Anyways, Norska's chump change. Norska should be pretty chump change. At least I think so. Mammoths are the spookiest thing, but Zhao absolutely can fight them. Let's see here. I think it's just one thing I gotta figure out real quick. You know, it's okay. You know, I think I got everything I need. There's no way. There's no way Norska beats us here. All right. Good luck, have fun. Played a Cathay campaign recently and had a full late game ogre stack. Oh, fun. Yo, that's pretty cool. Uncle Frunkle. You can't take Uncle Frunkle as Uncle Furuncle as Norska, right? He has 8 cav and 4 crows again, doesn't he? Well, yeah. There's the whole point of today, man. We're experimenting with Cathy's cav max. Hopefully I can make it to Turan stream. It's always great when we're both streaming. I'm gonna go for the center line play to start off. My breath attacks here. The breath attacks will be golden. I don't think there's anything you can do to stop it other than million skirmishers. Cavalry's okay at catching. Well, like his skirmishers are gonna be annoying. There's not much I can do. I can't summon a crane gunner here to shoo him off, but like this map is pretty Norscan favored. I think we'll be fine though. He only has 12 units. That's pretty chill, right? And here we go. Marauder horses. He has 2 Marauder horsemen. He's backing it up. Whack load of Marauders. I think this is absolutely a crane gunner game. Yeah, just, oh, interesting. Marauder champions, you say? All right. So I'll just transform Jan out. What? What, did he leave? He seriously just left. All right, well, that's a little anticlimactic, but okay. God, do I really have that much aura? Do I really have that much aura? Like, obviously he was dead. But come on, man. Come on, at least give it a shot, man. At least give it a shot. Whatever, I'll take the win. Imagine people dropping out against Cathay. Yo, aura farming, man. I'm aura farming. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, he actually just he kicked me from the game. What was his build? So he only had 4 skirmishers. Dude, who drops out against Cathay, man? I thought Cathay's literally the worst win rate faction. Straight up, you're going to auto leave against the lowest win rate faction in the game? Come on, man. Cav is spooky. Like, I'm pretty sure he was dead. I was pretty confident that the bombers would just kill his Marauder champions, and then there's not really much you could do. The breath attacks absolutely kill these guys with the Plague of Rust. Like, he was pretty doomed. Wolfric would never be able to catch him. So be it. I guess we're watching Turan's stream then. Alright, it's fine. I got a backup, people. We have a backup. Alright. Let's see here. Turan. So we go here. We get this. We post it in there. Uh-huh. Interact with that bad boy. Okay, it's muted. Okay. There you go. Okay, I'm already done. So, you know, we might as well. Turan has given me permission to restream his content. Sorry, Turan. No YouTube Premium for you. Get a coaching game in while waiting. I can. I kind of feel like just chilling for a bit, though. I already got a video recorded. I don't know. I'll, no dark mode. It's my OBS. All right, I have dark mode on my actual browser, but you guys know I ain't showing my actual browser. It's too sus. Yeah, he formally conceded. Yeah, my opponent he formally conceded out of the game. All right. Yeah, I'll save the coaching for later. Yeah, you know, let's live coach Turan. Why not? Let's see. So, yeah, he has his Chaos Dwarf army. Hell Cannon. Ooh, I like the Hell Cannon. A lot of people don't take Hell Cannon as Chaos Dwarves because they have so much other artillery, but Hell Cannon's kind of hype. Blazing Beards is nice. Blasting Charges are OP, right? Man, seriously though, imagine leaving versus Cathay, man. Of all things. We've been winning. We winning faster and faster every game. Man. As a Nurgle player, I really, really hate the Hell Cannon. What? You're telling me the Soul Grinder of Nurgle doesn't beat a Hell Cannon? What do you mean? I guess Angels of Decay. Angels of Decay are probably the only thing, and then they just die to skirmishers, such as Nurgle. Look, you don't play Nurgle if you don't like being abused, right? It's kind of backwards, you know? Nurgle players getting abused, Slanesh players having it easy. Should be flipped. It is flipped in land battle, though. It's very flipped. Apparently Slanesh sucks in land battle. Soul Grinder actually does beat it. Interesting. But like, I don't think it shuts it down, right? Unless it drains enough ammunition, maybe. I would have thought its accuracy kind of screwed it over, but yeah. Wait, he brought Zaytan? Turn with the net? Oh, hell yeah. Land battle, everyone just Death Stars. I wouldn't say everyone. Mantide meta is also prevalent in land battle. You can never get away from Death Stars. It's really funny, actually. Every time I Death Star in Domination, people are like, this is why I play land battle. And then it's the same thing if you go for infantry max. They're like, this is why I play land battle, because it's infantry max in Domination all the time. And then you look at land battle and there's the same people complaining. I think people just like complaining, you know? Let them have their fun. Let them complain a bit. I'm just saying though, it's you can never. The only thing that both sides can agree on is that their game mode has Mantide and single entity spam. What's Death Starring? You get a bunch of single entities with a bunch of healing or something, and then they just never die. And you just kind of move around in a really easy to control blob. I think the playstyle is a little bit less interesting than wider, wider builds. You know, just less to micro. But I still think it takes a lot of skill to pull off. It's not like you can just hand the build to a new player and they'll do well with it. Is that a big train? Oh yeah, he brought the Regiment of Renown train. Where is it at? Dark Elf debuff Death Stars were pretty fun though. Yeah, well, yeah, it's only fun if they're not that good. Fortunately. Whenever I run into it in on ladder, I cry the Hell Cannon. You can try out rush builds. You can do a Rot Knight rush. That can be a pretty nice way to punish a Hell Cannon. Oh, dang. Yo, Turan dodging those spells is kind of crazy. Turan's got that map awareness, man. You can tell this guy's been playing Warcraft 3. Yo, if you gave Warhammer map hotkeys, oh my god, Turan would pop off. Honestly, he's playing pretty well. Ah, interesting. Buna on the infantry, not the skirmishers, because skirmishers can't do anything. Thomas the Hellspawn. You beat the Ogre Kingdom's Death Star, you feel invincible. That's pretty nice. Can you beat the Kislev Death Star though? Arguably harder to kill. Yeah, ogres have a semi-Death Star. They have an anti-infantry Death Star, but it actually doesn't fight single entities that well. Yo, Turan with the Hell Cannon dodges. Firing it into melee to get that leadership debuff. Yo, this guy's cooking, man. He's cooking pretty hard. His, you know, his Buna caster's probably gonna get saved. 2v1's great, right? It's just a blob, isn't it? Well, yeah, that's usually how it goes. It's not that exciting to watch, and it's very unfun to play against. So people generally don't like it. I'm a masochist, though, so I kind of like everything. Another reason why I might not be the best game designer in the world. If I made a game, it would probably be a masochist stream. I feel like there would be a lot of mechanics that people would not enjoy. But, you know, for the sake of counterplay. Be one of those niche games, probably. Yeah, Turan's cooking. Oh, he's up against Hobo Honkers. Oh, I see. Yeah, there you go. Guy with the great name. Hey, Hell Cannon gets killed, though. Yo, the lightning spell to kill the Hell Cannon's pretty hype. It would be XCOM, but with worse RNG. Yeah, it'd be so good, man. Yo, I like my ultra brutal games. Although I also like me some progression. You know, the true roguelikes. The true roguelikes I actually have less fun with than progression roguelikes. But yeah. Yo, honestly, if I could get enough people interested, I would love to do, like, you know, in another world, I would have been doing like Soul Level 1, Dark Souls, or Elden Ring runs. You know, just doing like ultra challenges like that. That would be fun, man. Dude, Enter the Gungeon, I 100%ed that with the friend. Enter the Gungeon, so good, man. Yo, Enter the Gungeon 2 coming out, though it is 3D. Don't know how I feel about that. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, the net. Yo, Turan's really cooking here. Look at this guy. And here I thought he was washed up with all the Warcraft 3 he was playing. I swear, the man's like a master of RTS. Look at this guy. Oh, the lightning on his calf. Oh, don't die. Why are you looking away? I think I get hit. How much damage? Actually, not that much. Okay. I stand corrected. The baguette run? What's the baguette run for for FromSoft games? What was that? Yo, have you guys seen the guy do a no-hit FromSoft series? So basically you play all the Souls games. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. You beat all of them without getting hit. Sounds insane? Someone already did it. Oh my god. Now that level of masochism is starting to get pretty insane even by my standards, but yeah, kind of insane. What the advertisement? What even is this? What is this? It's selling flowers? It's farmer's market? Okay, back to Warhammer. No hits Bloodborne feels impossible. They done it. They done did it anyways. It's insane. Only Souls game you reached a proper level of obsession with was Sekiro. Dude, Sekiro was great. If you enjoyed Sekiro, by the way, I highly recommend the game 9 Souls. If you enjoy Sekiro and Hollow Knight, play 9 Souls. Absolutely play 9 Souls, okay? You would be insane not to play it. I enjoyed Sekiro and Hollow Knight, and 9 Souls was like the perfect amalgam of both. God dang, amazing game, man. So good. Cannot, like 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 game for sure. For people that enjoyed those two games. Binding of Isaac. Yeah, so Binding of Isaac gets a little bit too roguelike for me. Or I don't enjoy it as much. I don't know why though. I just never really got into it. Ever played Neo 2? Never. I was kind of interested by it, but like, nah, I'm more of a FromSoft fan. Make Sekiro 2 happen. Pretty hype. Yo, Turan's winning this. I think High Elves are army wiped. I think they're done for here. You already played 9 Souls? Dang it. Well, still though, pretty fun. Dude, freaking Igong, man. Freaking Igong. I was fighting Igong for days, man. God dang, man. Days. I wasn't like, you know, playing like a lot of hours a day, but it was like, you know, do a couple of runs, go to sleep, wake up, do a couple of runs. So fun though, so fun. You don't even play Metroidvanias that much? You didn't even finish Hollow Knight, but 9 Souls was... Yeah, well, like, the mechanics is very Sekiro, right? I don't see how the High Elves can remove 3 full health armored units now. Oh, dang, yeah, he has a lot of armor. Technically, White Lions are okay, though. Neo 1 is one of the hardest Souls games you played. It's pretty cool, pretty good. I just never really got into it. And I don't really have the time. I'm busy grinding Warcraft 3. Don't even know about half the games I'm talking about. I find that people in the Warhammer community have a very different game list than I do. Because I'm kind of a baby to this community, you know? So, for me, I grew up on a bunch of other stuff. You know, you guys are talking about like Rome and all that, and like medieval. Total War games, right? Or like XCOM and all that stuff. The grand strategy and all the likes. Meanwhile, I was more like, you know, StarCraft, Warcraft, and then indie games for sure. Very big on indie games. Neo 2's better than Neo 1, huh? Anyways, the Buna's, you know, Buna on the White Lions is actually not that bad. It's only slightly less cost effective than Buna on Cavalry. Because High Elves don't really have that much HP. They're also a really high priority target. Because they do really well against infantry. But I think Bunaing them over the Skirmish Cav is actually kind of better here. It's not what my impulses would have told me, but just based on observation. It feels like the Skirmish Cav are doing nothing, right? You might as well just kill the high priority targets. Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Dude, I've seen a bit of Heroes of Might and Magic. It looks great. Never played it though. Never played it. Anyways, this guy's triple cap, right? He should be triple capped. Not quite yet, but he will be in a second. You played so much Brood War. It was the first video game you bought with your own money. Dang. I played a good amount of Brood War, but like I was a little too young to really know how to play it properly. Straight up on what was it? IC Cup or iCup or whatever. I would just straight up just like reset my account every time I lost the first few games. Because like my MMR would just drop to like 100 or whatever. It would just bottom out because I just couldn't win any games. So I'm like, you know what? New account. And play against other people. And then I played a bunch of custom games. StarCraft. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that was StarCraft 1. And then StarCraft 2 is when I. StarCraft 2 is when I actually got good at RTS. Your 3 most played games have no overlap in the communities? Yo, planning on playing Morrowind? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yo, is Turan gonna lose his Lord? Not Zaytan. Eh, he wins on the double cap, though. He actually already wins on the double cap. By a pretty large margin, too. I think Turan could almost... Actually, I think if Turan AFKs right now... I think if he AFKs right now and the high elf player doesn't catch on to the fact that he's AFK, I think he might still win, actually. Yeah. Because in 2 minutes, he already wins on a triple cap. Yeah, nah, this is an AFK victory. It's totally done for. Nothing against the high elf player for staying around, though. I'm just trying to get the analysis of this game. Yeah, that Lord throw, though. The early lead into Lord throw. Classic. Classic, man. Absolutely classic. Yeah, Turan's got this one in the bag, though. I don't know if he'll make it semis. He did lose 1 game in the second round. That can be pretty hard for getting in there. High elves don't have the deeps. Yeah. The only unit with armor piercing are the White Lions, and they've been eating Bunas for like the entire game. Does he have 1 more Winds of Magic for Buna? I don't... Oh, he's going for the cinematic shots. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Oh my gosh. When your opponent starts going cinematic on you, oh. Oh no. Oh no. The brutality. Freeloading off of his footage. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. No, it's kind of funny. I asked permission from Turan like years ago. I asked permission from him like years ago, you know, and I'm kind of just free riding on that ticket where he said that I can show off his content. Anyways, we're chill though. We're chill. I don't think I have to worry about it. If he was ever upset at me showing his content, I'm sure he would let me know, and then I would cut it from the streams and we'd be goodies. That'd be pretty crazy though. Imagine if there was like crazy drama. Anyone up for some Warhammer drama, right? Turan just like, man, that Anticity guy, I hate him. Dude, Turan's so like chill. He's so chill. I can't imagine him being like, I hate this guy. I hate their guts. I hope I never see them again. That's like the least Turan thing I've ever heard. Anyways, 2 more matches and then we're done. 4th round time. Here we go. We need a bit of drama in this community. I kind of like the drama drought right now. I'm cool with that. I think the biggest thing is people are just waiting for the DLC, but otherwise it's nothing too crazy, right? You can stir stuff up if I want and make some alt accounts. Yeah. Don't. All right. Here we go. The return of the Anticity Cavalry Max. We just won a game from my opponent literally seeing my army and deciding they didn't want to play against it. So we know the build must be good. The build has to be good if something like that goes down. All we got to do now is win this match, probably against Maximillionaire, who did win against Alexander Nuts. Yeah, the odds of me facing Maximillionaire are extremely high right now. Play Tuhu? Oh god. Let's see here. Where's it at? Huh? What happened to the bracket? Okay, there we go. It's just loading. I thought it got deleted for a second. Let's see here. Wait, Maximilianer only has 2 Swiss points? What do you mean? Maximilianer should have 3 Swiss points. Something weird is afoot. Not even hiding the build. Look, they already saw me. They already saw me last 2 games. Anyone who's been watching the stream knows what's up at this point. Also, yeah, the multiplayer scene is pretty small. Alexander Nuts got the points? Weird. Weird, huh? I'll message Turan about it. Is this one hosted by Turan? Yeah, okay. Sent my messages away. Should be good. Oh, hey, yeah, Maximilian is bringing it up too. Yeah, I just messaged about it. Someone's gonna bring Buna against this build, and I'm just gonna cry. Let's see. Buna against Croman kills half of their HP. Okay, Fate of Buna though, if you're paying, you know, 22 wins of magic to get 350 gold back, I guess let's say it's 700 because the Croman's basically useless at that point. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think Buna into Cathay in general can be really nice versus Croman, but yeah. Anyways, Maximilian, I think Turan fixed it. I think Turan fixed it. We should be good. And now I'm up against Alexander Nuts. Yo, yo. Hell yeah. Saving our match against Maximilianer for later. Yo, Righteous Lances eating Buna is so sad. Technically, there is some magic that can save them, but none on my current army roster. So Cathay has where is it at? Lore of Yang. Yeah, they have Jade Shield. 44% damage resist for 11 seconds. That can resist most of the Buna damage. Overcast it for 22 seconds. It would be really worth if not for the fact that I kind of need my magic for other things rather than just countering their magic. So I think we just kind of have to eat it. Oh, is he playing dwarves? Oh, God, he's playing Dowie. So, yeah, some of the names, it's fine. Dowie. Dowie. Okay, so needless to say, dwarves is a different matchup, right? This... I should probably change up some things about my build. 44 before intensity is true. Up the intensity. All right. Dowie. Dowie. Honestly, kind of sus. I'm not gonna lie. How am I supposed to kill dwarves? You know, Plague of Rust is still pretty hype. Because at least then your Cav can do something. So here you go, Celestial Dragon Crossbow Max. And then they kill you with Bugmans. The Bugman spam. Ah, whatever, this build's good enough. I think I'm fine. Actually, let's change this. Okay, we're good. What's the worst that can happen? It's Dowie. There we are. I like to call it. They are chump change. They are absolutely chump change. Alexander. So yeah, he lost to Maximilian. He still has a lot of Swiss points. It's kind of weird, but nevertheless, we queued into him. Maybe I just down matched into him. Dang, I'm top of the bracket right now. Okay, even if I lose this, I should be okay, I think. Jade Warriors versus Dwarf Warriors, the ultimate wet noodle fight. I think Dwarven Blasting Charges would like to have a word in that conversation. Blasting Charges is what makes dwarves work. Without them, they would be so bad. Blasting Charges get that. They did get nerfed though. They did get that nerf. Chump change, yeah. Got some chump change here. All right. If I win this, we make it to semifinals. I'll probably have to face Maximillionaire's vampire counts, and then we see what we can do. Ugh, God, vampire counts is such a pain in the butt, though. Dwarves do have AP variants, too. Yeah, they would absolutely kill there. Very interested to see how this one pans out. Very interested. I think I'm gonna give it a hard, maybe winnable. Poor Jade Warriors. I think they're the most nerfed unit in all of Warhammer 3. Really? The Jade Warriors? They got a few nerfs, but they're still usable. Haven't you seen Coast? Oh, of Warhammer 3. Let's see here. Who was the super OP? Oh, Ogres! Ogres got a lot of nerfs. Gorgers got obliterated. Didn't Gorgers lose like 25% of their HP or something? And get a cost increase and like not cause terror anymore? Dude, Gorgers got smacked, man. Got smacked left, right, and center. Jade Warriors are so bad without the harmony. Jade Warriors with yeah, without harmony they're pretty rough, but it's very easy to get harmony nowadays. If you don't have harmony as Cathay, what are you doing? Because I'm really wondering what the dwarves have to bring here. In my head, I think the dwarves are done for. In my head. But who knows? Actually, I should totally get rid of this. Get one of these instead. Seriously though, what's he gonna bring? What can he even bring here, man? Ain't nothing to worry about. If Kislev can beat dwarves, Cathay can maybe fight against dwarves. Yeah, Gorgers were so strong before. Everyone would max Gorger. And now they're not even usable. Like, no one runs them. I think that's the biggest drop in unit quality in Warhammer 3. I'm sure Warhammer 2 might have had a bit more, but yeah. Iron Blasters even are at least usable still. Alright, Haunted Vale. Yeah, Crowmen, absolute aces. Now, this is a different build. I swapped out my rocket launcher with another crane gunner. I know, crazy, right? I still have Cav Max because trust me, we could totally still kill dwarves. If he 20 stacks it and goes too wide, I should be able to get some free pickings. Yo, Iron Blasters being able to shoot with manual fire was pretty crazy. Ready. Good luck, have fun. That's right. That's right. I'm gonna Plague of Rust the dwarves. He only has 16 units. That ain't that much. So I'm gonna Plague of Rust him. Charge him with the Jade Lancers. And then we're good. If he has any Bugmans, they're just dead. Ain't no way they're surviving. Celestial Line removes ITP off the Longbeards. Air game's pretty settled. Zhao and Crowman means he probably will never be able to win the air fight. Technically, if he had a Thunder Barge, it may be hard to kill with just Zhao and Crowman, but I think Thunder Barge still loses if I get Harmony bonuses. Which game had the biggest multiplayer scene? Warhammer 3. Warhammer 2 was the golden age, but there actually weren't that many tournaments, unfortunately. 4, 4, 4, 3. He doesn't have any stealth units, which means these guys are absolutely dead. Yeah, he just had a few dudes here. Totally fine. Bomb him. Bomb him up. There we go. It's a pretty good bombing run. Pretty good bombing run so far. Absolutely. This is the time for crane gunning. Bombing run was a success. And then we're going to get Zhao. We're going to fly into here. And we're going to start surrounding these dwarf warriors. He went for a no gun build. No gun builds are kind of jokes, right? They're kind of funny. But it does mean that he is most likely eating some Plague of Rust and dying. That Plague of Rust should do pretty well. Zhao. He's doing all right. Pretty nice surround. Crowmen are doing really well. Let's just buff them up. There's one dwarf warrior routing. You can tell because of the little flag there. Nice. Then we want to get the crowmen disengaged. And then we want to get our guns firing. Crane gunners should do great. I'm mostly saving my magic for Plague of Rust. And then we just kind of surround and chase these guys off. There's the bomb drop. There it is. So if he doesn't catch on to the fact that we have a bomb drop here, this could be insane value. So just gonna try and distract him by taking a little tussles there. Just a few tussles. Crane gunners are doing great though. I got a second one coming on in. Bomb drops away. I think I can actually route them. I think they're on the verge of being done for here. With just a little bit more work. So maybe a charge from the Cav or the Crowman could get him dead. His bombs don't do that much to armor, which is a blessing. Come on, I'm gonna need my big Celestial Lion soon to really close the deal here. But the route was okay. A few terror routes. Now we pull back and we just escort them off with Crowman and our mobility. He's never taken this other point too, so that's definitely nice. Pretty nice disengage overall. Caster can stay safe. Value wise, it's actually still a little bit close, but I should be able to tussle this area pretty well. I think I just kind of commit with the Crowman and that should get him dead. Not actually that many routes though, right? So you see these Brotherhood of Grimnir. They're kind of a little spooky, but it's not like he has that many units. I should be okay. He does have a unit of Slayers over here that I will need to execute. Shouldn't be that hard. He's never catching these guys, that's for sure. Okay, nice. So they're basically shut down. And then if I can kill off the Slayers, we're fine. This little guy over here will do great. And then, yeah, it's just getting the chase-offs, right? It's just getting the chase-offs and the surrounds. Crowmen should do great. Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's not fight for that. I gotta play for value, right? I absolutely have to play for value. Just get those crane gunners cooking away. Next are the dwarf warriors. Celestial Line can actually rout off that warrior unit pretty well. So the Crowmen move in first so we can't countercharge, and then I move in with the Cav. That's gonna be the main deal that we go for here. Zhao is just gonna pull here. All right, here we go. So we're just gonna get that full surround. Full surround on the Slayers, and you just want to slam dunk them. This is how you kill Slayers, by the way. You just give them the dunkening. If you get enough damage on them, it doesn't really matter. Okay, he's got... Yeah, he knew after the Slayers were dead that he was screwed. He knew he was boned. Like, he wasn't shutting down the range units. God, these games get so fast. I didn't know Cathay Cav Max was OP, but apparently it is. Absolutely not ready for this build. Crane Gunners were completely defended. The Lion was having a time of its life. There was nothing you could do. I had no losses. We won that battle with 32 losses. 32 deaths? Holy crap. Can you believe it? Imagine winning versus dwarves with only 32 losses. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so he's playing dwarves. We were playing Cathay. Cathay wins. Now Maximilian is undead though. Surely put an end to this. Rinsed. Yo, that was crazy. Like, it was not close in the slightest, because he was never gonna rush these guys without getting surrounded by Cav. His miners were useless. And everything that routes off is going to get chased down. If he goes for a range spam, it also dies to this. It's kind of brilliant. It's kind of brilliant how this build works. The Birdmen shredding the Slayers too. Oh god, the bomb drop on the first miner unit. Free value, man, these guys. Here's the thing, the builds that I cook up are very hit or miss. Very hit or miss indeed. This is what happens when someone donates me $50 to win his Cathay. Just lock it in all of a sudden. Honestly, I didn't expect this to do so well into everyone, but it just is. It just is. Crane Gunners are definitely what makes it work. Without the Crane Gunners, it'd be a lot more sus. Get that tourney win, please. We haven't gone a Cathay win in ages. I'll get her done, hopefully. If I win 2 more matches, it's over. Like, literally, all I have to do is beat vampire counts. Totally an easy matchup, right? Vampire counts. Whoever, whoever lost to vampire counts, am I right? It's just Maximilian there. You know, he's whatever. Just Maximilian there. He's only been winning like almost every tournament. Is playing against pure Cav builds fun? Absolutely not. Because the Cav builds exploit your weakness and give you no opportunity to fight back. Which is totally my playstyle, by the way. I'm a guy who has a lot of fun making sure that my opponents don't have a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie, my playstyle is the most like make you feel bad playstyle possible. Because even when I'm losing, I still typically get to have some fun shooting at you and cycle charging. You know, and you're just kind of just weathering the storms, just smacking you up. Anyways, vampire counts are gonna annihilate me though. There's no way I win against counts. Unless the Cav Max is still OP. I don't know, maybe it is. Fun is a zero-sum game and it tends to have all of it. There you go. Let's see here. But yeah, it's good. It's kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it actually feels like there's nothing they can do. But a lot of it is because they're not expecting the voice crack, this build. They're just not expecting it, right? Everyone's prepping for like hard infantry tides with Cathay. But if Cathay can get a coin flip against even the best of players, can you really say that they're bad? And then maybe there's a middle ground build you can go for. Probably not though. What's this about drama? I don't think there's any drama. It's just because we were talking about drama earlier. and how there isn't any. Expecting gunline Cathay. Yeah, gunline Cathay, infantry tied Cathay. But then the Cav Max crane gunner Cathay. It's crazy. It's the last two games were crazy. My opponents just dipped. They didn't even want to sit through the pain and suffering. That's insane. But that's kind of the power of being able to take whatever engagements you want. Like, if you get to choose the fight, to just fight where you're strong. Sun Tzu 'em, right? Hit them where they're weak. Fight where you're strong. Rinse and repeat. And then you beat them up. Legend just dropped an hour-long video. Let me see. It's not even about total. Oh wait, no. Oh, it's about a another YouTuber. Crazy. All right. So be it. I'm actually not that interested in Warhammer drama. You guys want to watch it though? Go for it. Yo, that'd be crazy though. Yo, if Legend has beef with me, I want beef with Legend. Honestly, the biggest beef I've ever had, drama-wise, is when people say that I'm influencing multiplayer and ruining campaign. That one's always very funny. Because it's the easiest thing to make campaign players happy. You just buff units instead of nerfing them. I'm not even the one that calls the nerfs. Did you guys know I take credit for this. I suggested to CA a long time ago. You guys remember when Demonettes and Exalted Demonettes suck? I was the one that got them a little bit more in line. That got, like, you know, the stat boosters implemented. Nobody complained about that. Nobody complained about my efforts to get this worked. I wasn't even the one that got Vortexes nerfed. At least I don't think so. I mostly want stuff buffed. Although I will say Pavane should probably get nerfed, but who's using Pavane in campaign anyways, right? No, Demonettes ended up sucking still, but I ended up pushing for them to be at least a little bit more usable. Can you believe Demonettes could have been even worse? But yeah, people are not happy about the multiplayer scene in general. I'm a pretty big face in the multiplayer scene. I think it's fine. It's realistic. So it's fine. What else did I really push for? I guess it wasn't that much I ended up pushing for in the end, though. This is why I'm trying to get, like, you know, more suggestions out to make things interesting. Make things a little bit more interesting. What's the score? 4-0, right below. Right there. We's a 4-0, people. Gotta ask Games Workshop about that one, not CA. Oh, at the Demonettes thing? Oh. Yo, it's crazy though. I swear, if I win the finals with this build, that'd be so good. Especially when people keep complaining about other playstyles. I really wonder how Slaanesh is gonna be after the... You guys think Slaanesh is gonna be banned for a third update? I don't think so. I've been working with CA a lot about the Slaanesh changes. I think the odds that Slaanesh has to stay banned is pretty low. Worst case scenario, maybe some of the new DLC units. But as far as domination goes, I don't think we'll see Turan just like outright banning Beastmen and Slaanesh anymore. I've been very vocal telling them that the tournament scene could use like a little bit of stuff on that front. And in a way that shouldn't bother the campaign folk too much. And also I gave them a load of stuff that should be interesting for campaign players. So hopefully it's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Hey, you know the what's it, 2222? Yeah, they have you know, you check out the new units that they're adding to Slaanesh. 1 million. See, here's the thing, right? Demonettes look good to mortals, right? But because we're basically a flying god on the Warhammer battlefield, right? Like, Kolek literally asks if you're a god, right? So, obviously, you'd see the demons as their true form, which is supposed to be hideous. It makes sense. It makes sense. What kind of units are people predicting they will get in the DLC? I don't know. I've only seen the one snake lady. I haven't been in the loop, sadly. Gotta get in there at some point. Need them to be more scary, the Tzeentch demons. Yeah, the spawn. I feel like all the spawn are a little bit too, like, wobbly, lumbery dudes. The spawn are not very spooky at all. Tabletop spawn are pretty hype, right? I believe there were. Oh, only one more match, and then we make it to semis. Hell yeah. Spawn, tabletop, Warhammer. Yeah, Chaos Spawn on tabletop Warhammer looks sick. There's lots of variety. The ones in Warhammer are kind of, it's all the same chubby model. Like this one has like a weird face thing going on. These guys are more tentacly. But then like in Warhammer, it's just you get your blue guys, you spray paint them pink, suddenly they're Slaanesh. But you know, that's not the biggest, most important thing for me. Oh my gosh, Brown Dynamite, thank you for the $2. Chat out with the Sentinel. I don't think I can chat out with the Sentinel this match or the next. Not in the semis. I promised that I was gonna lock in. I appreciate the $2 though. I appreciate it. Maybe maybe in some less tense situations I'll whip it out. I did play with the Sentinel earlier though, if you want to check it out. Like earlier. I think it was like last week, Friday, Thursday. It didn't do that good. I did win though, but it didn't do that good. People are saying Cathay DLC because the Snake Lady was killing a Cathay guy. Oh, we're reading tea leaves again? Turan won his match. Dang. Turan with the 3-0. Is he making it to his own semifinals? Let's see here. 3-0. Only lost to Alexander Nuts. Alexander Nuts lost to me, though. Which is not bad. Which is not bad for the overall situation. Jolly Green Giant reflection, this guy. This bad boy, the Green Giant. Terracotta Sentinel. Oh, what's he supposed to do? So the reason people are, the reason he's cool is because he has a missile redirect aura. But you have to be in melee range of him before it redirects the missiles. If it was just a passive aura and you literally could never shoot this guy to death, it would be so much better. Like, any missiles that enter his bubble gets reflected. That's cool. Unfortunately, the enemy unit has to be in range. They really should make this like a targeted ability that just kind of sits on the one missile unit. And then that missile unit just has reflection passively. And give it like, I don't know, like 300 range or something. It's kind of butts otherwise. Because then, yeah, it's just... It's so funny how many times this guy's been shot to death before people stop taking him. The missile reflect green giant getting shot to death is the most embarrassing thing ever. At least give him like 100% missile resist. God dang. But yeah, it is a passive. It does stay on forever. Yeah, I got like 400 value on a sentinel last week. It was like... What's he gonna reflect? Snotling pump wagon projectiles. Technically, if the dwarves go for a goblin hewer, the goblin hewer has 80 range. So if it just gets a little bit close to the goblin hewers, he's probably gonna reflect them before they shoot. Green giant, ultimate counter to the hewers. Yeah, you can increase the effect range to like 150 or something too. You know, make him like a proper counter unit that people actually have to fear. It's fine to have units that people fear. You already have gyrocopters and thunder barges. I think there's a lot of fear that, like, you know, sky lanterns will get too strong and they'll make a degenerate meta, or like green guardian will get too strong and it'll be a degenerate meta. But the answer is just to look at dwarves, right? Dowie have some of the strongest flying units in the game, but every faction has some sort of anti-air to win against it if they really want to, and it doesn't cost them that much. So why not just have the green giant be really good at reflecting? Everyone can fight in melee if they choose to. It can't be that bad, right? You know, like, it can't be worse than a Thunder Tusk. You know, a Thunder Tusk was kind of insane. But then, you know, you can also just make them insanely expensive, but really potent. Like the Thunder Barge, like the Thunder Tusk, right? Or the Shredder of Lustria. You know, I don't think anyone's going around being like, man, oh man, the Shredder of Lustria, it's too powerful. Actually, there are some people, but like, generally, from a viewer standpoint, Shredder of Lustria doesn't just like insta win every game. It's not like, you know, people are taking salamanders a lot of the time. It's just a cool, fun unit you can take to punish your opponent for not having the right tools to kill it. And I feel like the green giant could totally be the same. Yeah, you know, like if it's strong, just make it more expensive. Just make it more expensive. All right, I'm up against Turan. Yo. All right, hit Turan up with the yo. I can't afford to lose to Turan, guys. Not on stream, not like this. Not like this. I'm up against Turan. All right, here we go. Border low landing. Should be fun, he says. Should be fun. Mad lad. Interesting. Ent versus Turan feels like mom and dad fighting. All right, here we go. Mobility max versus train max. He's gonna have trains, but in general, cannon should do fine. Crane gunner should do fine. Celestial lion is fine. Let's consult the list. Faction threats. I don't have to use my army blocker, of course. It's Turan. And you guys already know what I'm doing, so. Chaos dwarves. Yeah, they can go 5 single entity death streak. They have a strong flying lord. I probably can't fight them outright. Anti-infantry, ancillary. What does that even mean? Melee trains, armor spam. What's this? Anti-infantry artillery. God, I can't read. Anyways, if he goes a lot of range units, I should be able to just kill him, right? Map's kind of big. Bull centaurs are not that spooky. So here, let's just take a look. I'm pretty sure bull centaurs we delete with the big ol' surround. Let me double check. You're looking at 50 armor. So normal Plague of Rust will do. Kadai will get annihilated, by the way, versus a full surround Plague of Rust. Because you're looking at 20 armor, 8,000 HP. 10% physical resist is not going to save him. So I think we're goodies. Just got to get my Plague of Rust caster to pop off here. We got a Crowman. We have Crane Gunners against lots of infantry. He likes to take the Goblins too, which are pretty bad versus. Yeah, Kadai, you know, their armor is really good. They do actually kill stuff like Centaurs pretty well because of their armor. But if I just kind of knock that off, we should be fine. Oh yeah, and crows have magic damage, also true. But like, they also magic damage my crows. Gets rid of their physical resist. But like, you know, with enough shock damage, I should be fine. I just gotta play this one smart. If Turan beats me, so be it. I end the stream. Send you guys to his channel. An hour ago, he saw I was undefeated and said something like, "What vile strat has he cooked up?" He knows. I only go 4-0 when I've discovered some crazy strat. I never go 4-0 with like silly meta builds. Actually, this map's not that great for mobility. It is slightly smaller than I think the other one's called Proving Grounds or something. I forget, but the one that's like Borderlow Landing is a little bit on the tighter side. We'll have to see. Crows are infantry size too. All right. He knows something is coming, but he's not ready. You know, I feel like if he took goblins, the goblins should just get deleted off the face of the planet. I think the odds of his gobos being able to hold up versus Jade Lancer spam is very low. But yeah. Ready. He's gonna see the single entity. He's gonna see the unit count. And probably be like, huh, that's weird. He has 10 out of 21 units. That doesn't seem like infantry heavy Catholic. Message you not ready for this? Nah, it's too BM, man. I would never. Anyway, Zhao breath attacks. Dumpster. They absolutely dumpster. I don't think he has any stealth units here. His skirmishers can't really fight this. It's probably a crane gunner or a cannon summon first. He can use this defensive tower though. So we'll have to see. Yeah, so he did go for some skirmishers. Chaos Dwarf Warriors only have 85 armor. 4, 5, yes, 3 units that I can't see. Interesting. Not a lot of units to breath attack. Sadly for me. Not very many units at all. I'm probably gonna get the crane gunners. I think I really want the crane gunners here. I think that's what I need. He doesn't have a big rush force. He shouldn't be able to bully him. Crowman took a little bit of heat. He has the point captured. Hobgobble Wolf Riders, okay. Anyways, I should be okay here. With just a little bit of juking. Alchemist is fine. Zhao's in here. I doubt this tiny flank here will be able to do much against the Crowman. And then I just get a sick Plague of Rust here in a second. Iron Demon makes sense. Okay. Zhao can probably bully him a bit. Ooh, Astrogoth? Gotta be careful though, right? What magic does he have? Flame Storm? Okay. Alright, back up, Zhao. A little too sus. Oh, God. Okay, you did get a little bit of a catch there. That's pretty spooky. I don't like this position. I'm just gonna poke with Zhao and then back up. At least we got a pretty nasty route over there. And then Zhao's just gonna plow away, and then we're just kind of chilling, right? Now that I have the crane gunners in position, life should be fairly difficult for him. You know, I have my cannons over here. I got the crane gunners, they're doing great. His poor hobgoblins here are just gonna get deleted. So that's definitely a massive loss for him. He used the buff ability on Astrogoth. Totally fine by me. Hobgoblins are now dead. Presumably. If I can just get the kill on them. There we go. Nice. Zhao can support in here too. I think that's fine. We don't really need Zhao for this biz. Fairly good volley. A little bit of a route here too. Hell yeah. Jade Lancer Crew's doing pretty well. And there's the first of many devastating breath attacks. So that should go fairly well. Astrogoth is coming on in. He doesn't have much support though, so if I just kind of surround him with the cavalry and then hit him with the Plague of Rust, he should just die. That will actually be a fairly spooky situation for him. Let's use my cav to chase these guys down. Crowmen are doing great. Astrogoth. Oh god, it's a flamestorm. Back it up. Back it up. All right, so he kills the Crowman, which is pretty brutal. I think that was an overcast. Pretty spooky. Crowmen are probably gonna go down. That's a solid play. That's a solid play, Turan. I see you. Oh god. All right, gotta back away from these guys, and I think we're just gonna summon in this bird over here. Look, Astrogoth is pretty bullied right now. I should be able to finish the job, right? You know, I got Zhao here. His gobos are routed off. You know, the cannon's popping off here. Astrogoth, yeah, Astrogoth is super dead here. He's super dead. As soon as I get another Plague of Rust, all right, there's nothing. Ain't nothing for him to do, okay? Yeah, he might have gone that one sick play with the crazy flame storming, but that should be about it. Here you go, cannons, you're doing great. And I use my horsemen here to chase them off. Then I use my guns here to finish them. Astrogoth is looking a little worse for wear. There you go. Come on. If we kill Astrogoth, it's basically done for. Trading wise, I'm so ahead. I'm so incredibly ahead trading wise that it should just be completely over. There's a route. Hell yeah. And it's just escorting units off the battlefield now that I have to do. Very good flame storming though. Let's get that debuff. So he doesn't have ITP anymore, which means he can Terror out, which is like the most grim fate for Astrogoth you could possibly imagine. Crane gunners are here. So I still have a few jaw issues, but yeah, he's looking pretty bullied. We got him overextended. Or I guess Turan just kind of ended up overextending with him. But it's paying off pretty well. There we go, and he's gone. All right. So Celestial Lion or the Alchemist can escort him off the battlefield. And it should be as simple as just killing off these trains now. There's essentially nothing left here for Turan. The Cav are pretty good into the trains. I don't have to worry about that too much. I think Astrogoth just got nommed. I think he just got absolutely nommed by my forces here. Oh, give me the juice. Give me the juice. Plague of Rust. Buff the Crowman. Yeah, that's some elite dwarven infantry down the drain. Yeah, so they're just gone. So now he's spamming in a bunch of skirmishers to try and lock down the last point. But I do win on a double cap, so I really don't have to worry that much. This is a mass route. Brutality. Yeah, it's just not dying to the cav spam that he has on the field now, but I have yet more cavalry. I can take my time. I just gotta value trade this business. Kill off the rest of his trains, the rest of those super annoying trains. I can't believe these guys live too. Rather impressive, I must say. Get the bombs. Get the bombs. Get on the point. There we go. Nice. Trains. We'll see how they do there. Pretty good route on his cavalry. And he should just get tabled at some point. At some point, he just kind of runs out of stuff, right? Unless the train's absolutely hard carry. He should just run out of stuff here. There is not too much left. And following my own advice, you just have to make sure that you focus on the army wipe and not get too caught up on the points. The capture points are not that important. I just want these trains dead in particular. And then as soon as I get these ROR long Marauders, I should be fine. Here's this big old rear charge with my cav. He doesn't have any more magic, thankfully. Come on. Just get him. God, those trains are annoying, Dari. Anyone else seeing these trains just toughing it out against the worst of odds? I guess I can say the same about my cav, though. My cavalry are dumpstering them, man. Absolute dumpster fest. There we go. There goes his mobility. Finally, these guys. Let's give him an armor debuff over there. Big ol' breath attack, and he's army wiped. And just like that, doesn't matter. I just ignored the points and I played for value. It's that simple. We made use of our mobility. He was way overextended, and the Plague of Rust were amazing. But yeah, he's absolutely tabled now. Nothing left. He knows it. Hell yeah. I'm 5-0. Yeah, Zhao eventually beats the trains. Pretty good value on Zhao. Dude, the Plague of Rust kill on his... Yeah, these guys, his glaives. Only 200 value. What a massacre. The trains were spooky, though. And I think Turan played fine. He just played really wide against the super mobile build. Like, just the initial army positioning just wasn't really... It just wasn't really cut to deal with this madness. The crane gunners are completely defended. And yeah, no mobility could have won against this. Though the Astrogoth throw was pretty rough for him. Earning that $25. When money's on the line, the sweat comes out. Yeah, he did well. I think the biggest thing was losing Astrogoth, but even then, he did a good job baiting out the blob. So he actually got some pretty good vortexes. It was just immediately after he didn't have enough tools to keep him safe. And then he ended up dying. Chaos Dwarves versus Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay wins. Turd he called me the best player in the world. I think I'm the best overall player holistically, but I'm not the best at any single faction. Like, I think there's better Slanesh players probably. There's better Vampire Counts players for sure. Better Coast players. The advantage I have is that I can play almost all of these factions to a fairly high level. And then it just comes down to counterpicking. Oh, dang. Maximilianer didn't make it as the undead player of the day. God dang. How much have you swayed the Cathay win rate? They were 40%. They're now 41%. Thanks to today. Yo, after this... Yo, where's this list at? After this, Grand Cathay's got to move up, man. If I'm dominating an SFT like this, they got to at least be Nurgle tier now, right? I think I can safely say that I have a fairly good Cathay build for most situations. Yeah, we gave it plus 1%. All that. So I have one more match. Yo, I can't wait to watch that replay. I can't wait to watch the Turan POV for that. The no infantry. Cathay going up. I'm so satisfied. Dude, Craft here. You've been dreaming about this for like 2 months, man. Oh my gosh. I really made you wait for this, didn't I? It took a while to figure out this build, though. Took a while to figure out how to make this actually... How to make it cook. He was expecting the mobility, too. Just not that much mobility. Yeah, literally no infantry. It's pretty good. I think it's... Yeah, usually you would expect the Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons to annihilate cavalry. It's just kind of weird that when you get the surround, you actually manage to win it. There's like a weird tipping point there, where if you can overwhelm them, even elite armored infantry don't do too well. If you win this tourney, I feel like I can play another faction. God, lots on the line though. I can actually enjoy something other than Cathay. Dude, who are you gonna play? Who's it gonna be? All right, just getting some messages. Corn. Ooh, corn. You can relieve all that pent up stress. Dude, corn's hype. I hope you're ready to get kited into oblivion though. Ever since I returned, you know, without a region kiting me and then me streaming it a ton, I think a lot of people are catching on that you can kite corn up. One of the games that you know, you saw that I coached was a kite game into corn too. So I don't know, man. I don't know, but hey, you know, if you like it, do it. Maybe you'll figure out the pro anti-kite tech for corn. You'll dominate with it. Yo, anyone know who my competitor might be? It's Alexander Nuts again, or Hitman Hippo. So Alexander Nuts lost, but I assume he's going to know what to do in the second match. Hitman Hippo, we have not faced yet today. So I'm secretly hoping that Hitman Hippo wins this. Hitman Hippo is playing Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, God. Okay. Ogre Kingdoms. Brutal. Kislev is also pretty cool. Kislev's great, man. Get the single entity build in before they get nerfed, you know? Experiment around. Have some fun. Cathay is being reborn. This is the new age of the Cathay meta. People are gonna be studying this. Yo, I hope they ban my Cathay instead of my Kislev, and I can finally play that crazy Kislev build again. Come on, just give it to me. You just need to cook with Dark Elves. It's a good starter to play their 6-minute push build. Dark Elves have fairly good kite, but they're kind of bad at cleaning up after their kite does well. One of the most unexplored spaces, though, is probably their thingamajig. It's probably their shades. I think shades are really unexplored for Dark Elves, and I feel like they have a lot of potential. Maybe that's just me, though. All right, Alexander Nuts. So this guy knows the build. He knows the build that we went for against him earlier. Grandest of Cathay versus the Dowie. I feel like Grand Cathay are pretty fine here. Maybe he has some wacko strategy. Is he gonna Slayer max me? I don't know. That would be awfully hilarious if he just goes only Slayers. Literally just only Slayers into the horizon. That would be pretty filthy. I think they still died to Crane Gunners though. Yeah, is he going to expect the Cav max again? Am I really that crazy? I'm really that crazy, guys. Or am I? Slayer max doesn't do that well into Dragon's Breath though. I think that makes it a little bit sus for the dwarves. If he goes for artillery, it's not too bad. Air Force, also not too bad. Yeah, I do think Slayers are one of the more annoying units. They're one of the more annoying units that I will have to at least be considerate of. You can't just walk into a full Slayer max and get massacred. But, we beat him once. I'll try my best to do it again. Can we win with Cathay on the grand stage? Can it be done? He's so bringing Slayer spam this game. I feel like, I don't know, we'll see. Like, the crows are kind of crazy though, right? Don't the crows just pop off for Slayers? Everything about the crows is just pure anti-Slayer deliciousness. And they're expensive too. It's not that pretty. Grand Cathay for the grand stage. Come on, baby. Give it to me. It would be so crazy if after this people start winning with Cathay. I think it's a very hard build to manage though, because you need to have a really good idea of which engagements are safe and which ones are sketchy. And you have to take engagements really quickly too. And I think the odds of a player just YOLOing their cavalry to their deaths is like really high. Like, I'm scared that I'm gonna do it. So like other people trying Cathay will probably have a tough time too. The sussiness is definitely there. This is the finals. This is the grand finals. It don't get better than this. Oh, hey, my Mother's Day gift just arrived to my mother. Hell yeah. Huzzah! I made my ma happy. This could this be the first Cathay win in years? Let's see, let's see. Fun fact, I brought the same build. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This map's massive. This map is bloody ginormous, which really favors the playstyle. The strategy doesn't work if your opponent is trying to hard counter it, I think. But I think most cavalry-based factions don't like fighting against Cathay usually. Like if you look at Bretonia, right? Bretonia does not like this. All right, they don't like Cathay. So you could even just go like a normal build against the Bretts. We'll have to see how it actually shakes things up. But like, yeah, I think any like super hardcore Cav faction might lose to normal Cathay builds. Anyways, I'm very well practiced here. No one expects the Cathayan Inquisition. Hopefully it's at least a tussle. I hope he doesn't just see my army and leave immediately. That would be extremely anticlimactic. But it is on it is being streamed. Hopefully I also don't just get dumpstered here. There's a chance that he'll have some sick plays for days. But his unit count's very similar to last time. Yeah, just 8 Slayers, Dragon Slayers into the horizon. Ready? Good luck, have fun. He has. All right, just a normal Dowie box, nothing too crazy. 5, 3, 4, 5, 3. Okay, that's all his units. So he doesn't have anything stealth. He doesn't have any crazy things. He just has a bunch of iron drakes and some troll hammer torpedoes. This tells me, once again, that I should just get crane gunners and I'll probably be fine. Crane gunners on the flank to make it more awkward for him. He gets a little bit of hokey poke on my crowman. Tiny misplay on my end, but it's not going to make or break anything here. He's very resistant to the breath attacks. But anyways, I know I can triple cap him. And Zhao's just going to play back. So now I'm asking him to try and make some plays here, right? He's gonna have to capture these points. He's probably gonna have to get on these crane gunners. It's not gonna be the prettiest of situations, that's for sure. Crowmen are just chilling, right? We're here making it a little bit difficult for him. And there's the first shots coming out. This is a very slow dwarf build. The weapon teams definitely die to crane gunners though. So far looking good. As we know, the map is immaculate. Easy early triple cap. And it seems like he's starting to position this away. You can see the fear in him though, right? He doesn't want to take this fight. He's actually backing up from the crane gunner, so they just have a field day against him. I can feign an engagement here too, to just make things look even more sus. Hopefully I'll slow him down so that I can get my shots off with my crane gunners. So I'm just gonna be like, whoa, what am I doing? Whoa, oh my gosh, and then back up. Cause screw this business, right? I don't wanna take a fight. Now, as soon as these guys as soon as they get close to routing, I should be good to go to chase them off. They should be chaseable. Just gotta get one more volley. There's the second crane gunner unit. He still doesn't have a lot of tickets either, mind you, which is pretty rough for him. And then I just go over here. He uses his volley on that far end, which means that they are a little bit exposed and they're just gonna get full charge here and insta routed. That should be a big benefit. I just gotta make sure that his flamethrowers don't get too much working on me. As long as we kind of maneuver around, I should be fine. He's gone pretty wide now. Crane gunners are firing away though. And yeah, I'm just gonna focus on those guys. Should be fine. I do have a very nice catch of slayers here, it seems. I'm sure he has a lot more money, though he did summon 2 longbeards there. I don't think he has the tools for those guys though. I should be fine. Overall, trading's going fine. Slayers are running for their lives because they know the crowmen want to feast. The crowmen absolutely want to feast. I just gotta make sure that there's no like Grim Delver tech here or something crazy. Yeah, those are blasting charges. Tries to get the blasting charge volley off. Doesn't manage it though. So now the crowmen are in. And they can just full surround those miners. So he actually overcommitted there, which is going to hurt them yet more. Then we focus as dwarf warriors, because screw those guys. And then I pull back with the cav, let the crowmen feast. And then as soon as he's out of infantry here, I just use my cavalry to dominate him. That should be yeah, that should be just fine. There's another artillery piece. By capturing this point, I don't really have that much to worry about. There go his slayers to a brutal charge. Absolute brutalization. And yeah, the crane gunners are just kind of dominating, aren't they? There go the slayers. Crowmen into slayers is like the most value trade in the history of value, and he just stops. Like, it was pretty clear he was dead. It was pretty clear he was dead. That's kind of hilarious though. I don't think I've had such a dominating victory outside of Slanesh in my entire life. It's Cyberball. I had 24 losses. I had 24 losses. Well. Oh my god. That's so disgusting, man. That's so disgusting. Well, yeah, the Iron Drakes are totally wasted. He had a bunch of Slayers in reserve, but like he's never gonna. Like there's nothing he could do. This build is filthy. Oh god. Yeah, if he went for cannons, I would just capture the points and then just rush the cannons when he moves forwards. There's no way you can play wide against this. It's just too maneuverable. Is Cathay OP? Well, I guess Karab there, enjoy. You're, I guess, yeah, there you go. Enjoy your corn playthroughs. Thank you for the 20 Canadian. Dragon's Willing, I did it. That one's for all the Cathay mains out there that have been begging me to play Cathay for a while. That was brutal. Not a single person even stood a chance, except for maybe the Dark Elves. Cav maxing $50. Anything can be done with $50. Anything could be done. Would Dowie Air Force have helped? No, I had Max Crowman and Crane Gunners. Literally nothing. It was so brutal. Holy crap. I think I made a few opponents kind of have a rough time though. They literally had nothing to do. Oh my god. And it was the same build too. Like he had a chance to try and hard counter it. But like literally the Slayers could not kill the Crowman. Not cost effectively in the slightest. The Miners just died instantly. God dang, man. Yo, that's crazy. Mass cannons? It's a rush build, man. Imagine going mass cannons into Bretonia. You just get run over instantly, man. Well, I got my congratulations from Turan. And has ruined a couple evenings for people for $50, and I'll do it again. God, what are you supposed to do against this, man? Like, actually, what are you supposed to do? It's so disgusting. Holy crap. Well, here's the build if you want to copy it. What, do I make another video now? Somehow I won a tournament with... Somehow I won a tournament with the meme build. Something along those lines. God, I feel kind of bad for my opponents, but like, come on. I'm literally running the same build. All right, I'm the one playing Cathay here. You should be feeling bad for me. Somehow I won a tourney with a meme. Oh God, thank you Dark Age Rush. First a Grail Knight, now Dragon Emperor. Ah, hell yeah. It's not a meme if you win. It was a meme originally. It was like a hot meme when I was like, guys, I'm gonna do this crazy build against Empire. And then it ended up actually being crazy. Bugman spam. Bugman spam would be one of the scarier things. But Dragon's Breath does fire damage and they're fire weak. It's actually kind of funny how bad they are. Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh God. Let's see. Grand Cathay versus Dwarves. Grand Cathay won. Oh God. Turan messaged me. He said so foul. Yeah, yo, Bugmans are weak to fire. Can you believe it? Where's it at? Oh wait, aren't they supposed to be weak to fire? I thought they were. Did they remove their fire weakness? Liquid fortification. Regardless, the 40 armor, they're gonna die to the breath attack. So it shouldn't be fun. Yeah, and the mobility prevents them from rushing me. God, it's actually kind of crazy. There's no way this becomes meta though, right? There's no way it becomes meta. I don't know, man. Oh God, you better use some JoJo menacing edits for the Norska game. Oh God, if I have the time to edit that in, I'll do my best. But oh boy. I made the whole multiplayer community upset with me. Oh boy. All right, well, anyways, yeah, I swear they had fire weakness because of the beer, because they're like drenched in beer. That's like the whole shtick, but I can't find it. Anyways, that's it for me today. I'm gonna call it a day. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm totally gonna rewatch the Turan stream because it's hilarious. I've had multiple people rage quit against me. I've had multiple people tilt into Cathay. I can't believe it. That has to be an achievement of some sort. Like, it wasn't like big tilt, but like they left pretty early. God dang. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. Yo, should I play Slanesh? I just try hard, like actually try hard? That'd be pretty jokes. Maybe not. Slayer Pirates? Nah, they also lose to Crowman. See ya. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the 50. And the 5 Dark Age Rush and the 20 Carav there. I'll see you guys tomorrow.